absolutely incredible gameplay. Oh, and the Scud Laser again. Shade going down very quickly now. Gideon does have a beautiful ult and will take the kill. Oh, and they're going to get the IRA. Woo. Cosmos goes down. Oh my goodness, Shade goes down. Bora goes down. That is 4 members. This could be the end of the game. 11 minutes in, Mangoose. Welcome everyone to the second day, the NA tournament of the Get Through Gaming Paragon, the Overprime tournament. Happy to be here, and with me is the Mangoose. Mangoose, how are you doing today? How are you feeling about this tournament?
What's up, everybody on the Mangoose? You are awesome, and yes, I am very excited for this tournament because the EU games that we cast yesterday were so much more exciting and better than the tournament we cast for the last beta test. This one, it's going to be spicy. There's a wider range of different skill levels for these teams, so we're going to see some complete blowouts, and then I think what we're going to end up with, though, are some really nice tight games.
I completely agree with you, Mangoose. Should be very exciting to see where these teams go, how they perform, and go through this entire tournament. Lots of player names that I recognize and I've played with in my games throughout this beta test. So I'm really excited to see how these people play and how they play against each other in full 5 stacks.
And we're seeing some names that we know here on these two teams that we're starting off with.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, so FTM Jedi, good close friend of ours, Mangoose. We got Dapper in there. Soul Reaper, we of course recognize. I've played with Ferris, Pain, Little Unsteady. Like a lot of these players, Mangoose, are people that in NA at least I've been definitely there and been playing with these guys. I've seen them make good plays. I've probably seen them make bad plays. I'm really excited, nevertheless, to see what happens today.
And do we have they done their pick bans yet? Do we know who's going to be picked and banned aside from Gadget? We know that Gadget's going to be banned. If it's anything like the EU tournament, Gadget's going to be banned every single match.
So far, they are working on their picks and bans, so we'll definitely update them as they come through. But nothing full yet. We'll get started in this game, I'm sure, very shortly. Thank you, everybody in chat, for being here today as well. We're really excited. Thank you again to Get Through Gaming. If you guys are not part of their Discord, definitely go to the link down below, click it, join that Discord, join the community so you get updates on tournaments like this in the future.
Go on. Now, one thing we've seen from I want to see if there's any differences. There usually is in any kind of sort of esports sort of the thing. There's a big difference between NA strategies and EU strategies. I want to see if there's any differences that we see come out today. A big pick in EU, a very effective pick, was Grux. We saw Grux get through the draft almost every game and picked almost every game, and while he wasn't top of the damage boards or top of anything really, top KDA or anything, he was still very effective for his team. And I want to see if that carries forward into the NA, if Grux is going to be a highly valued and very effective hero once again.
Yeah, absolutely. We've definitely seen some picks get through that we weren't expecting, Mangoose, like the ADCs. We've seen a lot of them just be allowed to get through these pick bans and have no problem in whether or not they're going to be picked up by these teams. And so I'm very curious to see where that goes and how that continues going forward for NA today comparatively to EU.
It made me think that maybe in EU, ADCs aren't as big of a deal as we seem to think they are here in NA. Because they definitely let them all through on several games, several times. Either that or they're trying to prioritize the ADC picks for themselves. They don't want to ban anything out so that they have a full agency to pick them up if they want them.
Yeah, absolutely. We are seeing these bans come through. I will put them in the chat in just a moment here. But we have the Gadget ban. Feng Mao is banned as well. The second set of bans, we have Howitzer has been banned. And Narbash comes through as the final ban for these teams.
Narbash ban, not surprising. I brought it up during the EU tournament as when he was banned. I think it's a good ban. His healing is exceptional. If he can get enough items on him, he's damn near unkillable. He's just a great pick all around, and banning him away, I think limits a lot of team strategies.
Yeah, absolutely. But Howitzer ban is very interesting as well. That gets rid of the two really strong artillery mages out of the mid lane in Gadget and Howitzer. So now we're going to see some mid lane switch ups. Maybe we don't see Wraith ban in there, so we could see a Wraith mid coming through. We could also see maybe, I mean, Gideon, though he's not the strongest. Maybe they've got some kind of potential from a Gideon here. It absolutely could be incredible to see what these teams come up with in their compositions in that mid lane now that those two strong picks are off the table.
I would love to see a Gideon be picked in this tournament and do well. We saw him picked, or at least I saw him picked in the EU tournament, and he kind of got dumped on by a Howitzer. And I don't think that's really. I mean, there was probably some skill difference between the two players, but a lot of that is the hero difference. Gideon is just. He ruled the last beta test, and they nerfed him into the ground for this one.
Absolutely. And looking at this, right, that leaves a lot of picks open. Actually, we've got the phase still up and available. We see all the ADCs still up on the table, which means that there's 5 picks to pick from. We may see a potential of triple ADCs on one team, being like Wraith mid, Twin Blast duo lane, and Revenant off lane, kind of like we were seeing yesterday, Mangoose.
That always surprises me too, whenever they take a Revenant off lane or mid lane and then put like a Twin Blast or a Murdoch in the duo lane. I would think that Revenant would benefit a little more from a support, whereas Twin Blast and Murdoch are a bit safer in that solo lane, since they do have the knockback and Twin Blast has his escape with his dash.
Yeah, absolutely. But you never know. I mean, these 4 bans are absolutely Feng Mao, very, very strong pick in the right hands. Gadget, very strong pick. Howitzer, very strong pick. Narbash, very strong pick. Right there, it's one of those things that in the current iteration of Paragon the Overprime, we do have a lot of really strong picks, but we have a very few bans accordingly in this tournament. So it's going to be very interesting to see how they play around these bans. But looks like the teams are readying up. We're getting ready to launch off. Everybody, we're going to see these drafts here in just a moment. But what do you guys want to see in the chat? Which characters do you want to see played throughout the tournament today in NA? We're starting off the first match of the day. Let's get this going.
I kind of wish they didn't ban Howitzer. A good Howitzer gameplay is so entertaining to watch because he does crazy shit with those mines. We saw some really nice ultimates yesterday in the EU tournament from Howitzer, ulting out of the prime pit over top of the prime. Oh, so good. I love me some Howitzer.
Absolutely, Mangoose. Teams are readying up. We've got 7, 8 people ready so far. There we go. Everyone else is picking up, and we're starting the match. We'll see these drafts here in just a moment.
I think it's funny that we got an image of Feng Mao there after he's been banned out.
Game new, Mangoose. It was all calculated. Absolutely.
All right, let's see what those picks are. Let's see if we see 3 ADCs on one team. And we do have Dum Dum People in blue and True Perpetual Motion in red.
Here we go. Rampage and Sevarog locked in. Sevarog for the mid lane on Team DDP. We've got the Murdoch in the carry position. Let's see what the support and jungle picks are. Decker for DDP, and then the jungle pick we have not seen yet. Grux, of course, coming through, but on the side of TPM, we've got Wraith in the off lane, Chimera jungle, Bellica mid, Steel support, and a Twin Blast on that carry position. All right, now that these drafts are in, chat, we're going to start a poll. Which team do you think wins based off of the draft here? Do you think it's going to be Team DDP on the left side or Team TPM on the right?
I like the Steel pick. You don't see enough Steel in the game. He is a very effective hero.
Absolutely, Mangoose. Yeah, a good Steel can change the tides of a fight very, very easily. We are inside the game. Let's take a look at where we're at. Here we go. Once again, everyone, we have Team DDP in the blue and Team TPM in the orange red. For everyone that's in the chat, pick bans are done beforehand in a Discord chat, and then they just very quickly select them so we can get through that pick ban phase very early on. but we will have to see what's going on. We see a very early 4-man invade coming out from the side of, this is DDP. Team DDP is invading, drops an early ward, forces FTM Jedi out of the jungle there. Chimera still being picked off there, but 2 wards are now keeping this jungle very revealed for Team DDP.
And that TPM red buff is up for grabs now. If they force them completely off and the and TPM doesn't respond to this, DDP could just roll right in and get that red buff. I think the response here is to just sway on over to the other side and take the take DDP's red buff.
And actually, it looks like the Chimera is just going to go to his blue buff and start on that side instead in order to hold this for himself. Now, the offlaner and Wraith needs to be very careful because a gank could come through from Team DDP here. It looks like the Wraith is trying to peek around the corner there and does see them on that red buff. We're going to have to see how this plays out for these teams. Good early ward down by the Wraith here. We're going to see in the dual lane across the map as well, we're going to see them trying to start this off. They know that the support was there visible in the mid lane now. We're going to have to visit that mid lane. Something's going down. We've got early fights already breaking out from both of these teams. Soul Reaper trying to push Bellica off the wave. Decker there to provide some support. But we're not quite. No. Ooh, a good stun from Decker trying to get this early damage out so Sevarog can get an early push and gain some of those stacks going in very quickly.
I am shocked to see a Sevarog mid lane. I want to see how this works out. It looks like Decker is actually supporting the Sevarog a little more than she's supporting her ADC. We'll see how that works out. Probably could be a decent choice with them going up against the Steel.
Absolutely,
and
Decker
is going to shimmy on out. Looks like they're rotating over to solo lane.
Decker came through on that gank there. Let's see. And the results are in. Mangoose. Team DDP, 91% of the votes go to Team DDP in this poll. So definitely favored to win at the moment here, even though we've got the dual lane pushed up against Team DDP. Grux in their jungle here. Bellica got pushed all the way under into the mid lane by Sevarog. But so far, a rather uneventful game for what we've seen in EU, where kills were flying from minute 1, Mangoose. This has been a much slower start, which is good to see.
Yes, especially in the earlier games. Looks like there might be a gank coming in with the solo lane. Wraith needs to be very wary. He does have his own little ward there, but they're waiting in the wings for him, and he does back off. He saw them coming. And Decker is just kind of roaming the battlefield, it seems.
Grux hanging out in his jungle, farming up a little bit. They are pushed back up. Decker lands a very good stun on that Twin Blast. Twin Blast now below half health, taking a lot of damage from this Murdoch. Has to back out of there. Steel really needs to protect him. Grux coming in from behind. They really need to watch out for this Grux on the left side. Murdoch blinks in and gets first blood on Twin Blast.
Those rockets are so strong. All it took was one auto. It's still going to go down as well. They're behind the shield. Boom! They make it happen. That's 2 down for TPM. DDP takes the early lead 2-0.
And over in the offlane, we see that the Rampage was forced out by the Wraith in the offlane. Wraith is now backing after getting some minions under that tower. But Team TPM is down those 2 kills. They really need to make up some ground here, play a little bit safer in that duo lane before they're able to make up for that difference.
Those Murdoch rockets are so hard to deal with. I think they're just a better Revenant Obliterate is what they are.
Yeah, I mean, they're single targeted for one thing.
They don't go after minions and stuff.
Yep.
The only downside is that you can, if you're near a ledge, drop down below it. Missed seismic assault from Bellica.
Oh, but there is a Decker coming in from the side here. This could be a way that they're trying to bait Bellica in, but Bellica, I do believe, saw the Decker coming there. We have Grux on the far side of the map looking for an offlane gank, but maybe he's just going to return into his jungle, seeing that there's nothing available for him. Decker still hanging out in that mid lane. Decker has roamed quite a bit. Getting those early kills on that duo lane could provide a lot of potential for Murdoch to solo that lane for a little while Decker provides support elsewhere on the map. Bellica very low mana, while the Sevarog has full mana almost, still able to do a lot of work there. Over in the offlane, there is a fight over this health buff, but the stun lands out on the Wraith. Wraith does get the buff, however, and rewinds Rampage back out to safety.
Probably the best option there. He didn't want to try and stick around and fight it out with a Rampage, I don't think.
Absolutely, and by picking up that health buff, it keeps him a little healthy, and despite that little health exchange they had, he denies it from Rampage, gets the golden XP for himself, and then takes a stun to the face apparently under tower.
And those stuns are dealing some pretty good damage. Seems like they're doing a little more damage than Ray Snipe right now.
And we see a gank going on in this side lane. Grux now chasing down the Chimera with Decker supporting him. There is 2 members of this team here. Chimera taking a lot of damage from this Grux Decker combo. Not a lot that they can do. Rampage comes in with the rock steal and gets rewound, it looked like, back into the lane by that Wraith. So they pick up a kill on the Chimera in his jungle, and Rampage now doing a little bit better in this offlane.
And TPM is going down pretty hard. It seems it's going to be a rough game for them, I think.
They're definitely going to have to play this a little bit slower, bring themselves back into the game, maybe with these objectives. We still have the Prime Spirit up. We still have Prime Underling as well. So there's a lot of opportunity for them to get back into this game. If we take a look, though, Deckers and Grux are now walking between the turrets in the mid lane behind Bellica here, looking for that Grux, or looking for that Chimera, excuse me. Unfortunately, we now also see that the Twin Blast has gone down once again in the side lane. Chimera is getting 3-man from the mid laners and the support and the jungler. Now Chimera or Murdoch coming through as well. This poor Chimera can't catch a break. Dapper has to escape on steal while they just take the blue buff and pick up another kill.
DDP is just bullying them right now. I was hoping that the steal pick that once steal gets online, he could be very good in a team fight. But right now they're getting so far ahead that I don't think that steal is going to matter too much.
Yep, absolutely. That Bellica was pushing up a little bit here, but then got forced out very quickly by Soul Reaper on Sevarog. Pushing up a little bit, but there's not a lot she's going to be able to do to that Sevarog to stay in this game. Back over in the dual lane, Twin Blast is just making it back, trying to get some minions out here, farm a little bit safely with that Steel Shield, but he is behind. He is not level 6 compared to the Murdoch level 6. So he has some work he has to do to get back into this game.
Decker finally in her duo lane. That's been a lot of the difference here is the Decker has just been roaming and supporting the entire team, not just her duo lane. She trusts her ADC to keep himself safe.
Absolutely. Looks like they're roaming out. They're maybe looking for an early Prime Spirit here. Nope, Murdoch is back into base. Decker walking toward that mid lane. Bellica is pushing up past the halfway point at the moment. We see that in the off lane, Wraith is stuck under tower, unable to walk out of that off lane. Rampage is keeping him all the way up. Doesn't really want to give him a ton of freedom there, which could be beneficial, but is keeping them from getting ganks on that Wraith as well. 2 members in the mid lane with Decker and Sevarog. Bellica going across. She's getting just absolutely bullied. Every time this minions comes up, Sevarog comes in, gets his stacks, and roams a little bit around the map. Prime Underling has also spawned. We see 2 or 3 members of Team DDP starting the Prime Underling with no real pressure able to be put out by Team TPM. The dual lane is pushed all the way up against the Murdoch, but they will not make it there fast enough. We see over on DDP side there, 2,000 health onto the Prime Underling by the Wraith coming through, but does not make it there in time. Barely misses.
And he may pay for that one with his life as Grux coming in. He does blink out there. He is going to get away scot-free, but they did get that the mini prime, and we have seen just how effective that thing could be if used well. If you drop it directly on that tower, it does so much more damage than if you drop it somewhere in front of the tower.
Blink coming out of the Bellica to get away from Sevarog there. She does not know how many members are present. Oh, we did see a double kill over in the dual lane. Rampage taking the portal across to assist with a double kill over here. Grux, Murdoch, and Decker working with the Rampage to get across. And then he actually took the portal back as well to get back into his lane, able to pressure out this Wraith, throwing a rock. Ooh, the rock does not connect. The tower blocks it.
You don't see this very often. You don't see a range hero like Wraith just getting straight up bullied by a melee hero like Rampage in the offlane so early on. And they're going to kick this deer for free. There's going to be a blue one. They're going to have that mana. Is this blue? Yeah, this is blue, not the wind spirit.
Yep, health and mana regen every 5 seconds. So far, they are putting out a lot of pressure in this game. 7 kills to 0, and both objectives that were on the map already going over to Team TDP. Sevarog getting rooted by Bellica as he comes into the lane, but he's just looking for his stacks. He just wants to get in there, get his little bit of health, get his little bit of damage, and move on. But he is dropping down into the Chimera's jungle. We could see a fight break out. Chimera just barely hitting level 5, so he's very behind with those 2 kills they received on him. Bellica trying to escape, get out of this lane. Steel coming over to assist through the water, or through the Prime Spirit pit. Lots of action going on the map, but unfortunately Team TPM is just not able to build some lead here. They're getting pushed in on all sides and playing on a downward favor for themselves, for sure.
And DDP still hasn't dropped that prime. Where's that thing gonna go?
Absolutely. It
Wherever
looks
it's
like
going to go,
it is
that's going to
on
be a
the
dead tower.
Grux. So Grux will be the one to drop it. He looks like he's taking his blue buff. Potentially, they've got 2 people in the mid lane. Mid lane goes down. Bellica dying to Decker and Severog. This game
Oh,
is
that stasis bomb, it hurts. It hurts. Especially when a Decker's so ahead like this right now.
absolutely. We see Grux now just invading this Chimera. Chimera still level 5 to Grux's level 7. They are just keeping him off of his minions, trying to make sure he can't get back into this game. They're trying to keep that lead going. He can't participate in objectives if he's so far behind that he has to farm. Grux takes the red buff and is now looking to get around this map and see where he can make something else happen. Twin Blast very low, has to back in this dual lane as well. Murdoch just absolutely having no problems pushing in the 2v1 lane against himself. But
I don't know if you want to bull rush in on that Murdoch, and he doesn't. He gets almost killed by Murdoch as he tried to. I don't know what he was trying to do right there. Don't know what he was trying to do.
Decker tries to go in there and land a stasis bomb, but gets walled off by that steal. Takes a couple tower shots, but will not pick up the kill for their team. Twin Blast making it back into the lane. In the off lane, we see a fight breaking out a little bit here. The Wraith taking a lot of damage from Rampage. Rampage backing off to go look at this health buff potentially, but he actually stays in the bush. He's trying to keep this lane pushed in so Wraith can't roam around the map. Wraith can't turn invisible, go help his team.
And Grux is attacking Chimera once again. This Chimera is just getting bullied all the entire game from minute 1. This poor Kai has been getting bullied.
Chimera can't really get anywhere off the ground. He's still that level 5, unable to ultimate, unable to do something to stun his team, stun the enemy while his team helps them get back in this game. Bellica taking a lot of damage from this Severog. Severog going full blow, a rampage rock from a mile away.
Was beautiful. And now they're probably going to drop this prime, I would think. Maybe they're just going to take this tower and then drop the prime on the inhibitor and get a very, very early inhibitor. I think that would be a good play if they have the time for it.
They no longer have the mini prime. Grux did not drop that prime on the map while he had it. He just denied it from the enemy team, but they did not gain the benefit from it.
Oof. I guess they're taking it a little easy on him then.
Oh, we see this Chimera again, just getting absolutely murdered by the Decker Grux combination. Still level 5, going to go down here, has no real form of escape. They are bullying this Chimera throughout this entire game.
We see that jumping primal grass coming out of Grux. Such a cool thing to do, to just run up and then use it while you're jumping. It extends the range just a little bit. They're going to take this tower. No problems, I would think. Nope. They are going to run away from the Steel and Twin Blast combo. Maybe Steel can make something happen with an ultimate on top of this, but this tower is just going to die, and so are the members of TPM.
A beautiful ultimate from that Grux. Grux is able to ult both members of TPM. Very, very low. Twin Blast here. Grux now trying to fight it out with the Steel. Steel goes down. Chimera trying to come in here, but level 5, he still can't stun the enemy team. He will struggle. He does get Mutant Poed and goes down. That is 3 more kills for Team DDP.
I love to see Mutant Poe being used. I love it. It can be a pain in the butt, but in a coordinated environment like this, where you can tell your team that you're about to hit that. Severog just killed so easy. But in a coordinated environment, when you drop that Mutant Poe on somebody, you can let people know that you Mutant Poe them. They know to aim down. Like that, it shrinks their hitbox quite a bit. But in a coordinated environment like this, you can let people know that it's going to happen.
Absolutely, and they've taken 2 towers now. DDP has 16-0 and 2 towers, as well as 1 Prime Spirit and 1 Prime Underling. Definitely benefiting from the lead that they've generated for themselves. They are not just taking an inch every time they can. They take the mile every single time, Mangoose.
The only exception was they didn't drop that the mini prime, which I'm still not sure about that. I think
this
they're just taking
Chimera.
Oh, that poor Chimera.
Level 5, still unable. They are just denying him from being a part of this game. Chimera has no real way to get back into it. Every time he goes somewhere, they show up on top of him. Unfortunately, going to have a hard time, but it looks like the Prime Underling has respawned, so we may see Team DDP working on that Prime Underling.
Well, let's see if they use it this time. If they use it this time, they could definitely get an inhib out of it. TPM's only got the 1 tower up, and that's in their solo lane.
And sure enough, there it goes. Rampage is the one carrying that Prime Underling now. Grux in the mid lane, not present for that Prime Underling, but able to push the lane out just slightly. We see in the dual lane's trying to push back outside of their tower that's been destroyed. In the off lane, Wraith is just getting absolutely destroyed. 3 members of the enemy team, a Prime Underling spawn as well. They want this 3rd tower taking out everything. Prime Underling dashes in a very strange direction there. I'm not quite sure what happened, but they will take the Wraith and they will take the offlane tower.
And poor Wraith had nowhere to go right there. They're at the level where they have enough health, they can tank so many tower shots, and they can trade those tower shots. There's nothing you can do to get away from them at this point.
Absolutely. This Chimera, this is his opportunity to get level 6. The Prime Underling does take a lot of damage, but gets 2 pips off of that tower. Chimera needs to be pushing these minion waves the best he can. He needs to get that level 6. He's still very low. In the dual lane, we see a fight breaking out. We've got Grux ganking. He does a double pull. Beautiful ultimate. Twin Blast goes straight down, and now the steal will follow.
Every one of these hits is hurting so bad. Nice pickup from the Murdoch. Oh, this is brutal to watch right now. This is brutal to watch. There's just nothing they can do. This mid lane Sevarog just cracks me up.
Oh,
Chimera!
Did he steal the red buff?
He steals the blue buff.
Oh, the blue buff. He did, yes. He stole the blue buff, and Chimera goes down.
Oh, talking about blue balls right there. Chimera's got him right now.
Now, honestly, Chimera needs to get into one of these lanes. He just needs to get to that level 6 so he has some kind of defense for himself. Right now, Chimera is sitting at level 5, has not a lot of health regen, no real attack speed. He only can go in. He needs that stun in order to suppress the enemy team, potentially save himself, or give himself time for the team to show up and provide support.
As we said, there's going to be a wide range of skills in these games. I imagine they're going to get much better as we go along, and some of the other teams get eliminated here. Sevarog picking up another kill like it ain't nothing.
Sevarog level 13 to the steals level 8.
I don't think Sevarog really cares about this tower right now.
We are 17 minutes in. Chimera going to take a lot of damage once again and go down to this Grux. Grux and the Sevarog are working together. Bellica very low. Rampage Rock coming in through there. 4 members now fighting this team. Towers don't mean too much here. Wraith, the only member alive, caged in by the Decker wall and pulled by the Grux. That will be a full team ace for Team DDP.
Come on, Decker. Did you have to cage him? Did you have to cage him?
We see these inhibitors being pushed on all 3 sides. Mid inhibitor will likely go down on the final pip of the tower. The left inhibitor now a little bit below half. Percy's trying to make something happen, but is pushed up a little too far. The whole enemy team is in your base. Twin Blast, gotta be a little more careful with that. This left inhib will fall. That is 2 inhibs.
As soon as they set foot outside of their core, they're dead. Oh my God.
Bellica.
Don't take that jump pad. Don't take that jump pad. Oh, man. Oh, she just fed herself to them.
Absolutely. We could see the end of the game right here. Steel with a good ultimate onto the Murdoch, but taking a lot of damage then thereafter. Soul Reaper taking a lot of damage on Sevarog. Sevarog will go down. We see the trade, though, on Chimera. Chimera was able to use that ult effectively finally, but Wraith now taking a lot of damage from Murdoch. Decker, Murdoch ultimate comes out of there, takes out the Wraith. Decker very low, takes damage from the core and will go down. 3 members of Team TPM to 2 kills for Team DDP.
This is a victory for TPM getting 2 kills.
Absolutely.
I mean, we saw some shutouts in the EU tourneys yesterday, so at least they got 2 kills. At least they didn't get shut out. I think it's a foregone conclusion who's going to win this game, but at least they didn't get shut out.
Absolutely. That easily could have been the end of the game right there, Mangoose. So they did bring it back a little bit there. Now they just have to play the smartest game to bring it back. They have to be on objectives. They have to be getting these kills. They have to be taking good picks where they come. But Team DDP has been traveling as a 5-man since that first Spirit comes out, and they are doing a lot of work with the pressure they've put on the map.
And I talked about this a lot yesterday, but taking an inhibitor shot is a vastly different experience from taking a core shot. That core hurts, and it hurts bad. So trying to set the way they sat in there and tanked that core, they kind of gave away those kills just a little bit.
Ooh, the Wraith getting caught out by this Grux, taking a lot of damage. Then the stun from the Decker and the follow-up from the Rampage. FTM Jedi will go down on Wraith.
Out of there.
Chimera desperately trying to survive this game still. This last inhibitor, only a pip and a half left on its health bar while they're getting pushed in from all other sides. We will see a prime taken here. They are working on it. This could be this will take out that last inhibitor for Team TPM and will do a lot of damage to the core as well.
20% this first prime, 20%. It's also going to do damage to all the heroes too. So let's hope they're healthy right now. They are.
There we
We're
go.
less healthy now.
Grux picks up that third inhibitor. Now all lanes are open. They are going to struggle holding this against Team DDP. There's going to be a lot of damage that needs to be put out. The coordination needs to be on the minions. Take out the minions. The core gains more armor and will do a lot of damage directly to the enemy heroes. We're going to see a lot going on. Perfect. They're clearing the minions, but the mid lane is pushing up. Grux has now arrived with a jumping pull, but misses it actually on the Twin Blast. Twin Blast still taking a lot of damage. Twin Blast will go down. We see this Chimera also going down. There was a jump behind from the Wraith trying to do something from behind, but will not go anywhere. Wraith goes down. We see Steel going down. Last person is Bellica. Mutant Pode will go down as well. That is a full team ace and the end of the game for Team DDP.
Put them out of their misery. Neems XO, what you're watching is a massacre. Whew, that was something. That was something that happened.
Absolutely. We look at this
Let's take a
battle
look at
record,
this
Mangoose. And I mean, Murdoch 13-0. We see Rampage at 9-0. Grux at 5-0 with 16 assists. They did an absolutely incredible job of creating a lead early on and pushing it as far as they possibly could go. We see this Chimera 110. The Chimera just got absolutely destroyed. Every moment of the game, they were entering his jungle, killing him or taking his camps, and one way or another, he struggled. When you look at the gold disparity as well from the teams, you see most of the members of TPM between 5,000 and 7,000 gold, but on Team DDP, basically everyone is at 10,000 plus aside from the support decker. Absolutely wild and incredible gameplay from Team DDP there. It just is unfortunate for Team TPM.
Unfortunately, they had to face him so early. That's for sure. I'm really looking forward to see who DDP plays next.
And we look at these damage charts. I mean, you look at that Murdoch doing 25,000 damage in 21 minutes of this game. He did over 1,000 damage a minute throughout the course of the game, which is just absolutely wild considering the Decker was roaming around the map for the vast majority of the game. She was not in the lane. She helped him pick up a couple kills early and then said, okay, you're strong enough now. We're going to move on and take somewhere else and create pressure elsewhere on this map.
Right. And Blue Dynamite, yes, the EU tournament did have even bigger blowouts actually than what you just saw. And note, the only thing that's not allowed in the tournament is the use of Xena. Everything else is allowed.
Absolutely.
So if they want to stack 3 smites, they can do it.
We did see a very similar behavior out of the first tournament, the CBT2 tournament that we cast Mangoose, that the team would actually sell their starting items once objectives came up and use them to very quickly burst down these bigger objectives on the map.
Yeah, I mean, it was a lot more effective in that closed beta test than it was here in this final beta test, but it's still very effective. One thing that is carried forward for Overprime is that neutral objectives are key to winning games. And that mini Melvin being able to drop it on a tower and charge through a tower really quick, very strong. The stacking buffs that you get from the Prime Spirit, very strong. The objectives in this game, they win games. They win games.
Yep, absolutely, Mangoose. They controlled every objective on that map. They got the Prime Spirit early on. They got the Prime Underling both times. They also picked up that first Prime Guardian when it spawned.
They just made TPM's jungle their jungle.
All right, guys. Well, it looks like while we're waiting for our next match to get started, we're going to take a look at one of the other casters for this tournament. He is casting in Russian, so we won't be able to understand him, but we're going to pull that across real quick here. Give me just a moment. So up until the semifinals, everybody, it's best of ones. So the team that wins just wins that match and moves on to the next part of the bracket. But then when you hit semifinals and the finals, they are best of 3s. So the first team to win 2 games wins those matches.
I'm glad I thought ahead of time. I have several bottles of water ready for myself this time.
All right, we're pulling up that stream. There is an ad running, and I will hang on a moment. We'll let this run, and then we'll get into watching that stream of the other game that's going on right now. I mean, that 91% Mangoose we saw early on with the poll that we ran at the very beginning. Absolutely incredible guess from people that they saw the team, they saw the draft, they said 91%. It's got to be DDP. I don't think anyone expected that level of control in this game, though.
Right, 100%. Chad is asking if when we do get to the finals, we could put a 0 and a 1 under the team's name so we know where they are in the standings.
Absolutely. All right, let's see here. Looks like there's actually not a game running on this other stream. So we will hang out and watch this a little bit. What we're going to do, guys, we're going to send you over to the brackets for a few minutes here while we get this next game set up, and we'll bring you back very soon.
Updating these brackets alive.
Absolutely incredible gameplay. Oh, and the Scud Laser again. Shade going down very quickly now. Gideon does have a beautiful open and will take the kill. Oh, and they're going to get the IRA. Woo. Cosmos goes down. Oh my goodness, Shade goes down. Bora goes down. That is 4 members. This could be the end of the game. 11 minutes in, Mangoose. Welcome back, everyone. We're back. We're getting another game set up here very shortly. Excited to get this one started. All right. The teams are
For
working on their
the
draft right now. The game is getting created, and it will be Team Epiphany versus Team DBLR.
Isn't that Dribblers or is it DBLR?
I believe it is Dribblers.
Right on. So Epiphany versus Dribblers. I'm not sure who's on these teams. Let me look through. So Epiphany, we got Tessal, I'm Saris, JRTB3, Warnosity, Who's Kraken, and God Neo. And Dribblers is Bakaru, B-Dog7, Hollow Knight, Coben, and Michael Western 1. I'm interested to see if we're going to see as cool of a mid lane pick as Sevarog throughout the rest of this tournament if it doesn't come from DDP.
Absolutely. I mean, that was a really good. They had Rampage landing really distant rocks, right? They had
one he landed from mid lane. Oh, that was so good on the Bellica under a tower. That was so nice.
Absolutely. And then the Decker also roaming around was a very strong pick. So I'm very curious to see how they're going to continue this. It looks like we're going to give Team Dribblers a couple minutes to rest and kind of coordinate, since they did just finish their first game, but that game will get started very shortly here.
Right on. Definitely want to see some more good Rampage gameplay. We saw Rampage picked up quite a bit during the EU tournament as well. I think Rampage was probably only really second to Grux. Wasn't extremely effective in the EU tournaments, but he was definitely effective in that game.
Absolutely. I mean, he just landed those rocks, rock after rock after rock, held his own in that off lane against the Wraith, and then did really well to help assist his team as they went through afterwards.
The Viking Jedi is in chat. Jedi, what did you think of those Rampage rocks?
Having to play against them.
Oh, poor Jedi. So Epiphany versus Dribblers. And once again, we saw that Gadget banned out from the very beginning. Makes you wonder why they haven't done anything about Gadget yet. I guess it's a little too late in the final beta test to do anything about Gadget, but I guarantee we're going to see some changes to the Gadget before they do their early access.
Absolutely. We have to see some changes. I would hope. We're gonna get into this match real quick. They just created that lobby. All right. And we are in. Welcome back, everybody. The game has begun. They're still taking a couple minutes to get ready before that draft begins, but we should be seeing more from them very shortly.
I'm just seeing okay, there we go. There we go.
Yeah, that poor Chimera getting absolutely bullied throughout the entire course of that first match we just watched, Mangoose. Level 5 at 17 minutes, and not for lack of trying either. Every time he walked into his jungle, he just got pushed back out either by dying or by taking damage.
That's one thing I didn't see a lot in the EU tournament was straight up jungle invades like that. They seem pretty common in the game. I'm kind of surprised we didn't see that happen more often. But in the EU tournament, we did cast more of the later matches with some more experienced teams, and it seemed that all their ward games were on points. They were warded right out the gate to know exactly if exactly that was about to happen to them.
Absolutely. We saw Team DDP push in very early those 4 members and double ward that red side jungle for Team TPM and just keep that control going through the rest of the game.
Now, I wonder if this tournament is going to affect people's strategies going forward, even though there's not much time left in the final beta test. If we're going to see people starting to stack those smites, because I mean, we certainly saw that from the last beta test. We even did it ourselves in our games, is stacking smite and taking a very early prime.
Yep, absolutely. I mean, when you get to that point in the game when they were sitting at level 12 and 13 and 14, that smite is doing anywhere between 750 and 1,000 damage each. So if they build that up, that's an early 2,000 to 3,000 health off of that prime very instantly, as well as it can be used to secure if the enemy team does show up.
And correct me if I'm wrong, because you're the jungler of the two of us. When you level up Smite, you can use that on heroes later on in the game, right?
Correct. When you upgrade to the tier 2 smite, you actually will steal movement speed by using it on enemy heroes. The downside to that is that the smite stats are really terrible in the majority of cases for spending 1,000 gold. So just being able to gain that ability to smite enemy heroes for 1,000 gold, and you're getting magical power if you're not a magical power character, it's a little weird, but it is something you can do to upgrade for that smite on enemy heroes as well. It does not
Maybe
do
a
very
little
much
better
damage.
for a Countess jungle or a Shimby jungle or something like that than for maybe a Grux jungle.
Yeah, absolutely.
Now, when you say steal movement speed, do you mean it takes movement speed away from them and gives it to you?
Correct.
To slow them down and speed you up?
Correct, sir.
Okay, that's pretty awesome. We'll let these teams get set up, and then we'll take a look at their pick bans. The pick bans do happen off screen. This is, a community-driven tournament. This isn't anything professional. This is fairly grassroots. So we just have to use the custom matches to do these. Therefore, we can't really do a pick ban phase like you would normally see in some sort of esports tournament.
Yep, absolutely. It is really cool though to see these teams go through all this. Team Dribblers looks like they're joining in. They're getting ready to go after they've taken their break. They won their first game. Hopefully they can continue through and just clean sweep the rest of this. This will be a best of one once again, and this is their second game of the day.
Man, they've got a long day ahead of them if they're going to be the wieners.
Absolutely have to go through the random play-in that they had to do, as well as win all the games then thereafter. And it could be, Mangoose, what do you think is the benefit? Do you think it's better to be warmed up and have a win under your belt, or to be Team Epiphany coming in? This is their first game of the day, so they're fresh. They haven't had that stress already. Where do you think the benefits come from?
I think it would be better to be warmed up, personally. I'm sure these guys have all been warming up in the game before this tournament even started, but warming up in a regular game and then warming up under the pressure of knowing that you're in a tournament and you need to perform to your best is a totally different story. And I would prefer to be dribblers and have that warm up match before I head into another one.
Yeah, I would completely agree with you that being able to have that warm up in a 5v5 environment is really, really valuable, and something that you can't really get in the quick battles right now unless you were scrimming before this tournament. It's going to be a hard thing to get prepared for going in. But it looks like we're starting with the bans. The bans are coming through. Team 1 and 2 are banning their first person. Let us see where they come from here in this pick ban phase.
Is it going to be Gadget or Gadget?
Yep, sure enough, Mangoose, first ban comes through, and it is indeed Gadget. Gadget has been banned out from Team Dribblers.
So far, amongst EU and NA, she is a 100% ban.
So we've got on the bans list, we've got Murdoch and Gadget are the first two bans.
Very nice.
Now we're gonna go ahead.
I like to see that Murdoch ban.
Murdoch and Gadget off the table here. I agree. This is one of the first ADC bans, Mangoose, that we've seen that hasn't been just a direct answer in the best of threes that we watched yesterday. They're going through their pick phase right now before they get a couple more bans in. We'll see those in just a moment.
It's going to be interesting going forward with these tournaments as Overprime progresses and becomes even bigger. And as GTG holds more tournaments, we're going to see people start shining on different heroes, and we're going to see targeted bans coming out. We may see targeted bans today. We've seen a lot of these people have been playing competitive quite a bit, and people know what they like to play, and we may see Gadget get through because of targeted bans.
Absolutely. And when you're the teams that control the pick bans, right? If you're on the first pick, maybe you try and let Gadget go through. Maybe you don't first ban Gadget. I mean, we kind of saw that here with Team Epiphany had the first ban. They actually banned Murdoch first and then required Team Dribblers to pick the Gadget or to ban the Gadget out. So it's one of those things of you either force them to ban Gadget or you pick her in the right situations, which we've seen in competitive as well, Mangoose.
It kind of puts you in the hot seat there. It kind of gives you a little more control when you don't have to first ban Gadget.
Absolutely. All right, second set of bans are coming through. We're going to see the teams Epiphany and Dribblers have their bans set up. Let's see where we're going with these bans, Mangoose. I fully expect we're probably going to see maybe another carry ban, or we might see even a support ban in Narbash once again.
Okay, so Epiphany's going to be in blue, I believe. So Dribblers will be red.
And Howitzer ban coming through from Team
Another
Dribblers.
Howitzer ban. That's the second time we've seen Howitzer banned so far. I can't say that I'm a fan of the Howitzer ban again because I just want to see some good Howitzer gameplay. It's always fun to watch.
And the second set of bans has come through. It will be Wraith and Howitzer banned by these teams. So we've seen the Murdoch ban, we've seen the Wraith ban. That does leave Twin Blast up for one of these teams to pick, Mangoose, as well as Revenant and Sparrow for some kind of potential off-lane play as well.
So it's highly unlikely that we're going to see an off-lane ADC this time, I guess. And the off-lane ADC very prevalent in normal Overprime gameplay.
Absolutely. Once again, guys, Xena is not available for pick throughout this tournament. She has been banned because she is so new and because of her game-breaking bugs that she still has in her kit. But as well, Mangoose, again, we see another phase opportunity for these teams. Phase not being banned out despite being very, very strong. And there's a lot of opportunity for phase to get played. Wraith is banned out. Murdoch is banned out. That leaves Twin Blast as one of the strongest carries left. Revenant and Sparrow then left for the anything else they want to play. But we don't see a Narbash ban. Narbash can come on through. Decker, we saw great Decker gameplay from last game of those stuns being really, really impactful for her team, as well as her roaming capability. So there's a lot of opportunity.
Absolutely everywhere.
Yeah, there's a lot of opportunity for these teams to go through and really express their skill in this pick ban phase right now.
I am very surprised that we haven't seen a phase ban. We didn't see too many phases banned out or used in the EA tournament. I'm kind of wondering if people just assumed that she would be banned, so they just didn't practice with her or something.
Yeah, absolutely. There is definitely an opportunity for the teams that are practicing these 5 stacks. They think, okay, you know what? Gadget's going to be banned every game. Let's not put a lot of time on Gadget. Let's put it onto Howitzer. Or let's put it onto a Bellica. Let's put it on someone that we think we have a reasonable opportunity to grab. And you're right, maybe FaZe is one of those people that everyone thought was just going to be pushed out throughout the entire course of this tournament.
We got a question in the chat. What game-breaking bugs does Xena have? The game-breaking bug is that if you ult to, say, a Countess, the shadow slipping, or any kind of ability like that, if you ulted them during that ability, Xena just drops through the map.
Which I would say is a little strong. I think that's a really good ability, but not for her team, for the enemy team, for sure.
Yeah. Would be nice to just completely remove a hero from enemy team by shadow slipping.
I would definitely be like, oh, they picked Xena. All right, we're playing Kalari and Countess, guys. Let's go. We're going to pick this out. Game-breaking bug happening every time.
Eventually, it will happen. If you had the skill to shadow slip, know that she was about to ult and then shadow slip. Oh, that would take some skill right there. I mean, Countess usually when she shadow slips, somebody gets deleted off the map, but not in that aspect. Not with them falling through.
Absolutely, Mangoose. All right, looks
Countess
like
another hero I haven't seen played in these tournaments at all.
Yeah, I mean, we talked about this a little bit ourselves, Mangoose, but Countess really struggles in some of these melee matchups and the ranged matchups. I apologize. And ranged matchups is basically all this game has been with the ADCs and the mid laners and all that kind of stuff. Countess is really struggling at the moment to put a presence out into this game.
About the only time you ever see her is as a jungler, which kind of it can work, but it's hard to take these. We've mentioned that the neutral objectives are key for Overprime, and it's a little harder for Countess, I think, to tank one of these neutral objectives for their team than it is for like a Grux or a Kwang or a Rampage.
Absolutely. Looks like these teams are getting ready. We may see the picks come through very shortly here, Mangoose. And I will let you guys know, chat, I'm reading this pick ban chat. There are some spicy picks coming through this time around. So everybody get ready to go. Let's see this chat going. I want to see what you guys think is coming from these teams.
I wonder what kind of spicy picks there are. Oh, I want to know. Is there a Shimby? Please tell me there's a Shimby.
You have to wait and see, Mangoose. We're almost there. We're ready to go. Waiting on one team member to ready up in Michael Weston, and we'll get these going.
Come on, Michael Weston.
Something actually interesting, Mangoose, when you look at these teams real quick, the level differences 6, 6, 3, 7, 5 to 16, 14, 12, 11, and 13.
I didn't notice. I did not notice that.
That could be playing a detrimental thing. Team Dribblers definitely has the level advantage in terms of their account progression, which could be important, could mean absolutely nothing. That's just the confidence of Team Epiphany.
We know from Fault that account level does not necessarily equal skill.
Absolutely, and here we go. Picks are coming through, chat. I'm going to start the poll of who do you think is going to win, Team Epiphany or Team Dribblers. Let's get this going. And of course, we see the Twin Blast and the Grux coming through. Not banned. They must be in there. And there's your girl, Mangoose. Shinbi making an appearance on the tournament
making
stage.
It through. Revenant making it through. Steel. We got a Sevarog. We've seen Sevarog heavily prioritized throughout these tournament games.
Absolutely. I mean, the phase pick, a Kalari. This is the first game we've seen Kalari played throughout the tournaments that we've run so far, Mangoose. This is very, very exciting.
I think this is the first phase. This is the first Shimby. This is the first Kalari. Oh, this is going to be good. This is going to be good.
All right, guys, there is a poll up for which team you think is going to win based on their draft. Definitely vote here. Let's see what you guys think based on these drafts. We got a Shinbi, we got a FaZe, we got a Kalari in here. Let's go through and see what's going on.
In the name of the hero, seize victory.
Oh, looks like we may have a reset coming through from these teams, everyone. Yep, we are getting all the disconnects coming across. There may have been an issue on these picks, so we're going to exit out of this lobby and we'll get right back into it momentarily.
Somebody didn't pick in time. They got stuck with something random. That happened to me. I ended up on Muriel, and it turns out I really freaking like Muriel. You haven't seen a good Shimby in the open beta yet, really. I've been quite successful with her, but she is heavily dependent on what items you build.
Absolutely. And there was a FaZe in the tournament yesterday, but FaZe did not put out much for her team. So we're going to have to see where this FaZe comes from, how she does, if she support mid lane, what's going to happen there as we get back into this game and the game gets recreated here. All right. Sorry, chat. Can't let you guys see the passwords going into these games. But we're back in the menus here. We're going to move over to Spectator. They're going to do some repicks, and we'll be back in the game very shortly.
And if you want to know what the password is, it is Reese's Pieces. The password is Reese's Pieces.
Absolutely. If you enter Mangoose Sucks into the chat, we'll give you 5% off your next order. Absolutely here. They're going to move everybody around, getting everybody set into positions here. And this gives me an opportunity to talk about what I mentioned just as we were going into that last game, Mangoose. The level discrepancies between these teams. I did see someone in chat saying that they're on Smurf accounts for this tournament, which I think is hilarious. But 6, 6, 7, 5, and 3 to 13, 12, 14, 11, and 16.
Look at all the Mangoose socks coming into chat.
Perfect. Thank you guys. 5% off your next order of I don't know what, but you'll get 5% off for sure.
Whatever you order next.
All right, everyone, we're back into the pick select, and Dribblers was the team favored to win coming out of that draft. We might have to rerun that poll, but we'll see what everyone picks. Just double checking here. Team Epiphany is in the blue. Team Dribblers is on the red-orange side.
So that's correct. You get an added 50% to your cost.
All right, let's see if there was a mishap in the picks or what's going on there.
Oh,
Aurora.
okay, Aurora. So it's supposed to be Aurora instead of the Kalari. So we're not going to see a Kalari.
That's very, very interesting. That means it's going to be an Aurora offlane, Rampage in the jungle, Steel support for Revenant, and FaZe in the mid lane most likely. And we're going to see, we can see what the role selection is on Team Epiphany. It is Shinbi mid, Sevarog offlane, Narbash support, Grux jungle, and Twin Blast carry. This will be a very interesting game. They could be potentially using that Aurora wall to be making some very, very good plays for this.
I'm interested to see this FaZe Shinbi matchup because FaZe wants to keep that link on as long as possible. Shinbi does not want that link on her, so she'll be dashing away from it. But is that going to just waste all of Shinbi's mana trying to dash away from getting linked by the FaZe? Oh, it looks like Rampage missed the jump pad.
Incredible early plays being made here.
It looks like everybody's bunching up and going in. Are they just going to protect themselves while they're warding? No, it looks like they're going to meet in the middle. The ward goes down, and they do see that Dribblers is kind of grouped up in that mid lane, but they are going to walk away. And Epiphany is now grouped up. They're waiting for that invade, but that invade is not going to happen. You love to see those wards going down.
Absolutely. I mean, they cleared out that ward, so that was actually a waste on Team Epiphany's side. The ward not being able to stay up for long enough and go through here.
Was it a waste though? Because they caught Team Dribblers coming into their jungler, and they're reacting appropriately, even though Dribblers kind of backed off there.
Yeah, so the Rampage taking this red buff, starting out on this side, we saw the whole team of Team Epiphany helping with that red buff as well, trying to take this out. Everybody had into their lanes. Could be very interesting. Shinbi doing very early pushing onto these minions, but FaZe is able to show up. I am very curious about this mid lane fight. We could see the FaZe beam coming out there. A root does go off already on the Shinbi. Rampage coming in for a level 2 gank. Walks right up and misses the rock, unfortunately.
Oh, no.
That was just
blink out of that one
awful
and get away. If that rock would have landed, Shinbi would have been done for.
Team Dribblers just unfortunately just did not play that very well. Missed the Rampage rock at point blank range, and very curious to see if there's a repeat gank to make up for that in the future. But in the off lane, actually, we're seeing a fight break out. Aurora versus Sevarog. Aurora already level 2, Sevarog still level 1, taking a lot of damage from Aurora, while she takes very, very little from him.
Aurora putting the heels to him.
Absolutely, she's got to use that ice, freeze out the death, you know? Ooh, a good right click from Aurora there as well. Doing very, very well for herself. Over back in the dual lane. Still kind of a middle point of the lane here with Rampage coming in. Let's see if Rampage can land a close range rock. He doesn't land at the close range. He gets the long range. Absolutely perfect. He had to make up for himself a little bit there.
Up and, so they weren't able to take advantage of that Rampage rock, but this is going to put them on their toes. They know that Rampage is lurking and that he can hit a rock.
FaZe coming around from behind. They trying to get a cheeky engage here. A blind goes out onto the Twin Blast. She will root him, and then I assume the pull's going to come out very shortly. Bam! Pull goes down. He gets slowed. Will be one hit. Will go down to Revenant. First blood for Team Dribblers.
I'm wondering if he didn't use his blink or if it was already on cooldown. But that was a very nice rotation from FaZe. That's why FaZe is so freaking dangerous in the mid lane, is that freaking link. It's like a Richter pull, except it's an auto lock on and it deals a bunch of damage.
Yeah, she was able to land the root from her beam, the blind from her Q, and the right click as well for a lot of damage. A lot of it going out there very, very easily for her. In the off lane, duels still going out between the Sevarog and the Aurora. Aurora a little bit less health now than the Sevarog was. Trying to get some minions in here. Sevarog farming up as best he possibly can. But back in the mid lane, fights breaking out. FaZe versus Shinbi. Shinbi's going very low. FaZe going in there. Luke, or the root goes out.
Got the link.
Ooh, ooh. Absolutely
yeah, I think
incredible.
she pulled a little too soon there. Pulled a little too soon. Almost did not secure that kill. But the minions helped her finish it off.
Absolutely. We see a Grux coming in now from the jungle of Team Epiphany, while Dribbler's FaZe is still pushed forward a little bit, gets stuck on the minions for his dash, does not take out the FaZe.
That is so frustrating that he bricked into that minion.
Right, we could be seeing something here. Grux trying to check the enemy jungle, but will not enter it. We see this mid lane, or this dual lane still in the midpoint, not really pushing one way or another, but that Twin Blast kill early on is definitely going to give Team Dribblers an advantage in this duo lane.
And the Alsum said it best. Shinbi feels like such a bad pick into FaZe. She kind of is. It hurts to play Shinbi into FaZe, especially Shinbi.
Back in the mid lane, another fight potentially breaking out here. We saw them, but very close together on that mini map. FaZe just trying to keep the lane a little bit on her side, keep some advantage on these blinks. Oh, blind coming out. Lots of the root coming through. Ooh, this is a very dangerous spot for FaZe to be. Ooh,
dual lane action as well. If we can. Nope. They disengaged.
FaZe did a lot of damage to the Shinbi there. Landed basically every ability in her kit for that. But we're going to actually go back over to the Prime Spirit. Prime Spirit is being taken by Team Dribblers, fighting it out right now. This is a full 3v3 fight right now. Both junglers as well as the carry lanes getting through there. Grux misses his pull. Obliterate goes out onto Grux, but they have to back out. Rampage is getting out of there. Narbash now fighting the Revenant, trying to keep him stunned. We've got now a rotation from the Shinbi as well from the mid lane. Shinbi throwing out her wolves. Revenant has to blink out. This is a 4v2 in the dual lane. Dual lane very, very low. No kills going out for either team.
Now, does Epiphany rotate over and kick that deer? I don't think they do. I think it would be a good call right now with the duo lane having to back out, but it looks like that they're going to leave it alone, and that Prime Spirit is going to stay alive for now.
Looks like we're getting a rotation from the Shin. Oh, nope. FaZe is going back to the lane. Let's check on this off lane while we're here. FaZe, or Aurora, just using a potion to stay in the lane a bit longer, does take 2 tower shots to the face, but Sevarog very low on mana. It cannot stay in this lane much longer before he can use his siphon to keep stacking up.
Is the offlane Roadhog still up, or has anybody taken that green?
It is down at the moment, so somebody has picked it up fairly recently. Mangoose, they are on a 60-second cooldown, however, so it is a very short cooldown for these side lane buffs to go down on. Aurora will be backing. Let's head over to the mid lane.
Should be trying desperately to get her wolves to connect through the minions and then onto FaZe. Actually, she looks like she's just throwing them into the minions right now. Doing whatever she can to stay in this game. Once, I mean, she does have her ultimate now. She might be able to combat this FaZe a little bit, but it's going to be difficult when she's blind. And she is linked now. The link immediately followed by the root, but Shinbi is able to break the link by dashing away. But again, it just puts her in a neutral position. It's never. Shinbi can never be in a good position against FaZe, really.
Absolutely. Rampage coming in with a rocket to this mid lane, trying to stun. The Shinbi does land the long range stun. A root will go out from the FaZe on her beam, but nothing further. Grux coming in for a counter gank. FaZe linked to the Grux. Grux gets pulled, misses his pull as well, taking a lot of damage from these teams. Level 6 on both the Rampage and the Grux. Grux will go down. Rampage getting out of there. Steel in for supporting as well.
Yeah, I don't think really Steel needed to show up there. I think they had it under control, but it's always good for your team to rotate and give you an assist.
Absolutely. That counter gank from the Grux actually proved to be detrimental. The Shinbi was already out of the lane, out of danger, all the way under her tower, and Grux comes in trying to 1v2, pull Shinbi back into that fight, and unfortunately goes down for it. We see a lot coming out here. 5 members of Team Dribblers over for this Prime Spirit. Lots of damage going out on Narbash. Narbash to go down without any issues. Over in that dual lane, Aurora fighting it out for Twin Blast. Twin Blast having forced out of the lane. FaZe there to support as well. Fire Spirit will go over to Team Dribblers.
And we are 8 minutes in, so those portals are up, so Aurora was able to rotate very quickly. Now Shinbi's all by herself in the mid lane. She's going to go ahead and back out.
All right, while we're taking a look at this, let's take a look at some of these items on the team's Mangoose. Across the board, we're seeing a lot of minions being taken already in that first 8 minutes. 57 for FaZe, 64 for Aurora, 56 on that Revenant. And comparatively, the lanes, though, FaZe is 20 minions up on her lane opponent. Revenant, only 3 minions up. And the off lane in Aurora, about 20 minions up. She has done very well for herself to keep this game in her favor.
It looks like Revenant is having to back out at half health. That's probably a good thing too, because Grux was sharking around in the jungle looking for something, looking to make something happen. Now Shibby's only saving grace is going to be if she can get on top of the phase and get the circle rhythm going, get 6 of those wolf stacks, then maybe she can ult if she isn't blind.
Over in the offlane, fight breaking out between Aurora a little bit here and the Sevarog, trying to keep him off of the farm. She's been doing well so far. He's 20 farm down on her, so it's really hard to build those siphon stacks while he keeps getting pushed off the wave. When the wave hits under that tower, it's even harder for him to farm. He needs all those things. But in the dual lane, the fight may be breaking out. Revenant going around the side. Aurora actually able to teleport across, helping this dual lane. Rampage landing the rock on Narbash. Narbash going down to Revenant. Twin Blast trying to get out of there, but has to dash away. There is no portal for him to take. He knows he's dead. He accepts his fate and just goes, providing a little bit of the fighting back,
yeah,
but 4 members.
He almost played possum on him. He almost played possum. They almost left him alone because they thought he was just giving up. Wouldn't that be hilarious if that would have worked out? Notice when he dashed, he landed on top of the Roadhog pit.
We saw a fight breaking up
FaZe
between the
picking up
Shinbi and the
the
FaZe. FaZe very low. Shinbi does go down to FaZe, but Grux has to leave while Revenant is on his way to back up this team.
FaZe very low. She don't really care. She's going to stick around. And they are going to be taking this first mini prime, a huge objective to take. So Dribblers is just in complete command and control of this match. I think they kind of won the draft, and now they're winning the game.
The enemy tower is under attack.
Team Dribblers is showing the potential of this Aurora pick. By able to keep off the Sevarog in the offlane, needing farm, he has to stay there to defend the lane and get himself back in this game a little bit while they're taking that mini prime. And there's nothing they're able to do after killing the Twin Blast in the duo lane as well.
And Aurora seems to be building pretty tanky, which seems to be very common for what I've seen, is Auroras to build a fairly tanky Aurora build and then just try and be a very disruptive, almost support style hero in the late game.
Yeah, absolutely. A root coming out from the phase on Shinbi. Shinbi is just getting absolutely murdered by this phase every time that she walks up to get some farm. It's going to be very difficult. Grux going in on phase, trying to get something to happen, but a blind goes out, and Grux is immediately dissuaded from continuing any further after taking a quarter health damage from phase.
That blind hurts so bad, so bad. Especially if you can link somebody and then blind them while you're still next to them, they take double damage from that blind. The phase lance coming out, Shibby has to dash away as she keeps having to do. This poor Shibby, I feel bad for her. I love me some Shibby, but she is getting her shit pushed in.
Absolutely. Looks like we're going to see an invade coming out of here. A root comes out from the travel mode hit on to that Grux. Grux pulls in the phase. Probably not the best thing you want to be doing there. She gets the link out. She's able to root him down as well.
He's going to be able to get through this wall. It does not look like he got body blocked from exiting. Poor Grux. Oh, Sevarog, I don't think you want to go in there, buddy.
Sevarog, colossal blow, knocking everybody back, getting them out of there. Does not want this fight to continue.
Through that wall and pull them back through. They need to be very careful about that.
Absolutely. And that's fully what I expected from that Grux, but Grux couldn't even make it through the wall fast enough in order to be pulled back by the phase.
We haven't seen much out of Revenant and Steel for Dribblers, but they've just been over here farming up, having themselves a good time while the rest of the team just fights their butts off. And I imagine we're going to see this Revenant. I mean, this Revenant has 3 kills. We're going to see him starting to get stacked up and become very, very dangerous as this game goes on.
Absolutely. He is slightly down on the farm compared to his lane opponent, but that does not mean a lot right now. Aurora taking a lot of damage over in the off lane, fighting the Sevarog. FaZe linking to the Sevarog. Sevarog going to be pulled away. FaZe Lance coming out, and Sevarog will go down.
I do like his decision to dash away there, because he did not dash into the Aurora route, into the ice.
You see the prime? Prime Underling being spawned in the dual lane. Dual going in for a major fight. Steel ult coming out onto the Grux. Grux landing his ult. Shinbi coming in, taking the Steel out on his kill. We now see a 4v2 in this lane. Rampage able to take out the Grux, but going very, very low, this Rampage. Revenant fighting it out with Narbash. Narbash to go down to Revenant. Twin Blast and Shinbi pushing in, but no mana on either of those people. Revenant blinks to safety after getting his kill. A 2-2 trade in the duo lane.
I couldn't tell if Twin Blast used tailwinds or if he dashed up to get that kill.
Aurora has come back around, actually taking the Shinbi out, who was just backing in a bush on the enemy side of the map. They have no tower now to save them. Aurora ult comes out on the Twin Blast. Twin Blast getting stunned, will go down here. This trade just gets better and better. Shinbi needs to back in further back bushes. Getting absolutely dumpstered on by backing these weird backs in these early or very, very close bushes to where she knows the enemy team is pushing into.
I 100% expected just now for the Twin Blast to run towards the Shinbi and freeze her. That would have been... Luckily, they did separate. And now dribblers are going to go onto this Prime Spirit Guardian. They're going to get a red one. It's going to help them out.
We see Narbash coming in from the side, 2,000 health down on this Fire Spirit left, and Narbash is going to just stay hidden in those bushes. Revenant pushing through though, however. They know he's there. Stun coming out onto the Revenant, but Phase Lance.
Rooted by the Phase Lance, and he is going to go down.
He will go down. Revenant picking up another kill for himself. That puts Revenant at 6 kills and 1 assist. Great coordination coming out of these teams. Twin Blast chasing down the Revenant here. Twin Blast coming through on the travel mode Revenant. It does take him down. That is a good bounty for Twin Blast to be picking up. Twin Blast will take the portal to get to safety. Phase looking for him, but can't find him now.
Twin Blast let him know he don't care. He's still going to get some kills. He's still going to get some kills.
We see this fight potentially breaking out in the offlane. Aurora fighting the Sevarogs. Twin Blast just backing there. Could get some free damage out on Aurora, but decides to leave his Sevarog back in the dust. Sevarog now getting pushed under his tower. Aurora not able to do much more damage.
I'm a little surprised the Twin Blast didn't stick around to help Sevarog a little bit right there.
Shinbi desperately trying to push in this lane. Shinbi is now down 25 minions from her lane counterpart here, which is very difficult for them to push through and take on this game. Team Dribblers 13 kills to Team Epiphany's 3 kills. Mangoose, this could be where we were talking about earlier in that warm-up, that Team Dribblers was able to warm up and get ready for this game, but Narbash is getting caught out in a bush. Once again, picked off by the Phase. Grux going in a little too late, getting knocked up by the Steel. Phase Lance coming out, landing the root on the Grux. Revenant will pick up another kill on this Grux.
I think Dribblers is just flat out a little more skilled and a little more... they're working together really well. This team has definitely been playing together for a while.
Sevarog getting spotted coming out of a bush. Obliterate landing on the Sevarog will get knocked up, will get pulled back by the Phase. Once again, if Phase Lance goes out, Aurora gets a kill on Sevarog. Wrong place at the wrong time, Sevarog, unfortunately.
He got bounced around all over the place. Poor Sevarog. Poor Sevarog. Now they're just waiting for this mini Melvin to spawn. That'll be 2 before the prime actually spawns. So let's see what they can make happen with this.
Already below half health almost instantaneously on that spawn. No problems, no contest coming out of that team. They're able to push it down. Twin Blast, though, trying to push this tower down, knowing that the enemy team is on the other side of the map. He will probably get this dual lane tower. No, he's going to back out Aurora. Took the short portal to get him out of there. Twin Blast trying to take the long portal. Will take it out. Aurora unable to get a kill here. Narbash having to back out against his team. But in the mid lane, we see everybody pushing in. This mini prime may be coming out here. Coben is dropping the mini prime. Does not drop it directly on the tower, but however does take tower aggro. Will be dropping it in there. This is a 2v4 in the mid lane. Grux taking half health damage, getting picked off by the Phase, doing a lot of damage. Coben picks up the kill on the Grux. Sevarog now taking a lot of damage. Half health from the 4 members on the team. Does land a great subjugate on the Revenant, but it will not matter. Revenant will pick up another kill. Prime Underling now over on the inhib.
It looks like they will take this inhib. Rampage throws a rock in. The Phase pull in the blind in the Phase Lance. Oh my God, this Phase. This is why you don't let Phase through. We haven't seen, I'm so surprised we haven't seen her in this tournament yet. She is such an effective hero as a mage. Decent support, I think much better mage.
That is a full team ace on Team Epiphany's side. Team Dribblers just pushing for the end here. They're doing a lot of damage. Grux taking the jump pad over and away, trying to take out this Phase. Gets knocked up by the Steel though. Steel coming through, taking out the Grux, but they trade for Phase. The allied or the Epiphany core down to 3 pips of health left. Lots of damage still going out. This could be the end of the game. We're seeing right here Mangoose Coben taking a lot of damage. Coben goes down, but the core will go down. That is a win for Team Dribblers.
A sub 19-minute game. The Prime Orb didn't even spawn. I think that Grux kill on the phase at the very end was a bit of a spike kill. I think he was like, you know what? If we're going down, I'm going to kill this goddamn phase.
Absolutely. It definitely felt that way, Mangoose. He went out there knowing, you know what? I've gotten pulled by this phase so many times. I'm taking her with me before this game ends.
She blinds me every time I try and gank. She's pulling me. She's rooting me. You know what? I'm going to kill her. I'm going to kill her.
We saw at the end of that game that the Twin Blast is up on farm from his lane opponent, but pretty much everybody else is drastically behind. When we look at FaZe compared to Shinbi, that is 20 minions. When we look at Aurora compared to Sevarog, that is almost 30 minions difference between those two teams. Absolutely destroyed them in the farm game, destroyed them in the objective game, and destroyed the core in 18 minutes.
That's I think the fastest game we've seen yet. I don't think we've seen anything. I don't think I saw anything faster in EU.
Yep, sub 20 minutes, I
quick.
believe, is the fastest that we've seen thus far in this tournament. FaZe out damaging even her Fed Revenant. 16,000 damage almost coming out of this phase from the 15,300 coming out of Revenant in this game.
Yeah, don't worry, guys. The games will get better as we go along. The first two were a bit of a blowout, but I think as we get more skilled matchups, we're going to have some better games.
Absolutely, Mangoose. We're going to throw everyone back to the bracket so they can see some leaderboard updates, and then we'll be back in just a few minutes. My goodness. While we were away, we were informed of a lot of the changes that were happening with that draft screen, which we'll explain in just a moment. Our next games, though, will be Team DDP versus Team Dribblers. So they are getting that game set up and good to go. All right. So looking at the leaderboard or the brackets, everybody, you did see that Team Radis Maximus is disqualified, which is putting another team up to semifinals, into the finals actually already. So we actually talked to the Get Through Gaming team about what happened here. They explained it all to us. We'll break it all down for you right now. This Team Cope versus Team Radis Maximus was actually abusing a known issue in the game, which is abusing the starter gem swapping, that you can get multiple blinks or dashes out of those starter gems when you're swapping them back and forth. Team Cope was found to be doing this in their game and was disqualified against Team Radis Maximus. Team Radis Maximus was now put into the semifinals with Mitch Moment, and Radis Maximus actually stepped down and is not going to play the semifinals match against Mitch Moment, thus putting Mitch Moment directly into the finals without a semifinals match to go. Mangoose, how do you feel about this whole situation?
Well, I think it should be said also, whatever team this Blood person was on, Blood was disqualified for sending antagonistic messages to the team captain of Radis Maximus. Even though he had been warned several times not to do so, he was being very toxic to other teams. Therefore, that team was disqualified. Radis Maximus disqualified themselves because they decided they'd had enough of that shit and just went ahead and just stepped out of the tournament, which is why Mitch Moment is now going to be in the finals.
Absolutely wild set, Mangoose, in here. Just
what the hell?
Woof.
Did not have any of this craziness going on in the EU tournament, that's for sure.
That is
Doesn't
for sure.
look good for us NA people. That's for. Ugh. And I don't think we need all these messages deleted by the moderator.
Toxic and NA name a more iconic duo. I mean, NA is known for being a little more toxic than the rest of the world, that's for sure. But we are into picks and bans for this game. Once again, it is Team DDP versus Team Dribblers. Both games that we've already watched today on this stream. We're really excited to get into them, and picks and bans are going through. Mangoose, now that we've watched
DDP on red.
Now that we've watched a game from both of these teams, what are you feeling about, what are you expecting to come from this? We saw DDP absolutely dominate their first game against TPM, but we did see a very measured, calculated game coming out of Dribblers as well.
I think this is going to be an excellent matchup, far better than what we've seen so far. I think this is going to be two teams that really know what they're doing. I want to see if DDP comes out with that mid lane Sevarog again. That's good. That was a very interesting pick from them.
Yeah, absolutely. That was honestly a very strong pick for them as well. They were able to keep that mid lane bullied in against the Bellica that was in the mid, and then be able to move forward in that game, having an extra tank for their team. Radis Maximus was DQ'd because they actually stepped down. They disqualified themselves. With everything that was going on, they did not feel that they wanted to compete in the tournament any further with all of the drama that ensued around them receiving messages, toxic messages from other teams, as well as the cheating that happened during their game with switching the starter items back and forth.
Unfortunate, because that was a very good team. I think they came in second for most of these fault tournaments. That was the same team that came in second for a lot of the fault tournaments, so I'm sure they would have performed well in this Overprime tournament.
Guys in chat, I would say let's not speculate on what's going on with the tournament and what the DQs were. We've given you the information that we've been given from the organizers themselves. Let us keep it at that. Let's keep everything in the chat civil. Thank you very much.
And let's focus up on Dribblers versus DDP.
Looking like we've got our first bans coming through, and we're going to see what's going on here. The first ban is a Murdoch ban as well. And then we're going to see, Looks
Second
like,
time
or
we're
sorry,
actually
Twin
banned
Blast and Murdoch, I believe, are these two bands that are coming out in the initial
Ooh.
bands here, and that's great to see, Mangoose. We didn't see that at all in the EU tournament, and not at all so far from the uh the NA tournament as well, that both of these carries have been taken off of the table. And there are some great picks coming through again, Mangoose. We saw the Shinbi last game, even though she didn't do too well. It was exciting to see Shinbi picked. We're gonna see another set of exciting picks so far in this game when it comes
Excellent.
through.
I want to see if Gadget gets through now. We've seen a Murdoch and Twin Blast band. Are they trying to set themselves up for that Gadget mid lane pick? Wouldn't it be funny if Gadget finally made it through and then just did poorly?
We are ready for the pull to come through once this pick ban phase has started. Oh my goodness, Mangoose. This is going to be an exciting game. Both very, very strong teams in this game that are going to pose a challenge for each other throughout the rest of it.
They showed some very strong matchups in their first rounds. This is gonna be I think our first real nail biter of a game.
Absolutely, we're going to see some very good things come through from this, and pick bans are almost completed. I'm not quite sure. There's some things going on here again. Mangoose. Exciting times in NA tournaments, everybody. We are working on it. It'll be just a moment before we get this going. But so far, everybody, what has been your favorite hero throughout Paragon the Overprime? What are you seeing from the games that you've been playing, as well as from what you've seen in these tournaments so far? Who's been your favorite to watch?
And do you think Xena would have made a difference in this? Do you think Xena would have been a 100% pick band if she was allowed into this tournament or no? Brodak says Grux. Grux has been so strong in this tournament just throughout.
Yeah, Grux has been showing again almost 100. Have we seen 100% pick ban rate so far?
Yep. For both EU and NA, as far as the games that we have cast. Sultan says she wants to see some Kwang.
I completely agree. I actually yesterday went into some games as Kwang myself, and a good Kwang I could definitely see destroying the amount of the current landscape of the game if they were really comfortable with all of his abilities and resets and all those good things.
Stunt says that 100% Xena jungle is wild.
Yep, Xena jungle is absolutely incredible. Does a great job in the jungle despite her bugs. And we're gonna see some crazy plays come out of these teams, I'm sure. Done Rampage. Oh, Damage Rampage, not in the tournament that we've seen, but they've seen a lot of Rampage play come through in this tournament so far. Almost every game we've seen a Rampage come through as well.
Jesuszilla, we saw some Muriel in the EU tournament yesterday, and she did not fare too well. She was not taking advantage of the range that Muriel has on a lot of her abilities. She kept stepping up way ahead of her ADC and getting punished heavily for it.
All right, looks like we're continuing with the pick ban phase here. Everything is getting sorted out. We're going to get this show on the road very shortly here. Team DDP versus Team Dribblers. Very, very exciting stuff to go through.
Menace, how you doing, man?
All right, haven't played Countess or Seraph yet. Both very strong picks in the right matchups, but also very weak picks in other matchups. Definitely we're going to see some of these picks be coming through. We got FaZe last game, did very well. We saw even a Shinbi last game and didn't do super well against FaZe, but did well whenever she roamed around. So it was absolutely great to see some of these other picks be coming forward. I would love to see maybe a Grux ban come out of these teams. We've already seen Twin Blast and Murdoch banned out from these teams. The other bans are coming through very shortly. It'll be very interesting to watch how this all happens and what's going on once we get into this pick phase.
It's Mike. I assume you're talking about Easy Ed. So we still waiting on these last two bands, huh?
Absolutely. There was a little bit of drama ensuing in this pick ban phase, but they're getting it back underway. We should
Why
be
all the
good to go.
drama? I just want to watch a video game be played at a high level. That's what I'm not into all this drama.
All right, guys, we're actually going to send you to our Get Through Gaming video real quick, and then we'll be right back with picks and bans as they go through. Absolutely incredible gameplay. Oh, and the Scud Laser again. Shade going down very quickly now. Gideon does have a beautiful open and will take the kill. Oh, and they're going to get the IRA. Woo. Cosmos goes down. Oh my goodness, Shade goes down. Bora goes down. That is 4 members. This could be the end of the game. 11 minutes in, Mangoose. Is back underway. We're going to get these pick and bans in the chat. It looks like we're going to see a Narbash ban and a FaZe ban coming out of these teams. So that is Twin Blast, Murdoch, Narbash, and FaZe all banned out of these games.
Gadget got through. Gadget got through. Let's see it happen.
Yeah, Gadget got through. You're absolutely correct. Feng Mao also making it through. Incredible to see what's going on here. Guys in chat, we are not going to speculate on what's going on behind the scenes in the tournament. Let's try to keep everything about what we can see on screen and what's going on in the public eye. We do not need to talk about what's going on in the background of the tournament organizers. Thank you very much.
Oh, this should be a good game, though. I'm really looking forward to it. I think it's 100% guaranteed that we're going to see a Gadget pick for at least mid lane, right?
Oh, absolutely. Gadget making it through, I don't think was a accident in the slightest. We're going to see her get picked up, I'm sure, by one of these teams, as well as we could see a FaZe support now as well on either the same or the other team. There's still a lot of options available for all these people. For anyone that didn't see the bans, they are Twin Blast, Murdoch, Twin Blast, Murdoch, Narbash, and FaZe. I lied. FaZe can't be picked. FaZe is banned.
Yeah, I was about to say. Do you mean the Fae or? You don't see a lot. That's one thing I haven't seen. We've seen one Fae being played in the tournament. We have not seen her played as support. We saw her played mid lane yesterday. Was about it. Muriel shields are good for gadget booms. Indeed they are, Jesuszilla. Indeed they are.
Yeah, we could definitely see the Muriel come out as some kind of counterpick toward the gadget in the mid lane for one of these teams. It's definitely a potential for what's going on to see a lot of interesting picks come out around this gadget pick as well.
I want to see a Seraph picked against Gadget. That's what I want to see. Because Seraph is the only surefire way to immune those mines. You can shadow slip them with Countess, but you have to have absolutely perfect, 100% perfect timing to get the shadow slip off correctly, which is not always possible with Ping. But with Seraph, you can almost always immune those mines.
Absolutely. This is a quarterfinals match, everyone, so this will be a best of one still. Then we'll get into our semifinals shortly thereafter.
Well, at least the tournament is going a little faster than we thought.
Absolutely. These picks and bans are wrapping up. The last picks are coming through. We should see this game get started momentarily. Everybody, what has been your favorite character? I know we talked about this a little bit so far. We saw Xena, Grux coming through, but anyone else in chat, who has been your favorite characters so far in the game, either in the tournaments or in this overall final beta test as a whole?
I know my favorite has been the Fae. 100% love me some the Fae.
Yeah, Mangoose.
Not Faes.
Been seeing a lot of the Fae been played in the EU tournament yesterday as well, so it was cool to see that a little bit coming through. I would say personally, I've played a lot of people. Feng Mao has probably been the best one that I've seen thus far, that I've loved playing consistently, even though his ultimate feels terrible to me because I want to be able to aim that thing. Steel, another great pick, honestly. Very good support pick that we've seen. Very good offlane pick as well. I think he's probably one of the better offlaners, honestly, without the ADCs being involved, of course.
And just a reminder, in blue, we're going to have dribblers. In red, we're going to have DDP. Short for Dum Dum, people. They named themselves that. I didn't call it that. I didn't make that up. Looks like they're all ready and up. Waiting for a promise.
Here we go. The team level's also a lot more even this time around, which could be very good. Let's see. Everybody is ready up except for 2 members of Team DDP. We're going to see if these members get readied up, and then we'll see these picks come through.
Oxygeneric Richter, my all-time favorite, followed very closely by the Fae.
All right, we're into the draft screen. Here we go. We're going to see these picks start coming through from both teams. They're selecting their lanes, and we'll finally be able to see what's going through. I'm sure we'll see a gadget here from one of these teams. Wraith coming through from Team DDP. Feng Mao and Howitzer, which means that the gadget is probably on Team Dribblers. We'll see here momentarily. Another Aurora pick from Team Dribblers. That was a very strong pick for them last game. She was able to do a lot of work in the offlane and then a lot of work running around the map, helping out her team.
Absolutely abused Epiphany Sevarog that Aurora did. There's the gadget. We knew she was coming. The Feng Mao, though, is a very, very strong pick, and also quite good against gadget because he can immune her mine as well.
Yeah, absolutely. Being able to use his Q to negate an ability in general. Very strong against Grux, very strong against Steel, very strong against Aurora, very strong against Gadget. A very good counter pick for these teams. But we're going to start our poll, everybody. Team DDP or Team Dribblers, who do you think is favored to win? Let's get this game underway.
In the name of the hero, seize victory.
Let's hope we see some great Howitzer gameplay. Like I've been asking for it the entire tournament. I want to see it. Let's see if we're going to see an invade. We saw them posture up for an invade last match, but they did get spotted on a ward.
Rampage spotting the entire enemy team coming through there. They don't know that they're on a ward yet. They're just barely outside of that ward field, except for Steel standing inside of it. So they do know that Steel is there. But we're seeing Team DDP come around. This could be a potential 5v5 early level 1 gank or level 1 team fight breaking out. Feng Mao coming in around, going in, initiating this fight. We're seeing a lot of level 1s. Aurora taking that out. First blood goes to Revenant on Feng Mao. The gadget goes down to Howitzer. Still, this fight is breaking out. Very interesting stuff. Howitzer getting very low. Coben goes down on Grux. Howitzer able to... No, Howitzer does not make it out. Aurora gets a kill on the Howitzer. Steel fighting out with Rampage. Aurora fighting it out. Rampage goes down to the Steel and Revenant. Revenant getting 2 kills in this team fight. Aurora having to blink out. This fight goes down 3-2 in favor of Team Dribblers.
Holy crap. Before even a minute, we had a full team fight. they spot the great use of that ward. They spotted him. They knew where that team was going to be. Feng Mao just pounced right in and just initiated the hell out of that fight.
Feng Mao being able to get an early E onto all of those team members because they were all grouped up together, I think definitely helped them get a lot of damage out in a very short amount of time. But we did see this Revenant picking up 2 kills and 1 assist. Aurora getting 1 kill and a 1 assist, which are 2 very good members to have those kills on. While on Team DDP, we saw the Wraith getting 1 kill and the Howitzer picking up 1 kill. Both very strong people to have these kills onto, but we'll have to see how that plays out for the rest of the game.
We got Steel doing some de-warding, and let's see if this Aurora can bully this Rampage the way this Rampage bullied the Wraith. Looks like Rampage is having none of it. Lands that boulder in her face and then avoids the Hoarfrost. Now he's just ignoring her and going up and getting his minions. He's taking what's his, and she is taking what's hers. Now, one thing Rampage could do over this Aurora, nice stun from the Rampage, is he can abuse the bushes a little bit more than she can, as he can launch the rocks from the bushes, but she has to get up close and personal to use a lot of her abilities.
Absolutely. We're seeing that the vote is coming through here, Mangoose, and Team DDP is the favorite to win so far in this tournament, or in this match by the community. So it's going to be very interesting to see. Let's go check in on our mid lane matchup, the Howitzer versus Gadget. Gadget Mine's going out there. Soul Reaper does take about half health magic, and the mine lands on him, roots him as well as he hit travel mode, but he will be backing to safety in his lane.
It's a hard matchup. Any matchup is hard against Gadget when she's laying in those mines. There's a few things you could do to kind of help yourself out. One thing is getting Spell Vamp to try and heal up a little bit of that damage after it gets done, but it's really not enough. It's not enough. There's a reason she's banned out every freaking game. Absolutely.
Just the amount of pressure that she can put out with her mines is just unmatched in the mid lane currently. So we're going to see something interesting happen here. We've got not much favor going one way or the other in this dual lane. Back to the mid lane. Gadget is heading back into her lane while Howitzer is there clearing wards, checking bushes, making sure everything's kosher in his lane, trying to keep it up. Aurora doing really well against this Rampage. As I say that, she gets stunned, of course, but she will be taking this lane pushed up against the enemy Rampage's tower. And we might see a gank coming out of the Feng Mao in this dual lane. Dual lane backing up a little bit. Feng Mao is not revealed on a ward, but does reveal himself by walking out of that bush. Oh, is revealed on a ward. Deep ward in the enemy jungle. Reveals Feng Mao, so the dual lane can stay safe on Team Dribbler's side.
Now, in my experience with Overprime, most of the ganks come in from that shadow well that's behind them right now. A lot of junglers will run through the deer pit, jump over the ledge, and then jump up over the fog wall right there to initiate their ganks. So that's where I like to keep a ward a lot of times.
Yep, absolutely. But a deep ward in the enemy jungle is another way to do it. He's not able to get through there, even when he's on his camp, is taking some damage or taking some loss in control for his team by getting spotted there.
One thing we're seeing from this Rampage versus Aurora matchup that we looked at just a little bit ago was Rampage is taking a lot of minion damage whenever he lands these stuns on Aurora, but Aurora isn't taking a whole hell of a lot of damage from the minions or the Rampage. She, as I say that, she initiates. They just keep making liars out of us, these two.
Absolutely. We're seeing a very early Prime Spirit actually being started by Team Dribblers, trying to take control of this map.
Spirit.
Gadget, Roots, they go off of the Spirit going on to the Feng Mao, getting pulled. Feng Mao does manage to dodge the Grux pull, but takes a lot of damage in the process. The Prime Spirit has reset, so they're walking back up to it, but there looks like we're going to get another initiation of a fight. Howitzer now involved, doing a lot of damage, landing an ultimate out there, making sure everybody gets out of there. Coben will go down. The Grux getting killed by Decker on Team DDP, evening out the odds to 3-3.
And now they're rotating over to the Wind Spirit. Man, it's the Wind Spirit, I think, is my least favorite to fight against because it does have that tether with the wind that spins around it, pulls everybody in together, makes it a perfect opportunity to come in there with a Howitzer R2000 rocket or throw a Gadget Mine in there or something like that. You just get so much value out of fighting an enemy team that is on that Wind Spirit.
Absolutely.
But
and even though Howitzer was having a hard time in that lane, him getting level 6 in that fight made the difference. Gadget did not have level 6 to be able to help her team out in that battle, and it showed the entire time that made the difference between the two things.
Grux was looking at Howitzer, and Howitzer wanted none of it. He goes ahead and backs out. Stun ball lands to the right of Revenant.
Aurora actually sitting very low on health. Rampage goes over and gets the Roadhog, as Mangoose would call it. They're able to, ooh, lands a good
Oh,
stun on this Aurora. Aurora gonna have to blink out. Rampage blinks out beneath her.
Blinks up for the
This is a
kill.
very
He's
dangerous
also
battle
up.
for the
He's
two.
taking tower shots. He takes her down and leaps out, and he is still healing up with his ultimate. That was an amazing play from Rampage. Really love to see that.
Absolutely.
When he landed that, she tried to jump away, and he waited. He knew it was coming, and he waited for it, and just slammed her with that rock just as soon as she landed.
And that brilliant ultimate that gave him more health and was negating those tower shots showed that there is the possibility for tower dives in this game, even though the towers are fairly strong. If we look at the mid lane,
always known, even ever since Paragon, for being a tower dive champion.
right as I was moving over, she died. I wasn't able to see it, unfortunately, but Howitzer and Decker work together to take out the Gadget. Decker stuns the Grux and gets a lot of damage received from Howitzer here. Now, if we look down at the allied jungle, Feng Mao also counter jungling this Grux while he was away. Going to initiate a fight. Ooh, and the ultimate comes out. Feng Mao getting another kill. That is 6 kills for Team DDP, 3 for Team Dribblers.
Deboed his red buff and then killed him. That has the hurt.
The enemy tower is under attack.
They place a ward straight down, and the mini prime is coming up. Now, previously we saw that all of Team Dribblers did rotate over for this prime underling, but does not look like they're going to do that this time. They're moving over, but it may not be in enough time. Prime underling is just over half health now. They probably will not make it in time in order to take this.
And DDP is just, looks like they're just going to be completely uncontested on this thing. It is going down quickly, and the smite comes out, and DDP secures the first mini prime.
And
Let's
that
see
will
how
go
well they use it.
that will go on to Feng Mao. So earlier when we watched this game, I believe it was DDP that did not use that first prime underling in the first match of the day. So we're gonna have to see if they make up for that by using this prime underling in their favor on this Feng Mao. Grux
Yeah,
going in for a
Grux
gank on this
was
Rampage.
carrying for a while.
Rampage jumps out, has no problem escaping from that despite that, and throws a disrespect rock just for the sake of it at the end of it all. Now, if we look at the minimap, Mangoose, we do see 2 deep wards coming out from Team DDP, one on the blue buff in this lane, and then we also see one covering the red buff on their side as well. Gadget now being revealed by said ward. This is a very important warding for information control. They're able to hold on to these lanes and know when the teams are rotating, where Grux is, for instance, by having both of those deep wards in place without Team Dribblers knowing very much.
Stun goes out. Gadget, she has to blink away.
Feng Mao looks like he might be looking to drop this, and he will indeed. Drops the prime underling on the tower. Tower taking half health. Gadget now stuck in the wall. We see the howitzer ult come through. Gadget will not be able to escape. Will go down, and the first mid lane tower will go to Team DDP.
And Gadget launched her ult out there to very ineffective. Probably a little bit wasted. Unfortunate for her.
We will see this prime underling do a little bit of damage to the inhibitor, but not too much. Aurora took a lot of damage in a fight against the Rampage as well. Now having to back Rampage, pushing the lane out by himself, able to gain a lot of favor here. What we have not seen is this early lead coming out from the Revenant in that early team fight, getting 2 kills and 1 assist, has not pushed him ahead in his lane. We see that this Wraith is playing very safely, along with Decker being able to dissuade any fights breaking out. Speaking of, let's check out Feng Mao fighting in this Grux with that ward again coming through. Feng Mao able to get another kill with his execute on to the Grux. Feng Mao taking a lot of damage, lower than half health. Steel ult coming through.
Pounds down on him. He's not going to be able to come over there. Oh,
Aurora wall
actually screws them over.
Detriment to her team. Steel is stuck in the Aurora wall, which means they will not pick up that kill on Feng Mao. Aurora did not block off Feng Mao because she did the wall too low and instead let him escape while her team stayed behind.
It would have been excellent if it was a little bit higher, or if he didn't have his dash on cooldown, but unfortunately both of those things did not happen. I think that was excellent wall usage, though. Unfortunately, it did bite him in the ass, which is 100% what always happens when I'm playing with an Aurora. Rampage starting to take a little bit of priority in this lane. Aurora seems to have been bullying this lane a little bit against this Rampage, which I'm a little surprised to see. But Rampage waits patiently for his opportunities and seems to capitalize on them really well.
Absolutely. Rampage going to pick up that health buff, which will give him an advantage in this lane, but he teleports across the map. We could see a fight breaking out. Rampage now going over into the dual lane. Dual lane getting hit by the rock. Revenant going in. Rampage keeping him stunned, trying to stay in there,
Something's
using the
going to
ultimate
that
to stay
tower.
alive. Revenant has to blink out 4 members of the team
Revenant
DDP
ulted up
in
on
here. Revenant
Rampage.
ulted up. We may see a
That
fight
was
keep
a
going here.
mistake right
Howitzer
there.
taking a lot of damage from the tower. Howitzer going down to the Grux. Grux is not able to survive, but Revenant goes down to Rampage, and the Feng Mao is here to help pick up the steal afterwards.
That was an unfortunate ultimate from Revenant. That prevented the Rampage from taking those tower shots. That's how it works, right? Like if you ult somebody under the tower?
I do believe so. That is correct, Mangoose. That is 3 deaths for Team Dribblers, and that is 3 kills for Team DDP, which was absolutely perfect, despite the Howitzer dying to the tower shots. The second Prime Spirit is now up for grabs. The entire teams are heading this way. Aurora still pushing her off lane, actually, while 4 members of Team DDP take this Prime Spirit. They are holding these objectives with an iron fist. Do not want to let Team Dribblers get any advantage in this game.
Jelly, you are roboting hard for me. I don't know if stream hears that or not, but yeah, you were definitely going Dr. Roboto there for me. I don't know if you need to adjust your audio or not. We got Howitzer and Gadget duking it out in the mid lane. Gadget throwing down those mines. She's starting to use them more for wave clear than to harass the Howitzer. The Howitzer standing well back so that he doesn't get that mine dropped on top of his head. We got the Rampage and the Rampage is he's super jacked now. He does get rooted. He's going to jump in over top of her. She uses her ice wall to get away. Rampage walks over, but Grux is coming in to assist this Aurora. Does he land the pull? He does land the pull. Aurora lands the root. Rampage has the ult. And Rampage is actually doing significant damage to both of these, but we have a counter rotation from DDP as Feng Mao enters the battlefield, and Rampage still taking plenty of damage. It got ulted by Aurora, does throw a rock into her face, and gets the kill. Rampage and Feng Mao working together really well. Decker doing whatever she can. Howitzer throws an ultimate down. It is not effective.
Absolutely incredible fights coming from these teams. The counter rotation from the Feng Mao has proved very, very fruitful. Revenant does go down in this dual lane as well. So that is another 3 kills for Team DDP, just exerting their dominance all over this map, keeping control wherever they can as the second Prime Underling spawns soon.
And let's see who gets the second Prime Underling. Very, very important objective. You want to get at least 1 or 2 if you can. I see a lot of teams just leave that thing up forever and they never take it. And that is not the right move. And Dribblers are kind of spread out on this map, and DDP just immediately rotated and started going off on the Prime Underling, see if they could take it without any contest, but it does, and they do take it. It's quite easily. Dribblers tried to rotate over, but it was just way, way too late.
Ooh, we see this Feng Mao getting caught out here by Team Dribblers. A Decker Cage coming out, though, keeping Team Dribblers at bay. Steel Wall perfectly in line. Gruxel coming out now, getting a pull, but getting Mutant Poed before that pull goes off. Unfortunate, unable to pull that Howitzer. Coben trying to get out of there on that Grux, but unfortunately, the Revenant is also getting dominated in the dual lane, I believe. Or no, they teleported across. Revenant dies to the Wraith, and that is just a all-around bad fight for Team Dribblers. 3 more kills to Team DDP.
And they have the mini Prime too, and it looks like they're going to be dropping it. They already dropped it. When did they drop it? I didn't even see that happen.
They must have dropped it mid-team fight there to push up that side lane. They took the tower with the mini Prime. Mini Prime now pushing in full 5 members, holding the reinforcements up. Steel trying to throw a wall up so they can deter the team from taking this a little bit. But the allied inhibitor will take, or the Dribbler inhibitor will take a little bit of damage, but not too much.
I can understand why you would call it allied inhibitor, because it's blue. And it has spawned.
But looking at these stats, Mangoose, we do not see a lot coming out of this gadget. 0-3, 115 minions to the 110 of Howitzer, who has 3 kills and 6 assists. The early lead that the Revenant received did not really amount to anything. He's now 3 deaths, still sitting at 2 and 1 assist. But we see a fight breaking out in this mid lane. Steel going down to the Howitzer ult, even though Howitzer is a mile away at that point. Ooh, absolutely getting dominated. Revenant does take out the Howitzer. Gadget ult coming through. Decker taking the full force of that Gadget ult, but still able to walk out as Gadget is not very powerful at the moment. Let's see what's going
that Gadget
on.
ult really doesn't deal that much damage. You can walk through it. It's very disruptive in team fights because everybody tries to flee it.
We see that there may be a invade happening here. Rampage is watching Grux take this camp, but oh, and here we go, a disrespect rock. Rampage backing to the base just to stop this Grux from proceeding. We do have a disconnect on the, I believe it's the Decker for Team DDP has disconnected. Hopefully she'll be able to make it back in this game, or something will happen. We will absolutely be doing post-tourney interviews with the at least finalists, if not more so. D-Trigger, we'll let you know for sure.
Now, I expected a little more out of this game, but DDP has just been running away with it. Let's see. I mean, that's kind of the hallmark of a competitive team, is being able to, you know, take a beating at first and then come back strong in the end. So let's see if Dribblers can get it together and mount a comeback against DDP.
We see a gank maybe happening here. Feng Mao getting caught out.
As soon as he tries to come through the fog wall,
but he's able to just teleport through. They were trying to take this dual lane tower. Currently, Team Dribblers has no towers in their favor, so they were working on taking this dual lane tower. They might be able to get it. They do indeed, but it is turning into a team fight. We've got the Feng Mao pushing in. Feng Mao very, very strong in Paragon, the Overprime. Aurora taking a lot of damage, half health, now needing to get out of there. Howitzer ult coming through, forcing everybody out of the team fight. Steel caught on the wrong side of the team. Steel will go down to that Howitzer. Howitzer damage coming through. Revenant ult as well, I believe, just went down. No, a blink came through. We're going to see potentially a teleport come through. No, the teleporter is down. Revenant goes down. Gadget goes down. That teleporter being down has now really hurt their team. Coben now trying to get out of there. Rampage tanking the tower. As we know, Rampage has no problem holding under this tower. Grux will go down. The only surviving member will be Aurora, but she is too low to help.
Tower goes down with ease. That was a very good team fight. The Howitzer ult played quite a bit into that. We saw the Gadget go out again, but again it seemed like a desperation ult. I'm kind of wondering if people just haven't been practicing with Gadget, because they did expect her to be banned out.
That is the third Prime Spirit to go over to Team DDP. They also now have all of the towers currently down on the map, working on some inhibitors to the one tower that Team Dribblers has received. Looking at this game, we do see two smites coming out from the Feng Mao and the Rampage on Team DDP's side. And so that is what is helping them take these objectives so effectively and so quickly.
Three spirits and too many primes. That just hurts. That just hurts.
And it is one of each so far, other than Earth Spirit. So they've been able to gain a little bit of benefit from each aspect of these Prime Spirits. It looks like a team fight might be breaking out around this Prime Guardian when it spawns. Everyone's kind of hovering on this side. Team DDP trying to push into the Team Dribblers jungle. Maybe pick something off. Steel does get stunned. Steel takes a massive amount of damage. Will get rewound by the Wraith and go down. Grux going in, lands a great ultimate on three people. Gadget ult going out, but not on anybody. Grux to go down. Two members of Team Dribblers down on the map, allowing for a free turn onto this Prime Guardian on its spawn.
That still got cracked open like a fucking lobster. That was insane.
Howitzer, that was Howitzer damage. He's been absolutely dominating with two items. Rampaging Toto being his second item in the game, able to do a lot of damage. Brilliant plays from Team DDP, and they will take the Prime Guardian, damaging those inhibitors 20% each. That leaves the right inhibitor at about half health, the middle inhibitor just below half, and the left just under or just over 3/4. But a team fight's breaking out. Aurora barely managing to dodge a stun, but gets rewound. The whole team ready to go. She has to blink out. Decker Cage going out, but does not find their target. Steel Wall also going out, trying to keep this game in their favor. Grux is in the jungle, trying to find a way back into this game, trying to farm up a little bit while the team defends their tower. Grux is taking these jungle minions. It looks like Team DDP will disengage. They got a lot for that call.
I think they're probably disengaging because Prime Orb, the major orb has spawned.
They just took major.
Oh, they just took, my bad.
This guy. Mangoose, everybody. Grief. They have nothing to fight for on this map. Oh, they are not. They all look like they were going to back. They waited for the enemy team, for Team Dribblers to kind of back off, and now are right back on this inhibitor, pushing back in, pushing the minions back up. And now maybe they're trying to disengage. A team fight could break out here. Aurora going back to the base while they're running through the Team Dribbler jungle. Lots of wards put in there as well. They have every bit of vision on these teams, keeping an eye out. But a team fight will not break out Everyone is returning to base, spending their gold, making a habit of pushing this advantage.
We're seeing a lot more wards on the map than we have seen in any of the previous games.
Absolutely. Lots of ward control around the Prime Pit for Team Dribbler. And then in the enemy jungle, we're seeing lots of ward control for Team DDP. Oh, a random rock going flying from the Rampage.
He said, fuck that inhibitor.
Apparently. This Rampage has been throwing lots of disrespect rocks throughout this entire game, and that was definitely one of them, just hoping to connect with somebody at an insanely long range. There are not a lot of objectives on the map for Team DDP to be taking here, so they're looking to keep pressure up on these side lanes, keep the minions pushed in. They look like they're getting caught a little bit here. Rampage getting caught out while fighting the Grux in his jungle. Howitzer now rotating over. The Howitzer picks up Revenant without any issue. Gadget coming out. Howitzer able to ult up top. Deny an area from this Grux. Grux will go down. Revenant going down. Feng Mao picks off the Gadget like it's nothing. Able to just destroy that Gadget and taking the steal with him as well, teleporting through that beam. That is now 4 members of Team Dribblers down, and they are pushing out this inhibitor.
That Gadget going on only a Rampage hurts so much. And you know you're in trouble when the enemy team's Rampage is throwing style rocks.
Absolutely, and the Rampage is just tanking these inhibitors. They will now take the mid inhibitor as well, getting a lot of advantage, and they're just going to rotate around for this last inhibitor. They're going to create so much opening for themselves in this game. Rampage throwing rocks out there. Lots of dashes coming through. We could see another team fight. Aurora getting a good stun out on there. Feng Mao taking damage from the tower. A good pull coming out on the Rampage as he jumps up in the air. Rampage will go down.
Gonna die. Finally goes down. That's got to feel good.
Aurora landing a great root on 2 members of Team DDP. A pull going out, but the pull does not land. Decker trying to get away desperately. The Howitzer mine going out, stopping Team Dribblers from catching up, but we've got Steel coming around the backside. A great ultimate could come from Steel, but the tower is still here as well. This Decker will go down to the Gadget Mine. Steel does not connect with anybody, and that will take 2 members of DDP out as they escape.
Now, did they just give this tower and back, or did they try and defend this from Dribblers?
On the map, however, we're seeing that the core was under attack by minions. That is down a little bit. We're seeing with all 3 inhibitors down, they do need to watch, or sorry, the 3rd inhibitor did not go down. They do need to watch their base a little bit. 2 inhibitors. It was going to be a little harder for them to push anything down. They do try to take a tower on this side lane here. Howitzer going in with another ultimate already off of cooldown. Does not end up casting it, forcing Team Dribblers to back up.
He just wanted to get a good look at him as they were running away. He didn't want to throw any bombs or anything. He just wanted to get a bird's eye view, a Howie's eye view.
Feng Mao looked like he was trying to chase them down. We do see the Rampage actually running up there. Full health Rampage may be able to land a brilliant rock here, and the rock goes out and does not connect with anybody. Gadget Mine dissuading the Rampage from continuing a little bit further. Grux now trying to hold out this mid lane from the mid lane push. Prime Spirit is up. We could see Team DDP going out for a Prime Spirit very shortly here.
And it looks like that they are heading that way in mass.
Once again, great ward coverage from DDP
throughout this match.
Absolutely. Great ward coverage from DDP here in the enemy jungle, able to keep that vision if they were to show up. Full 5 members on this Prime Spirit. Prime Spirit just above half health here with no contest, looking like it's coming from Team Dribblers.
And Rampage is keeping a sharp lookout just in case.
Prime Spirit will go down. That is the 4th Prime Spirit. Oh, shield coming out from Steel, able to save him from a Rampage rock at the last possible second. Now remember, Mangoose, we've got 2 inhibs down, 1 still ready to be pushed up, but it looks like they will push in this duo lane, trying to create some pressure here, make some choices happen. Rampage rock goes out. Root comes through from Gadget. Let's see what happens here in these team fights.
And it's just a little bit more until Prime spawns once again. They might be heading that way.
They do look like they're trying to keep the pressure in the enemy base so they cannot contest. They may be looking for this 3rd inhibitor as well, just as a further safety net against this enemy team. Now let's take a look at this Aurora fighting the Feng Mao. Feng Mao is going to be very strong against Aurora. Aurora having to get out of their Rampage rock does not connect, but they're defending the inhibitor on the other side as well. We're going to see a Decker Cage blocking them off of the map. Gadget going out. Aurora going in. Howitzer ult coming through as well. Howitzer ult not doing a ton of damage to anybody, but keeping the pressure on. Aurora by herself fighting 4 members of the enemy team will go down here, and it looks like the Grux going in as well. This is again a 4v1 on the Grux. Grux is going to have a very, very hard time. Grux goes down. Team Dribblers is just walking into Team DDP at this point. Revenant also going to go down. We're going to see this Steel probably fall as well. Steel falls to the Feng Mao. Feng Mao coming through, and they have all 3 inhibitors down with minions in the base. This could be the end of the game, Mangoose. Full 5 ace for Team
Definitely
DDP.
the end of the game.
This will be the end of the game. 50% on the core. Congratulations, Team DDP.
Wow, I expected a much better game than that. I will say dribblers held their own. They did a great job. I'm especially impressed by the way that Aurora handled the offlane for so long. The Aurora, I think, was kind of the MVP of their team in that particular game. But I think this it came down a lot to the Rampage on DDP. The Rampage, just an excellent showing, probably the best showing of a Rampage that we've seen so far. Even though he threw some style rocks and he threw some rocks into some walls on occasion, when he hit them when they counted.
Absolutely. We did see a lot of pressure coming out of that Rampage and a lot of pressure coming out of that Feng Mao as well. 11, 1, and 12 on that Feng Mao. The gold lead is entirely in his favor. He has the highest gold in the game, 4 completed items there at the end of the game, doing a lot of work. Let's take a look at these damage graphs, Mangoose. We'll see here Howitzer, though, is the one that shows off in these damage charts, putting out 24,000 damage to heroes in this game. And his team clearly showing as well that their dominance of putting out damage in general. We see 18,000 from the Rampage, the 15,000 from the Wraith, 16,000 from Feng Mao, and even 10,000 damage coming out of Decker. Decker able to out damage 3 members of Team Dribblers, including the Revenant, who picked up those 2 early kills that just never amounted to too much. These damage charts tell an entire story of this game.
I'll tell you what these damage charts tell you too, is that even though Gadget didn't do well in this particular game, she's still top damage on her team. That's the power of a freaking Gadget.
Absolutely. I mean, Gadget did the second highest damage in the game behind Howitzer, despite being so behind and pushed in on this game, doing an absolutely incredible job throughout this. But we will get out of this game. We'll send you guys over to the brackets momentarily while we get this next game underway. Once again, we're going into the semifinals match between Team Noko and Team DDP. This will be a semifinals match, so it is a best of 3. Welcome, welcome. Thank you, Coben, for the raid, by the way. Much appreciated. Thank you, Coben. Best of luck in your... I saw your games. Great try, man. Congratulations in getting this far in the tournament. And we're excited to see you play for sure. All right, we're getting these teams set up. Let's get these names switched on over.
So it looks like DDP is going to be red again.
Absolutely.
From what I'm seeing right here. I have to write this shit down, guys, because I forget.
Old man Mangoose got to write this stuff down to make sure he remembers what's going on.
In big font.
All right, and the winner of this game will go on to face Team Mitch Moment in the finals. So we'll be excited to cover that when it comes through. Again, this is a best of 3. So let's see what's going on. We're excited to get going and see how these games proceed.
I always like seeing the best of 3 because you get to see people adjust, make some better bans and picks, and just try and do better next time. We saw yet from the EU games yesterday, we saw a team get absolutely destroyed one match and then come back and they still lost the second match, but they made a much better showing that second time around.
Absolutely. All right, first set of bans have come through, and they are Feng Mao and Murdoch. Mangoose, how do you feel about these first 2 bans?
Both good bans. Feng Mao, very powerful, as we saw in that last game. Murdoch, also an incredibly powerful ADC.
Absolutely. I'm very curious to see if we're going to see another Twin Blast ban or where it's going to come from. But Feng Mao, I think, asserted his dominance in that last game. Able to go through the one-ways, able to keep pressure, able to be tanky, able to do damage, able to execute people. Feng Mao is just a jack of all trades at this point. And
he
all
showed his
right,
work from literally minute one of that game.
absolutely, being able to E the entire enemy team did a lot of damage in that initial team fight, made a big difference. Second set of bans have come through, and they are Wraith and Sevarog. Mangoose.
Wraith and Sevarog, really? So Gadget once again on the table. They know that they're from that last match that a Gadget isn't that much to be afraid of, I guess.
Yeah, they proved that they are able to fight against a Gadget and prove fruitful with that howitzer. So they leave it open for the enemy team as kind of a bait pick and say, like, please pick Gadget. We've shown we can fight her. You pick her, though. We'll let you guys take this.
And Vini Vidi, a grand final between EU and NA final winners would be cool. Just it's unfortunate that the ping would play too much of a problem in that. So Sevarog ban, a little surprised to see it, but I think it's a good ban. He's been very effective throughout this tournament.
Absolutely. Yeah, we've seen many good Sevarog plays. Soul Reaper also showing in their first game of the day that we watched, Mangoose, how that Sevarog mid is still a very valuable pick. They can pick Gadget, they can pick Bellica, and Sevarog may be able to help contest against those picks in the mid lane. So a very good ban, potentially, from if they're trying to ban out something for Soul Reaper mid.
Yeah, they definitely don't want to see him on that howitzer because we've seen what he could do on that bad boy. Let's see if they can pick it away from him or something.
Absolutely. I'm a little surprised we didn't
Soul
see.
Reaper would take howitzer over Gadget.
I'm a little surprised we didn't see a howitzer ban with that performance last game if Noko was able to watch it and see how that game played out. We've already got the people going in for Team Noko or Team DDP in the chat. We'll start a poll in just a moment here that will have you guys be able to vote for your favored team. So far, the votes, I think, have always come out in the direction of the chat. The chat has always favored DDP both games that they won and favored Team Dribblers, the game that they won as well.
Indeed, stranger, to let the best team win.
Absolutely. Looks like picks are wrapping up a little bit here. Ooh, very interesting. I'm very curious to see how you guys feel about these picks coming through so far. We'll see them in just a moment here.
Oh, why do you tease us? Why do you tease us so, Jelly?
Because, Mangoose, we gotta keep people interested. Keep them wanting more. Here we go. Let's see what happens here. Which team is going to take this out? Team Noko has had a little bit of a rest between games while they were waiting for Team DDP. DDP has been fighting game after game after game throughout this tournament. So we could be potentially see some fatigue setting in for Team DDP, or we could see them being really warmed up and able to just push through and take this game as well.
Let's see what happens. It's going to be an interesting one. Hopefully, I keep saying that these final games are going to be great. I think that last game was pretty good. That early team fight was very interesting to watch. the sub 1 minute team fight, but I think these two teams, NoCo, DDP, are definitely going to have a handful with each other.
Absolutely. I think they're showing off exactly where they're falling in terms of strength, right? We've seen DDP really focus those objectives, really good at team fighting. Their coordination is perfect, that every time they go into a fight, they know who they're targeting, how they're targeting, and what abilities they're using to do so. Their rotations are really, really great from what we've seen with the howitzer rotating to both side to duo lane and solo lane in the last game. And even from yesterday, Mangoose, we saw that type of coordination is the most important thing in these games, that even from behind, that coordination can help you win team fights and take over games.
Apparently I have a message from Epi to stop talking about like a guy from Red Dead Revolver.
Everyone in chat is talking about their favorite members of these teams. I'm excited to see these games play out. Looks like we're missing one person before we get started. Oh, Mangoose, man, these picks are coming through. They're exciting. They're fresh. There are some people we have not seen all day in this game, Mangoose, and that is not a big list of heroes. So I'm very excited to see these games come out here. And let's see, everybody is starting to ready up. We're still missing one person on this game. Here we go, Mangoose. Who do you want to see, Mangoose? What do you want to see? We know Gadget is up, so we're going to see a Gadget mid lane. Who do you want to see face Gadget? Howitzer v Gadget? You want to see a Bellica? How do you want to see this play out?
I want to see another Howitzer v Gadget. Either that or I want to see FaZe come into the mid lane again.
FaZe, oh, that's true. FaZe is up this game. FaZe is definitely a potential pick for this game. And everybody, this is a best of 3. So we're going to see this game, and then we're going to do at least one more, if not 2. So let's go through this. Everybody's in the game. Everybody's readying up now. For short, Gentle Goose needs to ready, Plead needs to ready, and Ferris needs to ready up.
Keep leading me on with these picks. I want to see them. Come on, Ferris.
I'm hoping. I need them to ready up so we can get this game underway, and I can start the poll and everyone can vote for their favorite teams in this semifinal match between Team DDP and Team NoCo.
We got NoCo in blue, DDP in red.
Here we go. Picks are coming through. The lanes are being selected. We're going to see the lanes for Team NoCo, but we can definitely figure out the lanes for Team DDP as well. The blue side is for Team NoCo, and here come the picks. Everybody get excited. We're going to start this poll very shortly. Gadget goes over to Soul Reaper on Team DDP. We see the Twin Blast and a Kwong come through for Team DDP. Steel as well getting picked up. Sparrow and Revenant both for Team NoCo. That is a double carry pick with Howitzer in the mid lane, Decker for support, and Rampage in the jungle. I would see that we're going to probably see that Revenant go into the offlane, and a Grux. 100% pick ban rate, just like Gadget in this game. Absolutely insane, everybody. We're going to see Kwong gameplay. I told you guys that Kwong may be really good if we get a good Kwong player. We're going to start that poll. Vote for your favorite team, Team DDP or Team NoCo. Who do you think is going to win, chat? And how do you think these lanes will fare?
Rampage and Grux have been staples in all of these games.
The battle of Agnes of Light.
All right, the game is underway. Everybody buying their items, getting ready to get this started. Let's see what's going to happen here.
Let's see if we get another sub 1 minute team fight. I think both teams are going to be wary, at least, of an invade from the very beginning. We're going to see some ward placement coming out. At least I hope so.
Team NoCo taking a very good strategy. They might be able to pick out this.
NoCo just running right in.
Kwong getting stuck. Oh, gets stunned by the Rampage after his teleport. Kwong forced to use his blink to get out of this match. Absolutely incredible, incredible work coming out of Team Noko so far in that level 1 gank. They did a great job coming through. Let's see, is there nothing
It
has
looks like
been
DDP's
taken yet?
posted up on the other side of the map.
Grux is potentially standing here for this red buff, but looks like he's going to get pushed off of it as the rest of Team Noko comes on through. Ooh, Decker getting a fantastic stun on Steel from far away. Rampage already started on his red buff Howitzer, now walking back into the mid lane, fighting it out with Gadget. Gadget just trying to keep him out of the lane. Soul Reaper does not want him to get any of this XP. But we saw last game, Soul Reaper was on the Howitzer against a Gadget, and he was able to do a lot of work. Is that going to happen to Soul Reaper again this game, or in reverse this game? In the off lane, lots of damage coming through already from this Kwong and Revenant lane. Revenant pushing Kwong out of there. Does not want Kwong to stay in
One
this
more shot,
lane.
that Kwong was done for. Very aggressive teams. I like to see a lot of aggression, and we are seeing a lot of aggression coming out of both of them. Yeah, those stairs up the mid lane, that's a dangerous spot to be in because you got high ground on either side of you. It is so hard to run up those stairs. I usually just go around the other way.
Absolutely. We see Grux coming in for a level 2 gank against this Decker. Decker taking a lot of damage from all 3 members of the enemy team. Decker very, very low, getting revealed and will go down to the Grux. First blood to Team DDP.
That was a nice gank from Grux. They were pushed very far forward right there. They had to have expected some sort of rotation. I think what I don't want to see from these teams is a little bit of overconfidence. I'm sure they've been wrecking all of their games so far, and now they're coming into far more experienced teams in the opposition. And it looks like Howitzer's rotating over to red buff along with Rampage. Grux could be in a lot of trouble here.
Grux taking a lot of damage. Revenant now also rotating over. Grux will go down here to the Rampage. That is now 1-1. Even trades for both teams.
And the red buff is going to be picked up by Rampage.
Gadget looking to walk over there. They are stealing the jungle away from the Grux. Grux now walking into his blue side jungle. Revenant getting a massive lane push on this off lane as well, doing very, very well for himself. Gadget is also forcing off this Howitzer, though, was able to keep him away from the wave, dealing a lot of damage to the minion wave. Rampage misses the rock, will take a lot of damage. Sprint mode coming out from Gadget. Gadget able to get away.
Coming out of Gadget. The jukes, that was a really well played around her electric fence there.
Rampage now looking to invade this jungle despite him knowing that Gadget watched him go in there. He takes the Gadget mine on top of him down to half health. Ooh, Gadget takes a lot of damage out of this Howitzer. A smite coming out from Rampage to save some health. Grux getting pulled in. Grux going down. Rampage living with 25 health in that fight.
Sparrow came in for the snipe kill for the end of that fight.
Oh, we see Gadget is also getting hit, and Gadget will go down. Sparrow double kill for Team Noko.
Very nice Sparrow gameplay. We haven't seen Sparrow be very successful in the tournament so far, but it looks like we've got one hell of a good Sparrow on our hands this time.
Absolutely. Now off to the off lane, we see Revenant still actually dealing a lot of damage to this Kwong. Kwong not able to step forward and get any of these minions. Revenant able to just keep him back. 1,200 gold on this Revenant, still a lot to spend. Decker over in the dual lane, now fighting it out 1v2, trying to keep this lane in the favor of her team, but struggling a little bit. But with no mana, she's going to have a very hard time very shortly here if they do not make something happen.
That slow bubble doesn't do a whole hell of a lot of damage. It's not that great of a poke tool.
The Sparrow running around a little bit, putting a deep ward in the enemy jungle, able to see that Grux if he decides to show up in the lane. Rampage now also nearby, ready for a fight if it decides to break out. This could be very interesting. Grux now coming around. Grux getting revealed on the ward on his jungle camp. They're walking over. Rampage might be going in on this Grux. He is. Sparrow to follow behind him. Rampage with a rock in tow, able to land this. No, he's not here. Disengaging, taking care of this jungle camp, though they are sitting in the bush with this jungle camp, actually. Trying to keep it away. Grux forced to back off. Grux only level 3 compared to Rampage's level 4 as well.
Noko's been just bullying the crap out of this poor Grux. And if Grux can't get ahead, he's not going to be very effective.
Absolutely. We saw that out of Team DDP earlier, actually, that they bullied the enemy Chimera into a very, very low state throughout the entire course of the game. And it looks like they're getting a taste of their own medicine a little bit here from Team Noko.
How the tables have turned. A reversal of fortune without Muriel.
All right, a good word comes out from the Gadget, trying to keep an eye on their side of the jungle, doing an absolutely great job. Let's take a look at this Howitzer mid lane, apparently doing some damage, knocking around that Gadget. Gadget taking a lot of damage without dealing much back to Howitzer in return. Gadget,
no mana.
exactly, very low mana, unable to do a lot here. Let's take a look at these lane states for a moment here, Mangoose. We see here that the Revenant is at 40 minions to Kwang's 35. Kwang doing a good job of staying in a ranged matchup, staying up on those minions. Sparrow doing a good job of keeping up to Twin Blast, but has 2 kills, benefiting her greatly. Howitzer to Gadget. Gadget slightly ahead on that farm. Lots of good things happening here. Wards coming out. Blue buff being stolen away from the Grux on Team DDP as well, as he is on the red side of his jungle. 4 members on the left side here. Could we see a gank coming out? It does not look like we're going to see anything happen. They may be looking for a Prime Spirit, but in the off lane, we've got Revenant and Kwang now fighting it out. One of the benefits to Kwang.
Can't take a break. Can't catch a break. Can't catch a break.
One of the, oh, actually, sorry, we'll come back to this off lane. The Sparrow doing a lot of damage from afar, and the Decker landing a great stun there as well, trying to keep them from going back in the lane. So far, this has been incredible to see. This game is a lot closer, 3-1 so far. Grux being revealed on a ward on his blue buff, but no blue buff there for him to take. Back over to the off lane, fighting it out with Revenant and Kwang. One of the great things about Kwang now is that he is strong enough. He can use his Q to throw his sword and his right click to take minions from a distance. He does not have to get up in Revenant's face to be able to farm anymore. So with those cooldowns being as low as they are, he definitely benefits here. But in the mid lane, we see Gadget taking a lot of damage from the Decker and Sparrow gank. Half health, the Rampage, or the Gadget ult goes down. Rampage going in, misses the rock. The Gadget will be going down here, and that will be another kill for the Sparrow.
And she had to throw her ultimate down to try and escape. Unfortunately, it did not work out for her. And that is the Gadget ultimate down and used for pretty much nothing.
And once again, they're actually taking this red buff.
This red buff.
This Grux is having a very, very hard time. The Howitzer, brilliant mind there, forcing Steel to bull rush out of there. They're going to take this red buff, but Kwang comes in by himself, 4v1 right at the moment, taking a lot of damage. Kwang is forced to jump out of their Rampage, jumping up and over. Grux, everybody forced to blink out. Kwang manages to survive just barely. Gadget back in this fight. It looks like we will see a disengage from Team Noko here, as they are trying to get out of this fight.
Rotating all around this battlefield, and they're going to take this mini prime with absolute ease, it seems.
Yeah, there's not a lot of contest coming out of Team DDP here. 2 members in the mid, Twin Blast in the dual lane. Kwang heading back to off lane, and Steel just leaving the base, while the prime underling is just under half health.
And it doesn't look like DDP is going to be able to do anything about this. This will definitely be a tower down for DDP, because that, if they use it well, it's definitely going to take them a tower.
Absolutely. Grux is level 5 while the Rampage is level 6. There is a rotation coming out here. It looks like they're trying to force something out. They're trying to catch them while they escape from that prime underling, but they will not be able to. Steel sitting in the bush here while Grux and Gadget are running the long way around. Steel could very easily get caught out, even though Rampage is on a bush, but Steel will manage to make it through.
The allied tower is under attack.
Excellent ward coverage from both teams, but I think Noko's deep wards are being a little more effective than DDP's more defensive wards right now.
Absolutely.
Nice damage coming out from that Howitzer R2000 rocket.
Yeah, his super powerful missile, Mangoose, is very long range, able to go out and hit that Grux while he's still backing. But we're going to look over here at the off lane. Not much is happening over here, just kind of farming simulator at this point over here. Sparrow able to take this mana buff for the dual lane and try to make something happen. Sparrow will teleport across. She does steal it away from the Kwang, actually, is able to deal a lot of damage. Now Kwang unable to escape against these 2 ADCs, will take a lot of damage, will go down to the Sparrow. That is a 4th kill for Sparrow.
Excellent rotation through that side lane portal. And what's super hilarious about that is Kwang was just about to do it himself.
He absolutely was.
That had to have been a butthole clenching moment right there when you're about to try and take that portal and Sparrow just pops through right in your face.
And I do wonder if that was a coordinated effort, Mangoose. We do see that Prime Underling going to be dropped in this side lane, taking the off lane tower. Wonder if that was a coordinated effort, though, that this Sparrow heard the call that Kwang was trying to take the portal away from him to escape, so Sparrow walks right on through, being right there on the duo lane.
Now, Decker by herself lands a pretty good stun. trying to keep these minions out from under her tower, trying to take out as many as she can. Just being a good support. Just being a good support.
We do see that Prime Underling does not make it all the way to the inhibitor, but they do take the offlane tower for it, which is still a very worthwhile take for Team Noko.
Prime Spirit is up. I want to see who's the first to try and kick the deer.
Gadget does de-ward that Prime Spirit. Now they have a ward crossing basically each end of that Prime Spirit. It looks like the teams are working on grouping up for it though, however. Sparrow putting out a lot of damage and able to land that root on Narbat or on Steel. Forcing a blink out of Twin Blast with a Decker Cage as well. Bull Rush coming out of Steel. There's still a lot of opportunity. Full 5-man. Steel getting caught out, but here by everybody. A good Steel Howitzer goes up with the ultimate. Takes out the ultimate. Twin Blast trying to ult Howitzer out of the air, but unfortunately not able to make the connection. Kwang will take Howitzer out, however. And so far, that is only one death. There's a Gadgetal, perfect Gadgetal coming out of there. Soul Reaper getting a kill on Decker. The Kwang landing a kill on the Rampage as well. Now, Revenant stuck out by himself. Will have to take the portal to escape, and he will get out of there. But that is 3 kills to 1 for Team DDP.
But she blinks out as well. DDP showing some life coming back into the game here.
Absolutely picking up 3 kills there, and this Prime Spirit theoretically is going to be a very big boon for their game, keeping them involved in all of this as it goes on. This will be a Water Spirit, so they will now be gaining health and mana regen from this Prime Spirit after they take it here. But we do see a team fight maybe re-engaging. Sparrow trying to go around, catches Kwang out, lands the root on Kwang, and lands the root on the Grux. Grux having a hard time getting out of this. The whole enemy team, the whole team on Team Noko is going around trying to dissuade any backs from coming out of Team DDP. And the Howitzer Rocket lands on Grux, takes Grux out. Grux will go down. Steel, very low health, but will be able to maybe get it back out of this. Sparrow needs to walk up and take out this Steel, and she does stop his back, but does not get the kill. Howitzer taking the kill, and Sparrow getting the kill on the Twin Blast. A very good return for Team Noko after that colossally sad team fight prior.
And I really thought TB was going to take out that Sparrow the way he jumped in like that, but it looks like he missed his very first grenade, and she just capitalized on that.
They will get that dual lane tower. Gadget coming in from the side lane, able to get slowed and stunned by the Decker. Everybody on the team trying to get out of there. Gadget Mine does land on the Sparrow. Sparrow will take a lot of damage and get rooted. 1 hit on this Sparrow. Sparrow down to 23 health. Kwang manages to make it toward the Sparrow, trying to get after her, stunned by the Decker. Will not be able to get the kill on that Sparrow, while Rampage also gets out of the lane.
A good call from that Kwang to just go ahead and back out. You don't want to try and chase that kill too much, but Decker's stepping up to the Kwang.
I am not quite sure what happened to the Decker there.
She just disconnected? What the?
It looks like there was some kind of lag on the server. Decker was back under the tower, but it looked like she was running straight out at that Kwang.
I was like, man, this Decker's got some. I know she's got balls, but she got balls.
But that was a great return for Team Noko in that fight. After losing 3 members, they came back and actually returned and received 4 kills after the fact, bringing them back in this game. They couldn't make up for the Prime Spirit difference, but they were able to make up for the kill and gold difference. We do see the Prime Underling spawning in about 30 seconds here. This will be another big objective on the map that we're probably going to see a fight around. With 2 towers down or in the favor of Team Noko, you know Team DDP is going to be looking at this, and it looks like they're already setting up for it. Kwang coming over from the offlane, Grux setting up for it, Gadget walking over from mid lane. But Team Noko will not let them take it for free. Steel and Decker walking over from the dual lane as well. Steel actually backs to the base. A ward drops into the pit that Rampage is trying to clear out as the underling spawns. Now ward in Team Noko's favor. We now see 4 members of Team Noko here to 4 members of Team DDP. Sparrow now back to the base. Sparrow could come in and walk in on this underling take, but it looks like there is a catch out on the Decker here. Decker getting caught as by 2 members of Team DDP. But Rampage back in there. Kwang also taking a lot of damage from the Howitzer on Team Noko. Rampage still able to hold his own. The 5th member of Team DDP is coming over for this the Prime Underling fight, as Sparrow also makes her way here. Gadget using the heal, but goes down to a Gadget ultimate. Decker goes down to a Gadget ultimate now. This is a 5v4, but those are some pretty large ultimates off the table for Team DDP. It looks like a full disengage might be happening here from both teams. We've got DDP.
Team Noko still has priority with that ward on the mini Prime.
Absolutely. DDP backing into the mid lane and Kwang heading back to base as Team Noko resets for themselves. This is very interesting that they are not pushing this further for this underling Mangoose. They picked up their 1 kill, know their ultimates are on cooldown. They need to wait for that ability to come back.
So just farming away. He's been doing massive amounts of damage with his R2000
We see a
rocket.
catch out by this Rampage on Kwang. Kwang trying to get out of there. Rampage able to jump in. Kwang also using his Q to try and get out, was able to root this Rampage. Revenant trying to get in there and deal more damage to Kwang. Kwang able to get out for free there without having to use his blink. We're now seeing this team fight set back up around this Prime Underling. Prime Underling has been started at just above half health as both teams get in there. Decker on top of the Prime Underling wall. Grux able to take the short portal from the Prime Spirit. Full team fight breaking out. Prime Underling is down to 2,500 health. Howitzer ultimate coming out here. Lots of damage going out. We are going to see Team Noko pick up the Prime Underling. They can disengage from this fight now. Very low health Kwang able to take a lot of damage here. A Rampage will go down to Grux for Team DDP. Fights still going out all around this jungle. We're seeing a lot of Grux fighting it out with this Decker. Decker is going to go down. Howitzer picks up a kill on Steel. Revenant picks up a kill on Gadget.
Yeah, she's being very elusive.
Decker is being very slippery,
away.
going to walk under this tower, but Grux will pick up the kill. We see the Twin Blast now also going down to Revenant. That is 3-1 for in team favor of Team Noko, as well as the Prime Underling going for them.
So that's definitely going to be another tower, maybe even an inhibitor for Noko going into this match here.
Mangoose, that fight was absolutely incredible. They did a great job on both teams, honestly, of engaging at the right moments. I think the damage was just more in the favor of Team Noko at that fight, and they weren't able to close it out for Team DDP.
And it seemed like the Prime Guardian got started due to Zemia's toy on Rampage. I didn't see him even hit it at all, but he walked past it and it started hitting him.
Yeah, that is definitely a possibility. Now, I am not seeing who is carrying this Prime Underling. It is not Gadget.
It's not Sparrow. Sparrow's got a red buff, but
Looks like maybe it is on Howitzer. Gadget ult comes out from Team DDP. Lots of damage, but nobody is really inside the Gadget ult. Twin Blast will go down to Revenant in a 1v1 from the mid lane. Lots of damage going out. Steel now getting caught out. Lots of, oh my goodness, Grux getting caught out as well from the jungle. They're all trying to escape and get out of this team fight. They definitely pick up a kill on Twin Blast for favored in Team Noko.
And it looks like they're going to go over and take a Prime Spirit Guardian. And I don't think there's much that DDP can do about this. Looks like Kwang wants to do something about it. I don't know if he's going to be able to smite it away or what.
Kwang, the portal was
down.
taken
He had
to
the
get into that.
away,
Kwang
get killed.
will go down here. Let's see. This Kwang is dead, but is carrying the jungle item, so he may have had an opportunity to smite that away if he could have stood up to it. But Team Noko will take their first Prime Spirit, being the Fire Spirit, dealing additional damage to enemies.
Yeah, he tried to be a little bit of a hero there, and it didn't work out for him. Who's got this? The mini Prime? I still don't know.
I don't believe anybody has it, Mangoose. They may have dropped it in that fight on the Prime Pit, and then it just goes down before the enemy heroes were able to kill it. I'm not quite sure what happened to it, though. I have not seen it on any character, and I have not seen it spawn.
That is insane. That would have been a huge, even more of a huge advantage for Team Noko.
Let's check each of these members very quickly here. There is no Prime Underling on any of these team members, so it is off of the field for Team Noko.
Yeah, not real sure what happened there, because it does. If you die, it doesn't drop.
The Prime Guardian has spawned.
Grux, this is a very interesting dilemma we might have here. We might see a fight being broken out in this off lane. The portal is still up. Sparrow could take the portal over. Ultimate comes out from Revenant onto Grux. Kwang ready to stand by as it is needed. We could see a teleport come across. The teleport from Grux does go across, but on the other side of the map, Sparrow is ready to go. Able to take this. Will do a lot of damage. Sparrow trying to catch up here. Will she pick up the kill? She does indeed. Let's go back to the off lane. Revenant able to pick up a Kwang kill as well.
And it is just going steadily. It's sliding more and more and more in Noko's favor as this game goes on. Major Prime has spawned, and they're immediately going to start up on it.
I was watching the minimap there, Mangoose. The Sparrow was waiting on that portal, waiting for someone to come across, knowing the fight could still go in the favor of Team Noko if someone did. And sure enough, it worked out in their favor. 3 members on the Prime Guardian, about half health at the moment, with Sparrow and Decker in the left lane. Gadget is also in the left lane. This is going to be basically a free Prime Guardian for Team Noko, unless someone from Team DDP starts looking at the map and wondering, where are they? They are not on the map anywhere here. But free Prime Guardian will go down. Mid lane tower will go down immediately, and the inhibitors will take some damage. Could see a very bad fight breaking out here as well. Gadget coming out as Sparrow is able to blink out of that Gadget, not take any damage. Gadget now getting engaged on from behind with the Revenant. Soul Reaper will take a lot of damage, and Obliterate will catch up with Soul Reaper for the kill.
The fog wall. Unfortunate.
You see a Kwang watching from this shadow well. He may be looking at a Sparrow. Does a lot of damage to Sparrow there, about a quarter of her health with his Q and right click combo, but is disengaging out of that battle. Team Noko, nothing to fight for at the moment. Needs to just keep these lanes pushed and needs to keep these lanes pushed and keep up the pressure on Team DDP. DDP needs to make sure that they don't let an inhibitor go down before a new objective is up to fight for, and a team fight can go in their favor.
Sorry, my cat is in the way of the screen. Sparrow just picking away all these mid-lane minions. There's no objectives up on the map right now. They don't want to force their way in too much. Decker does, though. Decker just flying through, goes straight to the bush, and Sparrow's going to go ahead and take some of DDP's jungle.
Decker does not want that ward to live, willing to spend some abilities to make sure it doesn't, but it ends up living out through that Grux. This is a very dangerous, precarious spot for both teams. This is a fight they don't really need to take, but they're going to clear that ward out anyway, keep some pressure up in the mid lane with this Rampage and Revenant keeping the pressure on.
If you see that, the red outline around Rampage, that is Zemia's toy that does magical damage in an AoE around you constantly.
Absolutely. Decker going to take a lot of damage from that Gadget mine and get pulled out of travel mode, but there is no follow-up from Team DDP.
The allied tower is under attack.
Mangoose, something we've seen that's been very interesting throughout all of these games is Rampage and Decker being on the same team multiple times, giving a lot of long-range CC available. Ooh, the Sparrow stealing the teleporter away from the Kwang. Kwang getting engaged on 4v1 will go down without any fight.
You know what I'd like to see in the games? If Decker and Rampage are going to be prevalent, you know what carry I want to see? Can you guess, Jelly?
Is it Grim?
No. Grim would be good, though. But I was thinking more like Yin.
Ooh, yes. Yin would be perfect addition for this game at the moment. Able to provide a lot of great utility for her team as an ADC and provide a cool interaction as a melee ADC herself. See, this Prime Spirit is going up Rampage, starting it up for Team Noko. The full 5 members there, and there will be no answer from Team DDP on this objective.
It seems like a foregone conclusion right now. I guess a DDP could mount some sort of counter-offensive. If they can play a little bit defensively around their inhibitors, they might be able to get a few picks and turn this game around for themselves. But right now, it is just an all-Noko show.
Let us take a look at them for a minute here at the itemization. We've got the Sparrow at 3 items, including Treasured Sword of the Kingdom. So she is at 60% critical strike right here and is doing that extra 25% critical damage when she lands, comparatively to the Twin Blast, who's sitting at 2 items, one of which being Emergency Treatment. So he is behind on 2 crit items now, but has a little bit more lifesteal to survive. In the off lane, we see, again, 3 items, Treasured Sword of the Kingdom on Revenant. For the Kwang, Kwang is going very tanky. We could see a very quick turnaround here if they don't build these items well against these 2 crit carries that are dominating this game, Mangoose. We looked yesterday, and the anti-crit item has not been picked up by any of these tanks as well, which is again a very powerful item to negate 25% critical damage. It's something that they could pick up and generate a lot of worth from against Revenant and Sparrow on Team Noko.
One thing we've seen out of Noko this entire match is the portal control, especially from Sparrow. She's either waiting on the other side for somebody to come through, or she's popping through herself to get some kills.
Absolutely. They're denying that blue buff again from Team DDP. They're roaming as a 5-stack now at this point in the game, Mangoose. They're able to exert control by keeping the wards up in DDP's face and keep up the pressure by stealing away DDP's objectives. We're going to get some ward clearing now in this side of mid lane as they set up for the next large prime to spawn in about 1 minute.
And it seems like that's what they're just doing now. There's kind of a bit of a lull in the game as they're waiting for these objectives to come up.
A fantastic
nice
mine coming out of the howitzer, though. Ooh, Steel getting stuck in the ceiling there with his ultimate, unable to escape the onslaught coming from everybody else, as we see the team retreat back toward the prime pit and are able to potentially take away this prime for free once more. But they
was an unfortunate ultimate right there. That's the beauty of a third-person mode. You got to look up. You got to look up every once in a while. You got to understand what's above your head.
We might see a pick come out of here. Grux standing way far forward. Decker landing a fantastic stun. Grux having to get out of there. Slow coming out. Stun coming out from Rampage. And Grux will go down. That is 2 members down as they head into this Prime Guardian spawn. Steel has respawned, but 40 seconds on the Grux means that they're going to be out a lot of damage if they were trying to contest. Gadget on the left side of the map. Kwong walking through the mid lane. Steel walking through the jungle, trying to get to this Prime Guardian, but a lot of damage already going out. Swim Blast is coming in from the off lane as well. This will turn into a team fight. They are sitting on a couple wards here, Mangoose, so they may not be able to see what's going on. Decker just trying to play proxy a little bit here as Steel throws out the shield. It goes out, and Kwong steals the Prime Guardian away from Team Noko. Team Noko taking a lot of damage. Rampage will go down here, and Howitzer stuck in the pit.
He tried to be a hero in that Prime Spirit. It didn't work out for him, but that time he redeemed himself by smiting away that Prime Guardian. That was really well done. That might keep them in the game.
Absolutely set them up to stay in this game. That took both of the side lane towers away from Team Noko and also damaged that middle inhibitor quite a bit here, Mangoose. We're going to see just under half health. They're pushing that mid lane tower into the base, and it's going to be a very interesting game now that Team DDP made up a lot of ground with that take.
Yeah, they're not even going to wait for minions. There's no reason to. Just stand back and hit that thing. And they're going to take that inhibitor down with ease. This might be the turnaround. This might be the comeback. The electric fence goes out. The rock just over everybody's head. But Decker is coming up. Is she going to land a stun? Boom! She nails a stun, but there's a blink away and a Q sword away for Kwong.
They're still desperately trying to chase down this team.
Kwong taking a lot of damage from Revenant, but it's not enough, and he is going to make it out.
That was an insane steal by the Kwong on Team DDP and definitely put them back into this game. Being able to take that mid inhibitor creates a lot of pressure that they're able to hold on to. Grux, despite being so far behind, is now 2 levels ahead against the Rampage. And Cordit goes down in the mid lane, getting picked off by Team DDP. Team Noko now getting collapsed on from behind by Team DDP. They are being overzealous. A fantastic Gadget goes out, deals half health to the Sparrow. Sparrow forced to blink out. Rampage will go down. Decker also will go down. That is 3-0 for Team DDP.
DDP has that Prime Steel. It rejuvenated them. It put some life back into them. They're back. They are 100% back into this game now.
That was an absolutely incredible collapse around in the jungle. They're doing a great job of keeping that ground and that momentum going now that they've seen the power of that Prime giving them that opportunity. They're pushing the mid lane in, so they're going to have to pay attention to mid lane while also keeping the pressure on that right inhibitor since the minion wave is pushed up as well. It's going to be very difficult for Team Noko. They need to play safe. They need to play back and keep in this game. Keep everything in mind.
And the inhibitors do respawn after a certain time limit. So if they can defend that lane for long enough, they will get their full inhib back. But it looks like DDP is finally getting themselves a Wind Spirit, as long as it goes uncontested. But it does look like Noko has caught wind of it and is coming in hard.
Yeah, Team Noko definitely is not going to let this go for free. that Grux did back. This could be an opportunity for Team Noko to take out this Wind Spirit without the Grux present, but Kwong now having that jungle item they know is a threat. They have to pay attention to Kwong stealing away these objectives. This looks like it will turn into a full 5v5 team fight. Oh, we see something coming out from the Sparrow, Steel ult coming down on Sparrow and Decker. Sparrow taking a lot of damage from this Kwong and Steel combination. Steel absolutely doing work, keeping the Sparrow out of the team fight, killing Sparrow. And we did see the Rampage go down in this jungle as well. Howitzer, Howitzer, Grux landing a beautiful pull on Revenant. Revenant unable to escape of that Gadget ult as well, and will go down while Gadget survives in his ultimate. Howitzer is going to still be taking a lot of damage. Switches going down as well. That's 4 deaths for nothing on Team Noko.
Now they might be charging up for the win. They're pushing straight to the core. This might be a win for DDP. Wow, what an amazing turnaround if they do win this. That core does deal a whole lot of damage. A nice fence a containment fence from Decker to prevent them from. But
this looks like it will be the game. They will take the core.
This is definitely going to be game. DDP. Wow, what a turnaround. They pulled that one out. It all came off the heels of Kwong stealing that prime orb away from Noko. DDP clutches it out. Very nicely done.
Absolutely. And even if we look at this endgame screen, Mangoose, you can see the gold disparity almost across the board. Team Noko has a gold advantage against Team DDP, but that one steal was all it took. They took 2 side lane towers with that prime steal. They took half of the health on the middle inhibitor with that prime steal, allowing DDP to come back into this game. That's what we were talking about. If DDP just needs to play safe and wait for these objectives to come back up so they can take these fights and win the game.
Very nicely done. We see 20-17. That's probably the lowest kill count we've seen in a game yet.
Yeah, and if we look at these damage delta hero graphs, you see the Gadget once again highest damage in the game, 25,000. Despite
it never seems like she's doing that great, but at the end of the game, every time she has the most damage.
Absolutely. Even the Revenant that was doing very well, still 1,000, 2,000 damage underneath that. Howitzer, 4,000 damage underneath that. Sparrow, who got really fed throughout the course of this game, almost 10,000 damage less than that Gadget. This has proven that even a behind Gadget is still a threat and needs to be taken off the table in more cases than this.
It needs to be nerfed by Team Soli.
Now let's take a look at these tanks and the damage received as well from heroes. I'll adjust that. Kwong taking 24,000 damage from heroes, but able to survive. I mean, that just shows the power of Kwong and the thing he's able to do. I mean, I was telling you before this, Mangoose, I think Kwong is very, very strong. It just takes the right Kwong to show up. And I think we've seen that Ferrix can be that right Kwong, dealing damage, stealing objectives, and doing a lot of work here.
Yeah, that was insane. That was really well done. I think most of this damage dealt to heroes probably came from the very early the off lane against the Revenant. Revenant was handing him his lunch all throughout that early game. Sparrow just completely dominating those portals. But yeah, they were able to clutch it out in the end though.
Yep, absolutely. Fantastic work from both of these teams. We're going to get this pick and ban phase underway for these teams, and then we will come back with you guys again shortly. We'll see you in just a moment. Absolutely incredible gameplay. Oh, and the Scud Laser again. Shade going down very quickly now. Gideon does have a beautiful ult and will take the kill. Oh, and they're going to get the Ira. Woo. Cosmos goes down. Oh my goodness, Shade goes down. Bora goes down. That is 4 members. This could be the end of the game. 11 minutes in, Mangoose. Absolutely incredible gameplay. Oh, and the Scud Laser again. Shade going down very quickly now. Gideon does have a beautiful ult and will take the kill. Oh, and they're going to get the IRA. Woo. Cosmos goes down. Oh my goodness, Shade goes down. Bora goes down. That is 4 members. This could be the end of the game. 11 minutes in, Mangoose. And bans underway for game 2 of this best of 3 semifinals match. Absolutely incredible gameplay so far. I mean, Team Noko really started out really strong on that. They were 10 kills up before that prime steal and ended the game 20-17. So they were just up by 3 kills.
The game was theirs to lose, and they lost it. I always called the prime pit the throw pit, and I think that was an excellent move from them. It's just that Kwong came in like a hero and stole it away. There's not much you can do about that. We've said several times now that the death timers in Overprime need to be a little bit longer to prevent things like that. It's nice to have a comeback mechanic, but you also have to reward good play. And I think Noko, at that point, were playing much better than DDP. But DDP definitely took advantage of that one little opportunity they were given, and they drove it home.
Absolutely. I think we're absolutely going to see a little bit safer play come out of Team Noko if they get into that situation again. We're going to see that if they take out one person, they're not just going to go for the prime. They're going to make sure that they're taking that prime in the optimal situations and not a potentially greedy prime going forward.
Kind of interested to see who gets banned out this time.
Yeah, so far the first 2 bans have come through. It is Rampage and Gadget ban.
Ooh, Rampage banned.
I think we saw a lot of those long range rocks were doing very good things for Team Noko there. And then the Gadget ban just absolutely makes sense. Gadget, every time she drops her ultimate, even if it was ineffective in doing damage, sectioned off team fights and allowed Team DDP to get back into this game, especially during that final prime fight.
Yeah, it's good to see that Rampage ban. Like we said, Grux, Rampage, and Gadget have been pretty much 100% ban or participation throughout this entire tournament. I don't think I've seen one game without a Rampage and Grux.
Yeah, absolutely. They've been dominating throughout the course of this game, and it's going to be very curious to see.
Just waiting on the next 2 bans. This is all done off screen, guys, because this is a community-led tournament. This isn't a sponsored tournament, so we can't do all the fancy stuff that that professional esports can usually do. But GTG has done a fantastic job of putting on both the EU tourney and the NAA tourney. They've coordinated all of this stuff and done it so well. Big shout out to the Get Through Gaming team.
Yeah, absolutely. If you guys have not joined their Discord already, link is down below in the if you're on Twitch, and you'll be able to join their Discord and be part of all of the great things that they put together on their Discord channel.
Looks like we're waiting on one member of Noko. Looks like Noko is going to be blue once again, and DDP will be red once again. Thank God. I get very confused when they switch sides.
All right, pick is continuing. We're going to see a lot of stuff coming through from these teams. Let's see, these bans, second set of bans are going to come through as well. All right, second set of bans are dropping in from both teams. Very curious to see what's going on here. We see the Gadget ban already. We got the Rampage ban, which means there were a lot of good picks available for the first round of picks. So this second set will be very interesting to see of who's going to get banned.
I imagine we're going to see some sort of ADC ban. Maybe even a Decker ban. That Decker was very effective for Noko. the Decker and the Rampage combo. Maybe they were just, once they deleted part of that combo out of the Rampage, they'll leave that Decker up for grabs.
Yep, absolutely. But we'll have to see how this plays out. The Rampage ban being gone, Rampage rocks have been very, very effective. We see the Gadget ban. We learned after that last game, clearly Gadget ban is definitely high on the list of important things to take.
That Howitzer, though, was extremely effective. Both mid laners, I think, did a fantastic job in that last game. Some of those Howitzer mines, especially on Poor Steel kept trying to get away and pop back into the fight by those Howitzer mines.
Yep, absolutely. Howitzer did put out a lot of pressure in that early game, and I would definitely see a Howitzer pick coming through, or potentially even a ban on that Howitzer after the Gadget ban as well. All right, looks like the bans are coming through, and the first one has gone out, and it will be a Howitzer ban, Mangoose. We are going to see that Howitzer ban come through, and the second ban is Wraith.
So actually, I mean, Wraith is actually quite a popular mid laner as well. So I'm kind of wondering what these mid lane picks are going to be. Hopefully we get to see the Fae. That's what I want to see.
All right, I'm gonna get our poll up and ready to go again, and we'll see what happens in this game. They're finalizing their picks through. We're going to have to see which of these picks turn out to be the important ones for these teams. Once again, Grux hasn't been banned. We've seen Grux 100% pick ban throughout both the EU tournament and the NA tournament. And I'm surprised we haven't seen more bans or earlier picks of him necessarily.
I'm guessing we're probably going to see a Feng Miao in this match. Feng Miao, another very popular, very strong jungler or offlaner.
Yeah, with no Feng Mao ban, there's absolutely the potential for that in this game. I'll be very curious to see if we see that Kwang come through once again. Kwang being able to teleport to his sword without using his ultimate gives him a lot of opportunity to get through these lanes or through these objectives faster than others on his team, because he can just teleport behind the enemy team or through the enemy team to get to them. So that could easily be something that we see once more for one of these teams.
And even that with that instant teleport, even if they're waiting for him with a stun, he can immune it quickly with his E.
Yep, absolutely.
Looks like we're still waiting for a member of Noko to join up into the match as well.
Let's see, the final picks are coming through, and then we'll probably see that Team Noko character or player come back into this as we get on started. So everyone, for your reminder, this is going to be game 2 of the semifinals for Team Noko versus DDP. DDP did win the first game of the day, or of the series. We're going to see if that continues for them into the next game as well. Whoever wins this best of 3, so if it's Team DDP, if they win this game, or if we go for a reverse sweep on Team Noko's side, they will go on to play Mitch Moment in the finals, which will be very exciting to see these teams duke it out. Mitch Moment has had a little bit of time to rest and maybe even cool down between these games, whereas if it's either of these teams, they'll be fresh off of their win going into another game.
Vendors in chat says kind of feel bad for whatever team has to play these guys after this. Yeah, kind of. I mean, I believe Mitch Moment has some really top players on their team. Of course, that doesn't equate a good team, but the cooldown that they're suffering right now, these teams are going to be warmed up and they're going to be used to fighting and duking it out and going against really, really good teams. Whereas I think Mitch Moment, it's going to be their first time having to face like a truly competitive team. Kind of feel bad for them, for real.
Yeah, absolutely. Hopefully these picks and bans go through here a little bit quickly. We're looking, I think it's on the last pick for these teams.
It's taking them a while to do to get their last picks in here.
Yeah, seriously. I hope in the future for these tournaments we're able to do that. Overprime, Paragon the Overprime institutes a way for us to do these custom drafts, that we are able to create these for the tournaments like this and are able to have this all in game so we can see it on screen. We're not doing it in a third party area, and you guys can see the picks and bans live as they come through. We're going to see again some
ready up.
interesting plays coming out of this game, Mangoose. A character we
Why
again
do you do this, Jelly? Why do you do this?
I gotta keep things exciting, Mangoose. Another character we have not seen all day is going to be played in this game, so I'm very curious to see how that plays out in this matchup. It looks like all the team members are readying up. Cordit is the last one, and then we'll get this game underway.
Suck out. That was harsh, bro. That was harsh.
All right, everybody's readying up. Here we go. In theory.
Possibly. Looks like we're waiting for a little steady, little unsteady.
Yep, it looks like there is a quick break being asked for by one of the teams, and then we'll get back and start the draft.
Uh-oh, they're calling for a timeout. They need a timeout. Somebody had to go to the bathroom.
DDP has been playing basically non-stop, so it makes sense that they're able to take a little bit of a break, both of these teams, and get back into it between these matches.
Now, I think Noko may have taken their foot off the gas pedal a little bit in that last match. This time, they know that they can't do that. So I'm willing to bet we're going to see a whole different Noko come out and keep the balls to the wall till that core goes down. So DDP needs to be strapped in and ready, because I think Noko's coming for him, and they're going to be coming for him pretty hard.
Absolutely, Mangoose. I think Noko is not going to let off any pressure this time around if they get that lead early on.
And with Gadget out of the way, it always surprises me how well like we saw in the game where she was played and she lost. She still did the most damage on her team, even though she was pushed in and well behind that entire match. She is such a powerful hero. I'm glad to see her banned out this time.
Absolutely. I think the bans this time around, Howitzer being banned as well, are going to create some interesting opportunities, and we're getting started. Let's get out into this game. All right, the lane picks are coming through. We're going to see interesting things coming out of this game, Mangoose. Interesting things. Here we go.
So wrong, not a surprise. Chimera, I'm a little surprised by. Little twin blast, little revenant action, some Grux action. Gideon.
There you go, Mangoose.
What?
The pick coming out here. Absolutely incredible. Real quick, while these picks are going through, chat, we need to keep it civil here. We cannot be attacking other members of the chat here. We cannot be doing that kind of stuff. You guys need to keep it on the game. If you have disagreements, take it outside of this chat. Thank you. We're going to start our poll back up. Team DDP or Team Noko. Who's gonna win? I want to see some votes coming through here.
Battle of Agnes of Light will begin soon. In the name of the hero.
All right,
Seize victory.
Mangoose. Here we go.
I'm so surprised by this Gideon pick. He is widely considered by a vast majority of the community to be the worst hero in the game right now. Let's see if Soul Reaper can make it happen with a Gideon Undertow skin. He didn't even go with Chrono Shinobi. He went with Undertow. He went with the classic.
Oh, the classic skin. Maybe he thinks there's some kind of advantage in running this skin, but we're seeing Team Noko pushing up on this game as well. So far, nothing's going to happen, but they are sitting on top of a ward, even if they don't know it.
Yep, they are on top of that ward, and looks like DDP's just going to spread out. They don't seem to want up any part of this invade.
I think DDP learned last game that the early game may not go in their favor, but they just need to hold out. But that doesn't mean they need to give these kills away to Team Noko early on.
Now, we did see DDP go against a Chimera in an earlier match, and holy crap, did they keep him just underfed. They starved that Chimera for minute one. We got a mid lane Grux coming out from Noko. I like that. That's kind of cool.
Yeah, absolutely. Into this Gideon, that could be a very valuable pick as well. But already in the off lane, duking it out. Sevarog in Cordit is back on this Revenant pick.
They had no respect for that off-lane Revenant. Let's see if Sevarog picks up the smite item this time, like he did on Kwong last time.
So far, Sevarog has started with the Gemstone of Fortitude. We'll have to see what happens there and what's going to happen in the rest of this game. This early push on Grux, or for Grux, on the mid lane, doing really well for him as well. Looking at the poll, let's see, where are we at? Team Noko currently the favorite to win right now on this poll, but this could change. There's still some time left. Get your votes in. Stealing the red buff away from Team DDP's jungler as well. This was something they did the last game. They just kept stealing away that jungle from the jungler, keeping him a little bit further behind. Feng Mao looking like he's taking these jungle camps on a ward, does not realize it most likely, and will not be able to do anything. But on the off lane, once again, Cordit pushing in this Sevarog, keeping him back out of the way, with a Chimera looking like he's running through the side, maybe going to come in for a little gank here. No, Chimera.
Well, that Feng Mao was picked up on a ward, so Chimera knows he's perfectly safe to come into this jungle right now.
Absolutely, and he knows that Feng probably took away his blue buff, so it's perfect for Chimera to come in here and show his dominance and keep himself in this game going forward.
That's the kind of plays I'll want to see. That's the kind of plays you expect from these late tournament games, the semifinals here.
Absolutely. Team Noko now showing as well that Team Noko has spotted this Chimera, know that he's in their jungle, going to be putting out some pressure on him as well.
Will he have to blink away? Probably.
Chimera, no blink. He's the jungler.
In. Oh, that's right.
First blood.
And Chimera goes down easily.
Over to Noko on Revenant one more time.
And now they're going to go ahead, and Feng Mao's going to start on Chimera's jungle once again.
Yep, absolutely.
So the advantage of this mid lane Grux seems to be he's got great wave clear, and whenever he does rotate, he's got great crowd control to set up a lot of ganks. I like this mid lane Grux pick. I might start doing this myself.
Creates a lot of opportunity for their team as well. They've got the damage coming from the jungle pick in Feng Mao. They've got the damage coming from the Revenant in the offlane. But the CC is the biggest thing that they need here.
And Gideon, of course, slips away because he is Gideon. That's one thing Gideon's still good at, is getting away.
Absolutely. Now, we did see Twin Blast and Murdoch both slip through the pick ban, or the ban phase this time around. And of course, there's one of them on each team. Now, back into the offlane. Revenant, Sevarog, duking it out once again. Ferris showing that he needs these farm stacks. He needs to stay up there and take some of this damage away, or take some of this damage from Revenant in order to stay relevant in this game.
Now Red is rocking the red gem while he's got that smite. Will he be able to just kind of slip in, smite a jungle minion? Well, he's not going to be able to because Feng Mao's been taking those jungle minions away.
Yeah, and well, Ferris is actually running the tank item. He does not have that smite in the current state.
Oh, okay.
So he's
okay.
able to sustain a little bit longer, gain that shield passively through that tank item, and survive the lane a little bit longer.
So the only thing that isn't allowed in the tournament, I think, right now is switching out your blink item for another blink item whenever your blink's on cooldown.
That is my understanding as well, Mangoose. We see
Looks
wards
like
coming
Grux
out
is
here.
heading in.
Chimera getting spotted on a ward. Grux getting spotted on a ward as well. Chimera backing off into the bush, trying to play a little bit safer. Grux back into the mid lane. Gideon putting out a lot of pressure, keeping this pressure on. Level 6 before the Grux is, but we know that Gideon ult does not do very much damage. It's more of a CC tool than anything else.
And he's got to watch out because the Noko has got a Narbash on their side, so Gideon's going to have to wait to use his ultimate at all until he sees a thunk come out of the Narbash.
Yep, absolutely, which is going to be a very interesting play. Decker backs in the side lane. Feng Mao chasing down this Chimera a little bit here, trying to keep some pressure on this jungle. Grux also following him into this jungle as well, maybe looking for a early fight. Feng Mao, Decker coming to the support of Chimera. Feng Mao has to get out of this jungle before he goes down.
Anytime we've seen a Chimera in this tournament, we've seen him getting bullied. Of course, they bullied the jungle early last game too. Noko did.
Brilliant pull, landed all 6 minions in that one pull as Grux. Very, very good job. Dual lane getting a good pick off. A thunk lands on the Murdoch. Murdoch taking a lot of damage from Twin Blast. Twin Blast able to get Murdoch down to half health.
Twin Blast definitely using the quick cast grenade strat there to dump as many grenades on somebody as possible really quickly. Deals a huge chunk of damage, and then you can just use your dash to reset and get yourself another grenade.
Absolutely. Looks like in the off lane we may see something happening here. Subjugate coming out from the Sevarog, but we've got the Feng Mao coming in from behind. Sevarog now getting rooted by the Feng Mao as a teleport comes through. Decker also participating in this off lane fight. While in the mid lane, we've got Narbash coming in to fight this Gideon. Gideon going to get out of there, gets a pull. Thunked by
nice.
the
Running
Narbash.
pull.
Lots of damage coming out. Ooh, Switch is taking a lot of damage on Grux from that Gideon, however. In the side lane, again, we see off lane, there is a lot of fighting going on. Chimera now with Decker and Sevarog helping to fend off this Feng Mao and Revenant. Subjugate coming out. Subjugate doing a lot of work.
Nice.
Feng Mao
Kill
going down to
Feng
Decker.
Mao.
Kill over to DDP.
We do know that doesn't really matter a whole hell of a lot for Feng Mao. Once he gets the late game, that man is damn near unkillable. But we do have our good rotation coming over from Twin Blast. Nice
Beautiful stun
jumping
over from
stun
Decker,
from
but
Decker,
it's not
gonna
enough.
help.
The thunk comes through from Narbash and they
Chimera.
take out Chimera.
Portal spawn in just a few seconds. We're going to see if Noko can once again dominate those portals and really communicate well as far as when they need to be taking them and when somebody's going to be coming through low. Noko starting up mini prime. We don't have any wards on it. DDP has no idea that this is going on, but they are collapsing anyway because they know that it has spawned.
Absolutely. Lots of
They're gonna
damage
chase
coming
them
out
off.
here.
Nice
Sevarog in
damage
there.
coming out of Gideon.
Grux now getting picked off by the Decker cage coming through. Sevarog really trying to keep pressure on this prime underling, but 4v4 now on this lane. 5v5. I apologize. Everybody's here. The Narbash will go down. Prime underling very, very low. Gideon going in for the CC ultimate. 1,000 health on Prime underling. Prime underling will go down. Who picks it up? Grux picks up the kill on Gideon. Feng Mao goes down to Murdoch.
To catch up.
It does go to Team DDP.
DDP with a double smite, and then Gideon did give his life for that, but this should be a tower. It's almost always 100% guaranteed a tower whenever you do pick up that mini or prime.
Absolutely. We just need to make sure that DDP does get a good pickup of this ore prime and dropping it on the right location. We saw them using it to their advantage earlier in the day, but we could easily see that if sometimes the fights just keep breaking out, you don't have a good time to use it, and it goes off of cooldown. Overall, still an even game, 3-3 right now. Prime Underling may switch up that first tower on them, but we're going to have to see what's going on. The Twin Blast taking the Roadhog from the side of the lane, and it looks like he might be backing. No, he will stay in the lane here. Decker's still
in mid lane helping out the Gideon.
And we saw this earlier in the
Oh,
DDP.
no, she's going to get caught out.
Ooh, no, the thunk does not connect. Will not get caught out there. Will be able to survive a little bit. Gideon
Nice pull from Grux.
able
but he
to
does
teleport out though.
Zip away. lands the suction cup. He lands the 1, he lands the 2, but there's a big fight going on, and Narbash is actually the one. Who's that? I can't tell. Narbash does get caught out and taken down by DDP. Chimera's starting to come back in it now. That pull, I don't think he wanted to make. He didn't want to pull that entire enemy team.
There's the drop pushing. It switches aside in the mid lane, going to take a lot of damage. Allied tower down below, or goodness gracious, the Noko tower taking a lot of damage here. Really close to down, and it will go down indeed. Prime Underling goes down before it can interact with the inhibitor.
Excellent use of that Prime Underling to deal a lot of damage to Grux. That almost took him down.
Absolutely did a fantastic job in keeping the pressure, and even if it didn't take him down, it provided the opportunity for there to be to push him against the wall and keep him from running away, which was a fantastic thing for them. Team GDP now taking the Earth Spirit, 4 members on this Earth Spirit, nobody to contest from Team Noko. DDP off to a great start.
Earth Spirit, a lot stronger than you may think, because armor and tankiness is everything in Overprime, and that Earth Spirit just increases that by a significant amount.
Looks like we're seeing some delay in action a little bit here. Lots of minions being pushed under by the Revenant. You know, he's going to put some damage out on this tower, but is going to back out to keep himself in some safety. Feng Mao now in the enemy jungle, maybe trying to steal away from some camps. Gideon looks like he probably notices him on the mini map and will be going in there to dissuade him from taking any further camps. Grux also on the way into this jungle. This could be a full-fledged fight with members of these teams.
Feng Mao is going to go ahead and abandon that jungle. Grux gets caught as he's coming through. A lot of damage going out on Feng Mao.
Well, there's a teleport coming across from the Narbash. This is a 4v4 team fight. Decker now putting out the cage. The blink coming out from the Feng Mao, but Feng Mao, or from Revenant. Feng Mao goes down. Narbash now caught out by the enemy team. Will also go down.
Portal is down. He's not going to be able to escape. This is a totally different game than the last one. Maybe we're going to see another reversal, though. Maybe we're going to see DDP dominate early and then Noko clutch it out in the end.
Yeah, it's entirely possible, Mangoose. This duel lane still very casual. The Earth Spirit going over to Team DDP, and only 3 kills up with 1 tower. There's still plenty of game left.
Looks like they're pushing into another tower. Chimera getting that spirit regen, that health regen. He's going to be able to survive any tower shots that come his way, but it looks like they're not even going to come his way as he takes that tower down with ease. With a little bit of help from Decker.
That is the second tower, though, for Team DDP, giving their advantage a little bit more when it comes to this game. It's going to be very difficult for Noko to catch back up. At this point, they're losing towers left and right. They're losing the ability to keep pressure in this game. Revenant now trying to keep Sevarog at bay, even though he is towerless, trying to stay up on this ledge. Will follow him down a little bit. Does not know where the enemy is. Potentially could be catastrophic for him, but he will work on these minions instead.
Chimera starting to come back into the game. He was very starved for farm very early, but coming in there and getting a couple of kills has set him back on track.
Now they just don't know, but they walked over a ward over that Prime Spirit Pit, so they are definitely going to be revealed to Team DDP. Let's see if Decker can make a escape there. She does. She dodges the thunk, unfortunately, for Team Noko.
Immediately pieced out of that fight. Sevarog wants to assert some dominance, just runs right into this team. What is he doing? Grux just pounded away. Decker goes down. The knockback on Narbash underneath the tower, a classic from Sevarog, and Narbash gets deleted by Chimera.
Yeah, that's a 1-for-1 trade so far. The support for the support. But that Decker does offer a lot of utility for Team DDP, so it's going to be very interesting to watch what happens from here.
It's going to be interesting to see the late game healing coming out of Narbash. We know from experience that his healing is absolutely insane. You think you got somebody and they always get away with like 10 health because of the Narbash.
Yep, absolutely. And now the resets are happening for this second Prime Underling. Prime Underling spawning now within the next 10 seconds. Should be very difficult for Team Noko to contest this. They're missing members of their team heading into this, but all 5 members of Team DDP are already here. This is absolutely putting the Team Noko at a disadvantage. Sure enough, it is a basically free in there for Team DDP, but they do pick up the Decker kill. The Prime Spirit already drops, running down to the left side lane now. They pick up another kill in that Feng Mao. It is a 1-for-1 trade so far. Gideon doing a lot of damage, putting that ultimate out there for the CC, keeping people away from entering the fight once again, but Gideon is going to go down. Feng Mao goes down to the Gideon. Twin Blast picks up the kill.
And I'll tell you what, Soul Reaper is making Gideon look good. He's making Gideon look good in this. Don't be fooled. He's not.
Twin Blast picks up a kill on that Murdoch, and the right inhibitor for Team Noko takes about 2.5 pips of damage.
We're going to have to see Noko get some pressure on some of these objectives, on some of the lane objectives like the towers and the inhibs, because right now it's all DDP. It's a DDP show.
Yep, absolutely, Mangoose. They're showing
Decker
that they
coming
can
in from the side.
They're showing what we've seen all day, is that when DDP builds that lead, they just turn it into more lead for themselves. They don't ever take pressure off. They keep the gas moving forward. Switches taking damage from that Gideon a little bit there. Will get hit by the suction cup on his right click, and we'll have to see what's going on from here. The thing I've noticed with DDP is they are not giving up an inch of space for Team Noko here, right? We don't have any towers. Even the rightmost tower that was pushed under is right at the halfway point. There's still a lot of damage left on the table for that tower to go down. What we saw last game, DDP didn't have 2 towers down. They got that prime steal. Both of those go down immediately and open up the opportunity for them. We see the blink coming out of the Murdoch. Murdoch is going to go down to Twin Blast. Twin Blast now going to rotate over for this Prime Spirit fight. Sevarog now fighting people off of the Prime Spirit, sitting on a ward, however. This is a 3 or a 5v4 fight if it breaks out. Gideon is actually back into the base. If they start this Prime Spirit, now is the time. A perfect pull from the Grux back over the ledge, but nothing from Team Noko as they're focused more on taking this tower.
And that's the first tower for Noko. They heard us and they decided that they wanted to go ahead and get themselves a tower. And now they're going to rotate straight over to the Prime Spirit. This is going to be a Fire Spirit. It'll be quite good for them. This might help them get back into the fight here.
The team is coming in here. The smites go out. Noko does get that Prime Spirit.
The cage goes down. Sevarog very low. He's hard to kill, but not when you've got the entire team on you like that.
Absolutely. Team Noko is now pulling themselves back into this game. They're now up 1 kill, up 2 kills, and they're even on Prime Spirits. If they got one more tower, they'd be basically back in step with Team DDP in this game.
We're starting to see a reversal of what happened in the first game.
Absolutely. We're going to reach that point where the Feng Mao just comes online. He's going to get these items that'll bring him back into this game. He's got 1 item already working on his tank item. Basically, once he gets to 3 items, Feng Mao is going to have be very hard to kill throughout the rest of this game.
But that Gideon combo did about half of his health right there.
Switch is now pushing out this side lane, trying to make sure that inhibitor won't go down. They were working on that mid lane tower, but were not able to make it go down despite the Prime Spirit lowering tower health. Which makes us, actually, that brings me up a perfect point. People underutilize that Prime Spirit because it does weaken towers in this game. So you can get Prime Spirit and take the towers much easier because of that weakened state that they put them in.
And you can tell by the little purple raindrops coming off the towers.
Yeah, if we fly over to the mid lane tower, for instance, the Prime Spirit debuff shows on these towers by these little purple wisps coming down there.
I believe I just said that there are raindrops.
Purple raindrops coming down.
Purple rain. I won't sing anymore, sorry.
Purple rain. They don't know that they're sitting on a ward here, but Decker is going to get caught out. Decker lands a stun on 2 members of this Team Noko. Decker taking a lot of damage there, but they're getting fully collapsed on from behind. They were sitting on a ward, so the team was able to coordinate and take out that Twin Blast. Now putting it 10 kills to 9 kills and evening it out 10 to 10.
Narbash does go down. Now, we've seen that a lot throughout this tournament. Decker just acting as bait. Decker just throwing a stun at people's faces, hopping around, and wait for her team to come in behind and get the kills.
Absolutely. We've seen how slippery that Decker can be, and she's showing it every time and time again. Feng Mao trying to look like he's trying to make something happen here, but Sevarog coming around. Grux also caught out there, scared to enter with Team Noko, but looks like they're going to disengage. 10 for 10, but tower advantage now in Team DDP's favor.
That was really a good decision from Noko not to go in on that. I think they would have been eaten up pretty quickly if they tried to go in on that fight just now. And DDP is going to go ahead and back out, reset, and see if they can make something happen somewhere else.
Yes, sir. We're looking at 5 seconds until the large prime spawns. Now, this is where the point in the game where the throw happened last time around. I wonder if we're going to see these teams really put a focus on this, or if they're going to be nervous about starting this, knowing that it can go against them. Again, Jima's Toy starting out that Prime Guardian, dealing some damage. Grux able to get out of there, place another ward down, and clear the wards for Team DDP as well. Both teams a little nervous to be going in on this, looking like they're trying to get a pick, but the wards are coming out, revealing Feng Mao, revealing the entire team of Team Noko right now for Team DDP. Good suction cup and rock combo comes out for Gideon. They're trying to push them out. They're trying to play safe, but it looks like Decker Cage is coming out. That's a very important cooldown for them. Decker Pull is going to get through. Decker going to go down immediately. Lots of damage comes through there. Feng Mao teleporting in. Murdoch taking a lot of damage. Murdoch able to escape, but just barely. Unfortunately, they will not pick up that Murdoch kill, but he is low enough. He does have to back. This could create an opportunity for them to do this large prime. Chimera pushing through the mid lane, trying to get mid lane pushed up, so they have some favor here. Two people back in the base.
They risk it. They are going to risk it. They're going to go for the prime.
Team Noko potentially going to repeat what happened last game.
They've got a Kai and a Sevarog both with smites right now.
Sevarog has officially ditched his tank item. He is now in this fight. Ferris is the one that took the prime last time. They've started a team fight here, taking a lot of damage. Prime pulls them back in right as they're trying to escape. Grux going in for this team fight. Ferris taking very minimal damage from this. Chimera going in. Chimera taking a lot of damage from Team Noko. Chimera to go down. Prime sitting at 5,000 health. Ooh, we're seeing a lot of damage come out. Soul Reaper going to go down on that Gideon. Prime Guardian has reset. This means this fight is fully underway. The Murdoch also going to need to blink out of there, take the Grux with him, but Murdoch goes down. Decker, the last member left in this team fight. The Ferris now coming back around after taking the portal out. A full reset, but he is sitting on a ward. Subjugate does not make it out of there. Ferris will be forced to back out.
Does Noko risk it?
Looks like they are disengaging.
Everybody's disengaging. Probably a smart move. You don't want to get that thing smited away from you once again. They've learned their lesson.
Lots of wards on the map. That was a good pickup. That was 4 kills for Team Noko and 1 kill picked up for Team DDP. Noko benefiting there. They know they don't need to push their luck on this prime pit. As they learned their lesson last time, that can just lose you the game almost by itself.
And both teams prioritizing it, though. They need to get some better picks, maybe a little bit later into the game to get this prime this time, I think. They'll probably prove me wrong like right after I said that, but we'll see what happens.
Prime Spirit is now up on the map as well. We may see a trade of sides for that Prime Spirit start, but whoever starts the Prime Spirit, the other team can go for Prime Guardian. So there's a lot on the line here. Sevarog getting stunned out by the Narbash Thunk. The containment fence coming out from Decker as well. The Murdoch still getting picked on in this fight, taking a lot of damage. Will survive that mid lane tower being available, but Feng Mao goes into the execution with his ultimate. That's an important pick. 30 seconds. 30 seconds on that Murdoch respawn. They're disengaging now, looking like they don't want to head for the prime, but they know that without the Murdoch, that Team DDP can't do it as well. They're walking that direction, maybe looking for a pick on this red buff of Chimera. Chimera backing off a little bit, trying to get out of here, but going in a weird direction, getting pulled by the Grux. Grux will land that pull. Feng Mao coming in for the slow on Chimera. Chimera going to struggle, and Thunk lands on Chimera. Chimera will go down here.
And this might be the pick they need to finally get this prime.
They need to remember that Ferris is also using the smite item. This is something that was detrimental to them last time. They picked off the jungler, and Ferris came in and stole it. They're making this, it could be a quick repeat of what happened in the last game, Mangoose. 2 people in mid. Ferris standing by on this prime pit. They are not playing proxy on him. He was going to be able to get in there for free. 3,000 health, 1,000 health, 400, but it does go down for Team Noko.
Noko finally gets it that time. And that is going to be huge for them, putting them back into this fight. I mean, they already put themselves back into the fight. It is kind of a mirror of what happened last game, where DDP dominated early, but Noko has really stepped it up in this late game.
The interesting thing about that prime take, actually, for Team Noko, is it did not knock down the mid or right towers in this game for them. So they are still 2 towers behind in this game, despite picking up that prime.
Looks like they might be rotating over for a prime spirit. And they will indeed start engaging the prime spirit. And DDP can't do a whole hell of a lot about it. Chimera just going to try and take some jungle. Narbash throws down a good ward to see them coming if they do try and take it away, but no, Noko gets the wind spirit with ease.
And this is their opportunity to take those towers. The weakened tower states mean that they can push up and take these towers with relative ease. Their tanks are starting to come online. They can sit under these towers, tank them, take those couple hits while they take these towers down and create a lot of pressure for themselves. Murdoch in that mid lane, unable to defend this against the Grux. Grux will take this mid lane tower down. Murdoch and Gideon now coming in to try and dissuade the Grux from proceeding. But on the left lane, we're seeing a full team push. 4 people pushing down this left lane, trying to knock down that left inhibitor. Left inhibitor is just above half health. The minimap is deceiving, guys. When you do any damage, it drops about a third on the minimap, which could be deceiving and pulling a false confidence play on Team Noko here. But they're able to pick up the Murdoch kill. They may be able to pick up the Gadget. Gadget goes down. That is 2 members down. 5v3 now. Power play for Team Noko on this left
and
inhibitor.
Now it's going to cruise straight into this inhibitor. It is weakened. But they did Delta quite a bit.
And that inhibitor will go down. Feng Mao gets taken out by the Sevarog, but Chimera now taking a lot of damage. Sevarog now in the back of the team fight takes a colossal blow to Revenant. Revenant able to ult the Gideon. Sevarog will go down, however. Revenant and Gideon fighting it out here in this side lane. What's going to happen? Revenant will make it out of there. Still 5v3, 5v2. That is a perfect pickup for Team Noko here. The left inhibitor going down, picking up a couple kills on the way. They're able to put themselves in this game at a solid lead now after being behind in the early game.
Looks like we might be heading into a game 3. If this keeps up, we're going to have to see DDP pull out some crazy stuff like they did last game. Yeah, Noko has completely turned this game around for themselves.
Yeah, absolutely, Mangoose. They're putting the pressure on the objective. They've picked up now 2 prime spirits despite losing the first one. Even despite losing both of the prime underlings, they were still able to hold themselves in this game. Now, that mid inhibitor is I'm thinking the game prior. Mid inhibitor has not gone down yet. We're going to see lots of potential coming out of Team Noko here. They're working on this right lane now. They know that they need these towers down to create pressure. Left inhib going down means that that lane will push itself by itself. So they can focus on the other side of the map where they still need towers down. Now the prime spirit buff has fallen, or debuff has fallen off these towers, but this tower is so low, it goes down like that.
The enemy tower has been destroyed.
Not a big loss this late in the game to lose one of your towers, like one of your tier 1 towers. I guess there's only just towers now. Can't really call it tier 1 when there's only 1 tower.
But it looks like Chimera taking a lot of damage here. The full 5-man team straight facing after Chimera will go down. Had no escape potential. That's the downside to Chimera compared to a lot of these other junglers. He's not able to escape, and he's not able to fight these fights when multiple people show up on him, so he's just going to go down.
I don't know why Kai was pushed up so far right there. That makes 0 sense to me.
Yet nobody on the map. You're not seeing anyone revealed on these wards, and yet Chimera is up to the midpoint of the mid lane. It's just asking for the team to show up on you.
The only way I can see DDP coming back into this now is if Noko does go for a prime and DDP can somehow steal it away again.
Yep, and that's exactly what happened last game. Was the second prime was the one that DDP stole, which is a 60% damage, I believe, across the board. That's why it took down 2 towers. That's why it did so much damage to those inhibitors. So a good prime here could take that right inhibitor away from Team Noko and prove very, very detrimental. Team Noko, though, knows that it's respawning. Not quite yet. We still have another minute for it, but they're waiting in the bush. They want someone to come ward or come check that this Prime Guardian is coming up so they can 4-man out of the bush and take them out. Chimera pushing up in the mid lane again. They may look for another pick here. Chimera and Decker going around. Oh, Feng Mao teleports into the lane, but does not find anybody. We've got 30 seconds on the Prime Guardian and 60 seconds on the Prime Spirit here, Mangoose. A good Prime Spirit pickup into the Prime Guardian could also be very powerful because it weakens those inhibitors before that damage goes out. All right, 10 seconds on this Prime Guardian respawning. We're going to see some wards come out of there. Looks like we're going to see Grux looking for a portal through. Yep, he will take that portal away. 60 seconds cooldown on that portal for this game, meaning nobody can come through, surprisingly. But they're going to take a lot of damage from that Gideon. They're going to take the containment fence away from Decker.
Okay, that containment fence, there's been some questionable containment fences. I think that one was pretty good. The team wasn't able to really capitalize on it.
Yep, absolutely. They are standing on top of wards, so they need to be able to clear these wards out. Grux going in by himself. His team was disengaging. Grux lands an ultimate on 2 people, but we're going to see the kill come out on the Decker and the Chimera. This should open up a lot of opportunity for that Prime Spirit to go, or the Prime Guardian to go to Team Noko. But the
Grux making a great play there with that dash in and the jump, the leaping smash and grab. That was really well done.
Team Noko is not aware of right now is that there is a... Ooh, this could be a very clean steal. Ferris watching out for it, and he gets ulted by the Revenant. They're trying to take this before the Revenant can do it, and they do. They will take Prime 2 for themselves. Team Noko, great ultimate from that Revenant, keeping Ferris from doing anything on that Prime Guardian. They absolutely learned from last game. Do not let Ferris anywhere near our Prime Guardians.
He made a mistake by showing himself from that bush, I think. Maybe he could not get the health on the Prime from the bush, maybe? I'm not sure.
You can't. So those bushes, you cannot see the health on the Prime. You do have to walk up just a little bit out of those bushes in order to get that health pool, which is absolutely perfect for Team Noko. They will also pick up a Wind Spirit, making these inhibitors very weak. Left inhibitor has respawned for Team DDP, but with this weakness, that left inhibitor is effectively something you walk through in this game.
And this late in the game, Noko's tanks can just tank all those inhibitor shots like it ain't nothing, and they can just bull them down. They can just bull rush the inhibitors down and maybe even bull rush the core at this point.
Absolutely. At this point, we're now seeing the Feng Mao has 3 items. He's going to be very strong. Grux, 3 items. 4 items on the Twin Blast. 3 items on the Revenant. 3 items on the Narbash. 3 items almost across the board for Team DDP. So they are just slightly behind in the gold game comparatively to Team Noko. But with both of those primes going down and the Prime Spirit, they're going to have a very hard time staying in this game.
And we see the red outline of Xemia's Toil and Feng Mao.
A very, very strong item on Feng Mao. Once again, Mangoose, I do want to check, however, do we see that anti-crit item on any of the tanks on the side of Team DDP? And we do not. So they're still not building the anti-crit item. It's 1,000 gold cheaper than the high-end armor, which negates basic attack damage. I promise you, it's worth every penny, guys. Pick up this item.
The mistake I see a lot of people making with that item is they say, well, it's 25%. All you're doing is negating Treasured Sword of the Kingdom, I think it is, that gives you the increased crit damage. No, you're decreasing 25% of all the crit damage.
Yes.
You're not just negating only that 25% that the Treasured Sword gives them.
Yeah, you actually negate that item and then some when you build the anti-crit item for 2,300 gold. Mangoose, it's so cheap.
It's a steal. It's a steal. Lots of damage coming out with Feng Mao, and he is stuck underneath the tower, and they completely decimate him.
Yeah, that Feng Mao was not able to move from the moment his foot touched the tower floor.
It looks like Noko can't really take advantage of this prime that they took, and they can't take advantage of this push. I do believe, though, the third prime that they take, if Noko takes it, that's game for them. That's just a win outright.
I do believe they have to have an inhibitor down for it to affect the core, though. So they need to push up and take one of these inhibitors down before they go for that third prime. And yes, absolutely, Mangoose, they could potentially end the game off of that prime. There's not a lot on the map for DDP to fight against. This is the point we were at in the last game, Mangoose. DDP was really strong. Wow, just a lot of damage going out on that Murdoch. No chance with both Twin Blast and Revenant there. He just got melted by both of them.
Why was he up so far? I guess he's got to get farm. He's got to get farm to stay in the game. Man, was it worth it? I don't think so.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, they're just waiting to take this mid inhibitor down. There is no debuff on the tower anymore from Prime Spirit, and there is nobody willing to step up and tank the damage for the moment. We will have to see how this plays out. DDP was in this situation last game and pulled it out. We'll have to see if they can do it again. Severog.
I was gonna say, I want to see Severog Colossal blow a lot of people away. He only did the he only got the Revenant. Looks like Brux is taking a lot of damage and a lot of tower damage, but they do take that inhibitor down. Severog taking quite a bit of damage.
Missing his ultimate just barely. Chimera taking a lot of damage from these teams. Feng Mao unable to get a kill here. They are going under this core, but they will take a lot of damage from that core. That core is now on a 5-minute timer for the respawn.
Chimera just healed up and jumped right back into the fight and then immediately gets blasted back down.
Gideon back in this game. Gideon takes out Cordit. Cordit going down. Gideon dealing a lot of damage with his rocks. Healing coming out of the Narbash. Narbash have to get out of the fight, but Feng Mao and Grux go right back in. They've hit their power spikes. They are in this game to stay. Gideon going to struggle against these players. The Severog.
Getting under the tower for the kill.
Severog does pick up the Twin Blast. That means both carries are dead on the team of Team Noko, but Grux able to get in there, get these pulls. They will ace Team DDP and maybe end the game right here. 5-man dead, 22 seconds on the respawn. This will be the game for Team Noko. This will take us into 3 games, everybody. Exciting, exciting times.
The third and final match. We'll see how both teams adjust to each other's strategies. Let's see who comes through with the pick and bans. Through it all, I will say that Gideon actually did quite well for being a Gideon.
Yeah, honestly, he did a very good job. Now, I was playing with and against Soul Reaper many times throughout the course of this final beta test. He has played a very mean Gideon game throughout the entire thing. I'm very proud of him for doing as much as he did there. He had some really good ultimates, keeping the enemy team away, just not doing damage, but just keeping them condensed in an area so the rest of his team could catch up and deal what they needed to do. But unfortunately, it was just not enough for this game. Now let's go to these stats for each of these players here in the graph. Damage dealt to heroes, Twin Blast, no terrible surprise, 42,000 damage, almost doubling everyone else in the game. But look at this, Mangoose. Gideon, Soul Reaper on Gideon, did the most damage to heroes on his team. A pick we were saying is probably one of the worst characters in the game, is doing the most damage. Murdoch unable to do a lot of damage there. Severog next in line, but still 10,000 damage short of this Gideon.
They're saying I'm a bit quiet in chat. I think that's maybe I'm just being quiet. I don't think you've changed your sound settings at all.
I have not. But then we look at the damage received from heroes. Severog, 27,000 damage. Chimera, 25,000 damage. Grux, 25,000 damage. Feng Mao, 24,000 damage. Right? These tanks are clearly showing what they're doing and how they're benefiting from this game.
Yeah, that Grux mid lane, it's a cool pick. I like to see it. That was an insane pick, and it worked out for him. Very cool. I kind of want to see who the mid laners are for this next fight. I want to see if Narbash gets banned out, because I think if they didn't have Narbash at that final end fight, that could have gone very different for them.
Yep, absolutely. Yeah, let's scroll down and show the healing that Narbash was actually able to do. Narbash healed 15,000 health over the course of that entire game. Decker, 500 health right over here. We don't forget about
Good
her.
job, Decker. Good job.
And then healing received. I mean, clearly Narbash's team benefiting massively from that healing. Feng Mao more than everybody else, it seems like. Even though Twin Blast was in a lane with him, Feng Mao still way more benefited from that Narbash healing as well. And then Murdoch and Chimera benefiting on the other side.
I think there were 2 highlight plays that I really like to see. One was Revenant using his ultimate to make sure that Ferris could not sneak in with that Severog and smite away that Orb Prime. And then the other one was fairly late in the game, the Grux charging in and landing a double pull on Decker and Murdoch to completely force DDP out of the jungle and set themselves up for that Prime.
Yep, absolutely, Mangoose. All right. Well, guys, we're going to get this next game underway. We're going to send you to a video by Get Through Gaming. Remember, go down, click the link, join their Discord, They've put on tournaments like this for Overprime now twice, and I'm sure it's going to continue for this game and other games going forward. We'll see you guys back here in just a moment. Absolutely incredible gameplay. Oh, and the Scud Laser again. Shade going down very quickly now. Gideon does have a beautiful ult and will take the kill. Oh, and they're gonna get the IRA. Woo. Cosmos goes down. Oh my goodness, Shade goes down. Bora goes down. That is 4 members. This could be the end of the game. 11 minutes in, Mangoose. Absolutely incredible gameplay. Oh, and the Scud Laser again. Shade going down very quickly now. Gideon does have a beautiful ult and will take the kill. Oh, and they're gonna get the IRA. Woo. Cosmos goes down. Oh my goodness, Shade goes down. Bora goes down. That is 4 members. This could... Back, everybody. We're getting ready for game 3 of this Get Through Gaming tournament. The game so far has been absolutely incredible. It is 1-1. Both teams doing very, very well for themselves. And we can't wait for game 3 to get started. Now, the pick ban phase has already started, so we're going to talk about these first 2 bans coming through. And we're going to see Rampage and Murdoch banned from these games.
Rampage once again. Surprised to see the Murdoch ban. Rampage and Murdoch. All right, got it written down. So Rampage was banned out. That last one he's banned out once again. They are definitely showing some respect to Rampage.
Absolutely. And Mangoose, that leaves Gadget open. Once again, we see Gadget coming through these picks and is going to be able to open up these games. Even when she was behind, she still did a lot of damage for Team DDP in game 1. They're moving on to their second set of bans. Let's see what we're going with here. Survey says we're going to get... man, I wish these teams were just faster, man. We got to talk about this stuff. All right, let's see how long these teams will take to get their bans through. But chat, we're on our way.
I wouldn't be surprised to see a Grux ban, to be honest.
I think a Grux ban is perfectly valid throughout these games. And while we wait for these pick bans to go through, guys, I do want to post a link in the chat. There is an official press release coming from Get Through Gaming about the disqualifications that happened earlier in the tournament. I posted a link for you guys in there that you can go read that for yourself. I think it is very important. So definitely go read that, guys. It is important that you guys read that, understand what happened before we get into those final matches. All right, Mangoose, the second set of bans are coming through, the first of which is a Revenant ban by Team DDP, which I think is a great ban from them, right? They learned, Team Noko learned from the first game that if you let Ferrix go in there and he can steal the Prime Pit, he is that confident in his ability to go in there and steal the Prime. So the second game, what do? They use Revenant ult to pull him out of the engagement altogether. You can't steal it if you're not on the same plane of existence, Ferrex. So what do in the third game? DDP says, okay, great. You learned. We've learned. No more Revenant for you. I think that is a fantastic ban from DDP.
Yeah, and it's going to give their offlaner a better time. The Revenant's been beating up on whatever offlaner DDP throws in there with that offlane Revenant.
And then for our second ban of this, or fourth ban of this set, we are waiting on Team Noko to come in with their ban, and it's going to be a howitzer ban.
Howie band. Gadget gets through.
So Gadget gets through, but howitzer does not. So if Gadget is picked up in this first set of picks, that means that she's going to have a much better time. She's struggled in that lane against a howitzer both games that she's been in that we've seen today. But no more howitzer this game means that she will have a free reign of that mid lane a little bit more.
Kind of interested to see who picks up the Gadget and what they put against her. Because I think Grux into Gideon was cool. I think Grux into a Gadget would not be a good day for Grux.
Absolutely. Pick and bans are going through. Everybody, so far, what has been your favorite game of the day? My favorite, honestly, so far has definitely been that game 2 with DDP and Noko. Very close game, back and forth. This series so far has been fantastic.
Yeah, this series in particular has been really good. We had that big upset victory from DDP in the first match, and then Noko turned it around that match. We've had two games where it looked like it was just a clear winner in the first 10 minutes, and then the rest of the match was just a complete different story. It's fun to see. This is the kind of matches I like to see.
Absolutely.
Don't
back
like to see
and
them
forth.
blowouts.
I mean, first game 1 of this set, we had Noko clear victory, or clear lead rather, and DDP playing behind. One prime steal is all it took to flip that script. DDP comes out with the win. Game 2, DDP used that momentum, still going into a second game. Started out with an early lead, but Noko slowly built back up and slowly took it back over the game. With 2 primes, they were able to end the game 1-1. And now this third game, honestly, Mangoose, could go any way, and I can't wait for it.
Both teams showed a lot more respect for each other in that second match than they did in the first one, for sure. Noko just kind of styled on DDP for the first half of that first match, but then DDP showed their strength whenever they came back and took the victory, and Noko kind of showed them a little bit more respect in the second one, but they did kind of run away with it there towards the end.
Yep, absolutely. And it looks like we're getting through the final picks here, so we should be starting momentarily, everybody. And guys, whoever wins this match moves on to the finals match for the NA tournament in this Get Through Gaming tournament. We're excited to see where it goes, and hopefully the team that is in the finals, being Mitch Moment, is ready for a fight, because both of these teams, whichever one moves forward, is going to put up a very difficult game in those finals.
Mitch does have one of the top 3 ranked players in the game, though, right?
Yes, Mitch Moment has Nitro. He is currently listed, I believe, number 3 in the NA leaderboards in Paragon, the Overprime. So they're going to have a very hard time keeping up with that team, and very clearly Nitro and his team are going to put their best foot forward accordingly.
Right on. That should be a good match as well. I hope so. I hope all the crazy drama didn't affect Mitch Moment, and that they're ready to play and they're ready to game. It's kind of sad that they didn't get as much practice in as some of these other teams have been getting.
Absolutely. I mean, I'm sure that they are probably watching these games. So Mitch Moment, I hope you guys are ready, because you're seeing the competition that's coming your way, and clearly they are not backing down without a fight in either case.
I want to see some more interesting picks like that, like the Grux mid lane. That was super crazy. I kind of wonder if that was a bit of an arrogant pick of the Gideon from Soul Reaper. Was he just like, you know what, I'm going to show everybody that Gideon is still good? Like, you know what I mean?
I mean, I think it also has the potential that he wasn't comfortable on the mid lane picks that were still available. We had FaZe still up, Bellica still up, and Countess still up. in that game because Gadget and Howitzer were still banned out. And if he's not comfortable on some of those closer mages, then Gideon is just the pick he's got to go to. And while not being ideal, it may have been just one of those moments he had to bite the bullet and take Gideon with him.
He did do well in Gideon. I'll give him that. I just late game, Grux was just far more effective in the team fights with his CC, his pulls, and Switches was just insane with those pulls, just running in and landing them super max range on multiple people. Very cool to see.
Yep, absolutely, Mangoose. And here we go. The teams are readying up. The picks have been selected. We're getting ready to join this match. And I haven't said it yet, but I'll say it right now. There are some interesting picks coming in this game, Mangoose, and I can't wait for everyone to see where we're going.
Right.
All right, everybody's readied up. The game is starting. Here we go.
Let's see what they pick. And again, we got Noko in blue, DDP in red.
This is a best of 3 series, chat. So whichever team wins moves on to the finals.
We got another Aurora pick. Sephiroth, Gadget, Decker, and Twin Blast. And then from DDP, we got Feng Meow, Grux, Sparrow, Wraith, and Steel. Grux keeping up that 100% pick ban rate.
Yep, absolutely. And from Team Noko, the Aurora pick, I think is what I'm really excited on. Is that we saw earlier with that was Team Dribbles. That Aurora pick was very impactful. Yes, she had the one wall where she blocked off her team, but otherwise she was putting out damage, keeping up pressure, and keeping up in that solo lane. So we're going to see a lot of interesting stuff. Switches on the Gadget also should be a very, very fun pick to see in this mid lane. And we're against a Wraith, no less. Wraith is probably one of the few mid laners that can keep up with Gadget that were left in the roster after Howitzer is banned.
He just does not have the wave clear that Gadget has. So what's going to happen is she's going to push him under his tower. He's not going to be able to move around as much. She's going to have free reign with those mines.
Absolutely.
That's what I expect to happen. Maybe something different will
They
happen,
are.
but that is.
Team DDP is 5-manning around the map right now. Team Noko has now trying to back out, desperately trying to stay out of this 5-man walking around the map.
We got a mine going out. Not going to do a whole hell of a lot. And they put a ward down as they're walking away.
That could have been very, very dangerous for Team Noko if they weren't paying any attention. That 5-man roaming around could have been a very detrimental thing. Decker is getting picked off in the mid lane. Sparrow going in on Steel with Steel behind her. Decker is going to struggle. Severog coming up behind. No, they don't engage. Decker is just going to be allowed to die. Severog went in way later than he should have. This is going to be very bad for Team Noko. 4 members of Team DDP fighting it out. Twin Blast has to blink out to survive. Revenant will go down. 2 kills for Sparrow in this game already.
And Sparrow's already stacked with that kill on Severog and that kill on Decker.
Severog looked like he was going to go help the Decker and then backed out and then went in again then there afterwards. It absolutely is detrimental to them to have not just disengaged and let the Decker die solo. But once again, that roaming 5-stack
landing on Wraith.
That roaming 5-stack proved eventful for Team DDP.
And they wanted to set the pace of this game, apparently. And for once, we have a melee versus melee offlane.
Absolutely.
You don't see that too often.
Cordit is going to have a much harder time not being able to just poke out. Level 2 goes to the Feng Mao first. Feng Mao dealing a lot of damage to Aurora. Aurora half health, having to use a potion to stay alive.
Yeah, she's going to have to, it's going to be hard for Aurora. She's going to have to, I guess, wait till he dashes in, wait till his shield comes off cooldown to do any kind of damage and root him.
Yeah, the ability for Feng Mao.
Away, she can wall away, so she does have a lot of escape potential, but she's not going to be able to do much offensively against this Feng Mao.
Yeah, for Feng Mao, he has 2 ways to get around her ice wall, or her right click, the AoE stun that's around her. He can Q and walk right through it, or he can use his blink and get out of it. One way or another, he will be able to escape that. This is going to be a very hard matchup for Cordit. And as I say that he has two ways to escape it, he walks right into it without using either one.
They love proving us wrong.
Absolutely, especially in that side lane with Cordit. He's doing work,
Severog
but
is holding down the
we're
mid
seeing
lane.
a fight bust out here in the side lane. Grux taking a lot of damage. They were putting pressure out on this map, but did not pick up any kills, unfortunately.
Let's see if the Sparrow can convert those 2 early kills into something to make some things happen. Sparrow, of course, fairly weak early, very, very strong late. So let's hope that
Sparrow
she can
being
just
caught
keep-
between the
Sparrow's
Decker
flat
and the
out.
Twin Blast now, but Steel is
Nice
able
shield
to
coming down from
put a
Steel.
shield out there. Will not go down, but a
He's
lot
using
of
his
damage
big old body
nevertheless.
to block for Sparrow. That was good body blocking from Steel to keep Sparrow from taking shots from the TB, but he did take a lot of damage for it, of course.
Looking at offlane of both characters, or both heroes, about half health here between Aurora and Feng Mao. Feng Mao, though, significantly lower mana. A low mana Feng Mao is someone that's going to struggle very hard.
Severog is coming in for the gank. He's
Here
got
we
red
go. We're
and
going to
blue
see,
buff.
ooh, the wall too
Oh,
late
the
from
wall.
Aurora. But it was a very good effort from her. If she had walled sooner, they, I think, could have picked up that kill.
That blink out from Feng Mao saves his ass.
Switches going into the enemy jungle and just dropping mines on the Grux, trying to keep him off of this so Severog has time to catch back up while the Wraith is farming in the mid lane. Soul Reaper now coming back around, trying to catch up, but it will be too late. Gadget will has already escaped. Steel also coming to participate in this fight.
Looks like Steel's already got the radiating damage item already.
Sure enough, yep, several members of the team. We've got Severog already has it, Steel already has it, and the Feng Mao already has it as well. Switches gets ganked by the Steel, but will make it out of there by having to blink.
I mean, that's a win if you can force that blink.
Absolutely.
Wraith is
Gadget
gonna
has
be able
no escape tools, so that is a perfect thing to burn on her. There were 4 members ready if that fight were to continue, but nothing came of it. So far, still only those two kills on Sparrow in the duo lane.
I think it'll be interesting to see how Rewind affects this game going forward, since we do have a Wraith. It can save people or it can secure some kills. We're going to see what it does in this particular matchup.
Absolutely. And something we've seen out of Promise on Team DDP, this Steel, is he does roam a lot. In the first game, when he was on Decker, he was able to set up the Murdoch and then roam the rest of the game and provide a lot of pressure on the map. This game, he's doing the same thing. Sparrow got 2 early kills. What does Promise do? He just puts pressure on that mid lane. Keep Gadget from just dominating against this Wraith in the mid lane.
Looks like Aurora was just checking some bushes real quick. She's coming back into her lane. Grux might be setting up for something. We got Steel coming in behind Grux, and they're going to catch Severog. I don't think Severog knows that Steel is right there to assist. Steel misses the bull rush, but he lands the slow bonk.
Gadget now coming in
Severog
from the
takes
mid lane.
1
Now
bit of
this is
damage.
going to be a bad 4v2 for Team DDP. Grux
Grux
taking a
takes
lot
so
of
much
damage.
damage for that
Gadget ult
knife.
coming out there that will separate Grux from the rest of the team. Twin Blast taking a kill. Steel getting stunned by the Decker. Steel having to bull rush out. Very good pickup on the Twin Blast for that kill. That is 1-2 now, for still in favor of Team DDP.
Excellent rotation from Gadget. That could have gone way differently, but yeah, she had all the effect in the world there with that mine and that ultimate. That ultimate was used really well to separate Grux from the rest of his team, so he had 0 assistance.
Absolutely. In this offlane, the thing I'm noticing is both of them going across away from each other, that they're on the wrong side of the lane clearing minions. They're like, no, you go take your minions, I'll go take mine, and then we'll fight each other. Look at them just staying on opposite sides. Look, she just walks right past Feng Pao. He just lets her. The respect between these offlaners is something I can respect.
The other thing too is, like, what's she going to do? She's if he does engage on her way back there, she just ice balls out and then she leaps off with her statue.
Oops, Severog coming in. Looks like Aurora might be looking to stop Feng Mao. Feng Mao stays for the engage, but Severog comes in. No colossal blow from Severog still, but the subjugate does land.
Subjugate, but they're not going to engage on that. I guess they were just bullying Feng Mao just a little bit, letting him think about what could happen if he sticks around too long.
What we need to watch here, Aurora needs to get out of this off lane. 3 members of Team DDP are coming in. They did notice that Wraith was missing mid and were able to get out of there. Wraith forces Sevarog off of his jungle camps. No kills are picked up, but lots of pressure exerted on the map as the Prime Underling spawns.
And the portals are also open now, so we might see some good portal plays.
And I do think we're going to see Ferris probably take a back here, sell his starting item, and pick up that smite item, so they have more pressure on this Prime Underling as well.
I want to see more of what we saw in the first game of Noko just dominating those portals and using them to the utmost advantage. But it looks like DDP is already starting up.
Yep, Sparrow takes the short portal
Prime.
from Prime Spirit over to this engagement. Decker takes the long portal coming around. This will be a full 5v5 team fight, but is there enough time? Oh, that wall did not go vertical. Unfortunately, Aurora is not going to be able to section off the team too well here. The full 5v5, though, is still taking place. 3,000 health on the Prime Underling as all 5 members of both teams are here. Subjugate coming down, but the Sevarog ultimate coming down. Guardian.
Keeping everybody back. But the Prime Underling was
It was taken by Team DDP and immediately dropped by Team DDP as well. Twin Blast does, however, pick up a kill. Sevarog picks up a kill on the Grux. Feng Mao still very, very low. Gadget now trying to pick it up. Gadget does land the mine on top of Feng Mao before it all goes down. Sevarog going down. Wraith still participating in this fight, still stuck in the jungle here, but is invisible. Soul Reaper needs to get out of here. Don't reveal himself on a bush, needs to walk straight out there. He does. Perfect play by Soul Reaper's ultimate, with the team fight going in the favor of Team Noko, but the Prime Underling going in the favor of Team DDP. And they do pick up this offlane tower with that Prime Underling. Aurora does kill it shortly after, but the tower goes down. So this tower in favor of Team DDP as well.
Don't quite understand that the drop in the middle of the fight, because it does stay on you and you can place it a little bit better, but they still got value out of it, so what do I know?
I think it was to disrupt the team fight and do a little bit of damage.
Try and grab this Gadget, maybe?
Well, Gadget may not have her blink. This is a very bad thing for Switches. Switches will go down without doing much damage at all here. Sevarog getting picked out in the jungle. Steel not going to be able to catch him out, however. Twin Blast now looking for this Sparrow, who's a little bit too far pushed up, especially with the fact that a Decker is nearby. Half health already taking from this, but the team is showing up. Decker needs to get out of this fight. Decker will go down to Feng Mao. Feng Mao getting another kill in this game. Steel ult coming out now. Sevarog, level 5, will not be able to escape. Go down to Feng Mao. 5 members in the duo lane here for Team DDP.
Twin Blast having to use a potion. I don't think Twin Blast can really defend this. He might be able to step up and get a kill on the Sparrow. Sparrow needs to be very careful right now. Aurora did rotate through the portal, it looks like. Misses the leap up to the ledge.
She missed her wall and missed that leap, so that is 2 abilities down for Aurora in this current fight, where she did not get any value out of them.
And now we got Gadget waiting in the wings, waiting for something to happen, but it looks like DDP is just going to disengage and reset.
Ooh, a good stun comes out onto the Wraith
nice.
for Team Noko, and the Gadget ultimate will take Wraith out.
That was so... That stun set up so much damage from Gadget.
Absolutely.
He was slowed, he had the mine on his head, and then it looked like he was going to get away, and she drops the ultimate. That was really well done.
Sevarog now in the enemy jungle, helping keep this Grux at bay. Sevarog, Colossal Blow is up now. He is level 6. Colossal Blow does go out. Now they've sectioned off the team. It is 5v3. Aurora Wall going out. The Gadget Mine still nearby. Lots of potential still for these fights to go their way, but they look like they're backing out. They have the potential, but it looks like everyone is completely trading out this. They did not pick up the kill, but they don't want to stay for another extended team fight.
And Grux just had no fear right there as he charged up and tried to land a smash and grab.
Absolutely. So something I'm noticing here is that this Sevarog, he is playing Sevarog jungle, which is a very slow scaling. Never mind, we're back into the dual lane. Feng Mao jumping in to this team fight, trying to create some pressure here, but a Decker Cage comes out. Full 5-man of Team Noko is still nearby. Ooh, very low. Can he make it out? No, Subjugate comes through. He will go down.
And the wall, the disrespect wall.
Let's see what's going on here. Lots of people still out of position. Decker going up into the air. Ooh, Steel ult coming out on Switches. Switches has to portal out, or to blink out, but nobody going down for Team Noko so far.
Looks like they're trying to position up for maybe a Prime Spirit take here. This might be an opportunity for DDP to get it, since well, I mean, Noko is all still here, but
Noko really needs to reset, though. They are low health, low mana, and don't have a lot of pressure to exert on this Spirit if they get started.
That spirit does so much damage though. It does look like they're sharking around for it. Grux does start up the spirit, and Feng Mao is coming in as well. But it looks like NoCo sees what happens. Decker is watching it happen. I don't think there's any chance that Decker will be able to pull off some sort of a stun ball steal, but she might be able to stun out the smite. But it does go over to DDP. They take the first prime spirit.
Feng Mao teleports across the map using that short portal out of Prime Spirit. Twin Blast trying to create some pressure in the duo lane. Aurora trying to keep her lane pushed up. Now over in the jungle, Sevarog and Feng Mao are staring each other down. So Sevarog, what I was saying before that team fight broke out, is that Sevarog jungle is a very slow rolling jungle. But late game, he can still be just as menacing. So having both the Aurora and the Sevarog can prove fruitful, but they're playing for this very late game build here in game 3 of this series.
The allied tower is under attack.
And even Chad is noticing level 6 Sevarog. He's very slow, guys, in this jungle pick. He's effective in the late game, but he has to be able to build those stacks. And right now they've been team fighting for a very long time. They're playing this out for the late game. Steel versus Aurora in the jungle. Feng Mao rotating over. Sevarog is nearby if need be, if push comes to shove. But this second prime underling is spawning here within the next 15 seconds. 20 seconds, I apologize.
With all the Xemia's toys being picked up, people watching probably think that everybody is supposed to have this orange fiery aura underneath their character model.
3 in this game so far, and I'm sure a 4th one coming from Grux very shortly here as well.
They're jogging for position around the mini prime.
Ooh, they got a good stop on this Grux, but they don't have the damage right now to follow up with it. Sevarog still not very tanky quite yet. Does not have a lot of health. The Decker Cage comes out, but the Blink comes out from Feng Mao to stop that from mattering. Aurora does land another stun on Steel. Steel taking a lot of damage. Aurora able to get out with her wall. This is a full 5v5 team fight around the Prime Underling.
If somebody get some picks here, they might be able to get this Prime Underling. But it looks like NoCo realizes that, and they're going to try and back out. And DDP immediately start. I don't think they meant to start on that Prime Underling. Again, that was Xemia's toy pulling that Prime Underling. It looked like, just missed that Steel ult. He does rush right through them. He puts down his shield. That shield slows you so much. Steel taking a lot of damage right now.
This Sevarog is very low, and Execute can come out from Feng Mao, and it sure enough does. Feng Mao able to execute Sevarog. That means there is no smite on the team of NoCo.
Another execute.
Bam, we see Wraith taking out the Aurora. That is now 2 kills for each team. Grux is down, Steel is down, Sevarog is down, and Aurora is down.
Looks like Steel got taken out by a Decker.
This Twin Blast is running for his life.
Chasing down Twin
Terrified
Blast.
About this Feng Mao. Oh no, the Wraith long range knock picks him up and will secure the kill for Team DDB.
Oh, that was a beautiful snipe coming out from Wraith, and it looks like they're already working on the mini or prime.
Yeah, Sparrow went over and started that prime. She's doing a little bit of damage to it, but will need some help from her team. There's the chance that the team respawns and is able to make it over there. Sevarog heading over as well. Feng Mao already on at about half health on that prime. Sevarog does have the smite available, so this will be a smite off essentially between Ferris and the Sevarog. Let's see, 2,000 health coming down, 1,000 health. Smite goes out. It does go to DDP.
And that should be another tower for DDP. Don't count NoCo out, though. This is what the second game looked like, pretty much, and NoCo still came out to clutch out that win. But DDP is definitely taking this early game once again.
Yep, absolutely. 3 kills up, 1 tower up with that first Prime Underling, and we assume probably 1 more as well with this second one.
The enemy tower is under attack.
And Gadget in a lot of trouble. She uses her electrified gate to get out.
Gadget needs to keep on running. This is going to be a Prime Underling spawn unless something drastic happens here. Ultimate's coming out. Let's see, Prime Underling does go down, switches, getting attacked by this Feng Mao. Feng Mao does get the kill on the Gadget here. This is a full 5-man mid, but not everyone on the team of NoCo is nearby. That is another kill for this Feng Mao. Decker going to take a lot of damage, but she keeps the Prime Underling in her cage for a little bit longer. This is going to be very hard.
From Decker. You hate to see it.
That is 4 members down for Team NoCo as this inhibitor is just getting destroyed.
He tried to wall them off there. Didn't quite work out. and they take that first inhibitor. But again, we've seen this. We've seen this in the last game. This does not spell doom for Team Noko.
Absolutely, that does put a lot of pressure on Team Noko. The game 2, Team Noko did not lose a single inhibitor. So there is pressure definitely being added to them in comparison to that game. But we've seen both teams pull out wins from further defeat. So we definitely can see more come out of these games.
Now we're just going to see a reset coming across the battlefield as all the action is down. All the neutrals are down. Looks like Prime Spirit should be spawning fairly soon. And this Feng Miao is fed right now. We've talked about how extremely dangerous Feng Miao could be in the late game with just a few items, and he's been wrecking. He's been getting a lot of kills with those executes.
Absolutely, they're down 2 members here. This is a 4v3 in the left lane. If a fight were to break out here, it's very detrimental for them. Severog getting chased out by the Feng Mao. Aurora on the other side of the map, but is teleporting across, now evening the odds a little bit. Gadget coming in as well. Severog taking not a ton of damage, but enough from that Feng Mao to be detrimental.
They do need to watch out for that big steel ultimate if they do try and engage. Very disruptive ultimate, of course. This looks like it's an Earth Spirit. Will Noko be able to contest this? No, they are not. Earth Spirit is taken pretty much for free, and Feng Mao charges straight in.
This is a very strange team fight. After that had already gone down, everybody going in for this team fight is very detrimental for them. The Severog is going to go down. Twin Blast is going to follow shortly thereafter. Aurora now getting picked off, walled herself away from getting out of that fight. Able to blink out a little bit, but it's going to be very, very close. She will still go down. Absolutely getting devastated in this game is Team Noko right now. The 4 deaths to none for Team Noko, or for Team DDP.
And they've got minions on their inhibitor. Their inhibitor was taking a little bit of damage there.
Yeah, 50% of their core went down in that
core,
game.
That's what I meant to say. My bad.
During that fight,
You knew what I
50%
meant.
of their core. This is more reminiscent of what we saw in the first game after that Prime Steal happened, is that Team DDP pushed their lead onward and upward. We're taking towers, taking inhibitors, putting out damage, keeping the pressure around the map, and taking kills in the team fights. 7-18 right now. The biggest thing, and chat's saying it, and I certainly agree right at the moment, is the jungle pressure from this Severog has not been nearly the same as we've seen from Noko in previous games. And unfortunately, it's costing them a lot of ground right now.
They're going straight for the major prime. I don't know about this decision. They've been pretty good about stealing it in the past, but can they just take it straight up? It does deal a lot of damage to your team. This thing is, it's beefy. It's not, I mean, they nerfed it.
It does reset. They're backing out of there. They don't want Noko to come through here and win, and basically win a smite fight and turn the game just like happened in game 1 in favor of DDP.
Noko's really got to pay attention to their core. I mean, we talk about how minions are, oh God, poor Decker just got body slammed and throws out another desperation ultimate, but the gadget combination with the Decker ultimate goes through.
And the Aurora wall actually did section off the enemy team there, but they didn't disengage. They kept fighting and are now losing 2 members. This is absolutely detrimental for Team Noko, and could be proving the end of their game right now. The series running very behind. The core taking damage again, 30%. This is 4 members down. This could be the end of the game right here, Mangoose.
This is it. This has to be it. They've got a minion wave. They've got Feng Miao. Did you notice the entire team is beating the crap out of Feng Miao? He just lived right through all of it like it was nothing.
There it is. Game 3 going to DDP.
Takes the semifinals. They'll be facing off in the finals. Congrats to DDP.
That game was a very different story than what we watched in the first 2 games.
DDP
Mangoose
just ran away with it that time.
Absolutely, and I really think that Severog pick just really hurt Team Noko. If you look at the level discrepancy here, Severog is level 8 comparatively to the level 12 on their Jungle Ferris. Even the support for Team DDP is 2 levels up on that Severog. Severog was not able to put out the pressure. The gold difference, Severog had the lowest gold in the game, even behind their support Decker. This is just showing what that Sevarog jungle needs, that late game scaling that they just could not find.
Oh, that hurts. That hurts. So let's take a look at these graphs. Damage to heroes of Wraith. Soul Reaper has been the highest damage to heroes in every single one of these matches.
Absolutely. He's consistent in putting out damage and making sure that everything he does is for the benefit of his team. Even in that Gideon game, did the same exact thing. Lots of damage coming out from Gadget. Feng Mao on the level of Gadget and damage. Twin Blast not able to keep up, but doing more damage than the Sparrow, who was 2 kills up in the early game as well, Mangoose. Now we look at these tank charts. Look at this. Almost every member of both teams is putting up almost 10k damage received from heroes. That's just where it's all spread out. There's a discrepancy here of a couple thousand, but for the most part, they're all putting up very high numbers in damage they're receiving from these heroes.
We should be getting set up for the finals, the NA finals.
For everyone in chat, D Trigger, I have reached out to the tournament organizers on the multiple smites rule. It is not banned from the tournament. They are allowed to be running multiple smites here. It's not necessarily happy that it's happening, but it is not a banned play in this game. For now, guys, we're going to throw you back over to the brackets while we get our finals match set up between Team DDP and Team Mitch Moment. We'll be back in just a little bit. Welcome back, everyone. Heading into our finals, best of 3. Mangoose, how have you felt about the tournament so far?
Uh, That last match was incredible. DDP versus Noko, but Mitch Moment is completely untested for us. We haven't seen them play at all. We've seen DDP come up through this entire tournament as we've been casting, so I have no idea what to expect from Mitch Moment. Also, just the weird way this tournament has gone, they really haven't had to play that many games. So we do know Nitro is a top 3 player, but it's going to be a weird one. I have no idea what to expect from these teams.
Yep, absolutely. It definitely could go either way. We'll have to see what Mitch Moment does starting out in this game. But DDP, like you said, we've been watching them all day. From game 1, we've seen DDP go through this tournament, and they have played very consistently. Even in their loss against Team Noko just now, or in game 2 of their last series, it was not a clean loss. This was something that they had to fight against and lost because of just slow incremental increases Team Noko was able to get against them. But they've shown that they can do the exact same thing against teams that put them on the back foot, but they can slowly bring it back as well. So we could see any kind of benefit from either of these teams, and I can't wait to see how it goes down.
We get another series like we had that last one. That was exciting. That was fun to watch.
All right, now we've got some bans coming through. The first 2 bans are going to be Murdoch and Feng Mao. Feng Mao showing his dominance in the couple games today that he's gotten ahead, and even when he's behind, he's shown that late game he just turns into an unkillable monster. So those bans I think are fantastic. What about you, Mangoose?
I think Murdoch seems to be quite the popular ban going into this tournament. Feng Miao, I think, is probably the better ban here. Murdoch is very effective. All the ADCs are very effective because of the crit multiplier in Overprime. But I think Feng Miao later in the later game and in coordinated play is probably a little more effective than Murdoch.
Yeah, I completely agree. I think Feng Mao is one of the few characters that can test some of these really strong AD carries that we've seen throughout this entire game. So there's absolutely a lot of potential. That does mean, though, in that first set of bans going through, that Gadget is still available, that FaZe is still available, that Wraith is still available. And these are some picks that we've seen do really well throughout the course of today. Even when their teams have lost, these picks themselves have done exceptionally well.
And we don't any of the cover picks for Mitch Moment is looks like Mitch Moment is going to be, well, I don't know. They got Soul Reaper over on one side. I don't know who's going to be blue and who's going to be red here.
Looks like the majority of Team DDP are on the blue side of the map, or of the team selection
what I'm expecting
here. So we're going to see Team Mitch Moment go through on the other side. All right, second set of bans have gone through, and it is a Howitzer and Sevarog ban. So that's a very interesting ban coming from DDP, especially that's the DDP is the one that banned the Sevarog, that they were able to do really strongly against the Sevarog before, but just unable to continue. Maybe they're just nervous a good Sevarog is going to come through. I'm not quite sure where that ban's coming from.
Yeah, the Howitzer ban, I completely understand. I mean, yeah, Gadget gets through, FaZe gets through. We've got Twin Blast on the table, Rev on the table, Sparrow on the table. I never like to see a Howie ban because he's so fucking just fun to watch. But it is interesting to see some of the more crazy mid lane matchups that we've seen, like that. The mid lane Grux from Noko was very effective. The Sev ban, I completely understand. He could be a monster late game. We saw from that last game though, that put him in the jungle and he's going to struggle.
Yep, absolutely. So they definitely need to know not to place that jungle, or they need to really be able to and be confident that they can reach that late game scaling even with that Sevarog jungle.
Howitzer is not an ADC. I think a lot of these more competitive teams are just a lot more comfortable playing against some of these ADCs than your average Overprime player. I think that's why a lot of these ADCs are getting through. I'm still surprised Gadget got through. Gadget's just so oppressive.
Yep, absolutely. And I think the ADC, it's one of those things of like it's the Incredibles, right? Everybody's not super, or no one's super when everyone is, right? When everybody can play ADC, then nobody's just great on ADC. So it's one of those things that they're letting a lot of these ADCs through. We've seen a lot of ADC offlane. We've seen a lot of the strong ADCs in Twin Blast and Murdoch getting through these picks. So it'll be very interesting to see where they go from here.
And that last game, we did see the Severall get shut down fairly early on into the game, and then he just wasn't able to bounce back from that. While the Sparrow got fed 2 kills, and then the Sparrow was just kind of laying it down for the rest of the game.
Yeah, that game 3, we were able to see that Severog and Decker go down at level 1 from a good invade from Team DDP, and that set Severog way back in terms of his clear. He didn't get the leash in order to get going. He didn't have any of those tools that he normally has in that game, which is good on DDP for abusing the fact that they decided to go Severog jungle.
Let's see if DDP starts off as aggressive as they did last time, because that last game, they were 5-manned up and just cruising through as a unit, just waiting for that gank opportunity. We haven't seen a lot of teams really do that. We've seen a couple of attempts. We've seen some invades get pushed off by being sighted on a ward, but we haven't really seen just a full-scale invade like you would expect to see.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think that shows the difference between the last tournament and this one, in that not having basically not having all of your abilities at level 1 keeps those invades a little bit more to a minimum. You're not going to see them nearly as much when you have to be careful about which skill you take and how that benefits your team if you decided to invade.
It's killing my OCD right now. The Soul Reaper is still on the side.
And it is Grassadia, so the second pick on Team 1 that is supposed to be flipped with Soul Reaper. So hopefully we're getting that out there. It looks like the picks are about to wrap up. I think they're on their last pick each, which means we'll be getting this game started very, very soon. Mangoose, are you hoping for a full best of 3 match? Do you think we're going to go 1-1 and then go into the finals? What do you think is going to happen here?
I think that would be the most exciting, but I am freaking tired.
Absolutely. I mean, we have not seen Mitch Moment play, right? This is the one team we haven't really seen all day. They were able to get a bye through their semifinals match, so we didn't get to see that. But DDP has shown consistency throughout all of their games. So it's going to be really, really hard for, I think, Mitch Moment to coordinate against that level of consistency.
Not only consistency, but the ability to come back under pressure. Like we saw them get way behind Noko that first match, and they were still able to pull out a win game 1. And I think that's going to be the real deciding factor in these games, is being able to keep a level head even after you lose a big team fight, or even after losing a few towers or an inhibitor or whatnot.
Yep, absolutely. And then we just saw Soul Reaper now switched over to the correct team. We've got Grassadia on there. We are now waiting for our other caster to get in as well, and then we'll be ready to go. There we are. He is in. Everybody's readying up. This game is getting underway, and we'll start our poll.
Let's get everybody readied up.
Alrighty then. Game is beginning. Here we go into this pick. I'm very, very excited for this one. We're going to see a return for somebody, and hopefully that creates the same level of impact as it did the first time we saw this character played for Team DDP. All right, everybody in the chat, we are starting our poll. Team DDP or Team Mitch Moment. Let us know which team you want to win this game 1, or you think is going to win game 1. And we're excited to go through. Grux coming through on the jungle. Xerath pick, which is fantastic from Nitro. The Kwong pick. Ferris on Kwong once again. Ferris did steal the Prime Guardian on Kwong, well, that game 1 of their last series. So we could see a lot of impact coming from that Kwong pick.
all those ADCs getting through, but we still only have one on each team. Well, you love to see it. You love to see it. Do you count Seraph as an ADC? I don't count Seraph as an ADC.
I do not either. I think Seraph is definitively put into the off lane in Paragon, the Overprime, or maybe even the jungle occasionally, which it looks like she is jungler here. Going into game one, here we go.
Will begin soon in the name of the hero.
Very surprised by the Kwang pick and the Seraph pick. I'm excited to see it. Excited to see some good Muriel gameplay as well. I've become quite the Muriel fan lately.
Absolutely. As this game gets underway, here we go.
Got Mitch Moment moving as a unit. DDP's kind of spread out a little bit. Looks like they're just looking to defend against any kind of invade.
A little bit.
Teons will spawn in 10 seconds.
They're not getting picked up on that ward right now.
Which is brilliant. That means they're all hidden right there. They're going to look for a blue buff. Ooh, almost
We got a party bush.
Oh, and now they're on the ward. It's officially been
Grux.
revealed that they are in that jungle, unfortunately.
If they would have just stayed in that party bush, they might have been able to make something happen.
Does not look like they're going to stay for it, though. Grux is actually leaving here. More people revealed on that ward. Does not look like DDP is going to get in on this.
And Mitch Bubble's just going to cruise over into DDP's jungle.
Oh, it looks like we're going to take both the Grux red buff, and they're going to take away the blue buff from Team DDP in this jungle as well. But they are standing on a ward. They don't realize that they're being revealed right now. Decker dropping another ward in the river there. Rampage going to be able to help out a little bit. This is a very interesting strategy here. In the mid lane, we're seeing this Rampage mid lane going to against the Gadget. Maybe because he can tank through some of Gadget's damage a little bit. Gets this blue buff. Yep, he's going to take that damage from the blue buff without any recourse, basically. So far, we've got nothing going on in this game, but these teams are definitely working together to try and steal away from the others.
The Lemonade Muriel skin is standing out.
Now, because they were revealed in that jungle, Nitro is actually able to go in and take the blue buff away from Team Mitch Moment, from Team DDP. Mitch Moment is also our favored to win by the chat in this game, Mangoose. Nitro able to see that ward, capitalize on it, go get the blue buff from Team DDP as well. Rampage going in, putting out some damage, doing a little bit to that Gadget. The minion does accept the Gadget mine, so Rampage does not take the damage for it. Stun coming out onto the Gadget, and another mine goes out as well.
It looks like Grux is coming in to see if he can make some
great pull from the Grux.
A long distance pull. Is he going to have a rock available to take her out? No, she is smart. She goes behind the wall. She knows what's going to come if she tries to back right there.
Long-range rocks are going to be her enemy throughout this game. Brilliant play across the board. Now into the offlane. We just saw Kwang knock up the offlane steal, but taking a lot of damage from that steal as well. Kwang really needs to get to level 3 to start doing his resets, start completing these resets and moving forward on his basic attack chain that he has.
The thing I don't like about Kwang is he just feels clunky to me. You have to stop to do a lot of his stuff, and you never want to stop and play. You never want to hold in place at any moment in Overprime.
Absolutely, Mangoose. All right, back in the mid lane, Rampage and Gadget back at it here. Should be a very interesting mid lane here. That
the mine goes behind him.
Boom! Rampage rock going on through. Seraph now into her blue jungle side, even though Grux is back on his blue side as well. So they've now hit the opposite corners, but Seraph has no blue buff to go for, but neither does the Grux. Grux now backing to the base, heading back to get his itemization in. Kwang going to take that side lane buff as well on Seraph.
These rocks don't seem to be doing a heck of a lot of damage to Gadget. It's whenever he's able to follow it up by going in is when he's able to do a little bit more to her.
Absolutely. So the big thing about Rampage is that his little double stomp on the ground does scale with armor. So the damage he does is going to be very effective the more tanky he gets with that itemization.
I'm gonna be perfectly honest with you, JellyKnee. I had no idea that his ground and pound scaled with armor. That's awesome.
So that's why even late game Rampage is able to do some damage to these teams, because he's so tanky that his ground and pound does damage and slows, and it's just really, really effective for him.
I expect to see Muriel hanging out in this bush quite a bit because, like I said, she does have excellent range on her abilities. She can just stand back in that bush and safely guard her ADC.
Prime Spirit is available. They don't know that the Seraph is waiting in the bush to their right on Team DDP. Nitro coming in for a great gank. They might be able to pick up a Muriel here. Muriel's taking a lot of damage. Muriel half health, getting a good stun out though with her abilities. Lots of damage going out. Obliterate does land Seraph. First blood for Team Mitch Moment. Ooh, a pull lands out on that Decker. Decker going to take a lot of damage. Seraph going out on the Twin Blast. Twin Blast
trade. It is a support trade, but Twin Blast takes a lot of damage from Seraph before Seraph is able to ascend on out of that fight.
A 1-for-1 trade for Team Mitch Moment and Team DDP. Grux walking past that Fire Spirit does start it because he has that base item for Jima's toy, and he actually will go on the Fire Spirit as well. We're looking at the potential.
Oh, they're pulling it up. They're pulling it up for a safer take by pulling it up to the ledge. Very nice to see. I haven't seen that strategy done quite a bit, but it is a very good strategy.
Absolutely. Muriel there taking a long range right click and putting it out on this Grux so they can take this Fire Spirit very early on, 6 minutes into the game. Probably one of the faster Fire Spirits we've seen throughout the tournament today, Mangoose.
And DDP gets the first objective of the game, and we all know how important these objectives are in Overprime. This is some really good play. This is what we expected from the final series. Even though Mitch Moment didn't really have to play a lot of their games, it seems that they are still a very good team, and we're probably destined for these finals anyway.
Absolutely. Like we were talking about earlier, Mangoose, Mitch Moment is carrying a lot of these players that are high up on the NA leaderboards, but so is Team DDP as well. Again, we see this trade of the offlaners, the respect of you go over there, farm your minions, I'll go over here, farm mine. Very, very interesting. But it's great to see as well.
Kwang using E to get away from that steal, so he didn't get rooted out there.
Nitro taking the Grux's blue buff once again. The fight breaking out here is going to be a 2v2 very quickly, but Steel is able to bull rush out. Nitro trying to get out of there. Rampage unable to jump and throw a rock through Steel shield. Oh, but Grux is coming in. Grux is now going to deal some damage to this Steel. Steel's going to be able to blink out to safety. Seraph also out of there. Nothing for the trades here. In the mid lane, we've got Muriel walking through against this Gadget. This could be very detrimental for this Muriel. Luckily, a mind gravitated.
The Gadget prioritizes the minions.
Yeah, the minions luckily saved Muriel from taking a lot of damage there.
We've seen some really good rotations and some really good disengages from both teams. They're playing around each other really well. And we've got just a few more seconds till that Overprime spawns and the mini prime spawns, and that the portals open up and make the laning just a little bit more dangerous.
Absolutely.
Revenant running back into
3
lane.
seconds on that underling spawning here. Lots of pressure being put out around the map. Maybe we might see some teleportations or rotations coming out from Team JDP on that prime underling, but they have 4 members on the left side of the map. We're going to
each team is treating each other's jungle like it's theirs.
Absolutely. Nitro checking out this prime underling, dropping a ward. It looks like directly on the prime underling, so you cannot clear that ward if you don't want to aggro the prime underling onto your team. Very smart ward.
Not gonna lie, that's where I put my wards, on the prime.
And sure enough, they revealed directly on that prime underling 3 members for Team DDP already there. 2 members there. Rampage taking the mana buff next to mid lane. Maybe trying to pull people apart. 2,000 health down on the prime underling. Let's see what's going on. 2 members, Seraph and Steel, nearby this prime underling. Maybe going to give it up for a Rampage kill here. 4 members on that Rampage in the mid lane, leaving that prime underling open for grabs. But it doesn't look like they're going to be able to kill Rampage
no mana whatsoever.
Quickly.
He got just enough to escape, but no, the Muriel.
Oh my gosh! Very close. Muriel saves that Rampage. No, he doesn't. A long range stun takes out the Rampage. Steel ultimate coming in now as well. Decker trying to get out of this mid lane fight. Grux chasing down the Decker, but a Revenant ult comes through on to Grux, not letting him get any kills. But the team is abandoning. There's a fight breaking out. Revenant does get the kill on the Grux. And the greatest part about that, Mangoose, is that fight did pull enough attention that the prime underling is still ready for the taking. There was no prime underling taken in that fight. Team Mitch Moment takes 2 kills and loses nothing. for that fight.
Yeah, excellent fight right there. That the Decker long range bomb clutched it out with that kill on Rampage.
Yeah, absolutely
And
incredible
Revenant,
work.
we didn't see what happened inside his little shadow realm, but apparently he won that fight against the Grux. Rampage taking some damage from the mine. Doesn't really affect Rampage that much. I mean, we've seen a Grux mid lane, and now we're seeing a Rampage mid lane. This stuff is crazy.
Absolutely. I think DDP definitely should have probably stayed on that Prime underling. Yes, they may have lost that Rampage. Yes, they may have lost the Muriel afterwards. But being able to take a early tower is also very effective. Coming off of that Prime underling was just not beneficial for them. They lost everything and had nothing to show for it after the fact.
Kwang dropping the sword down, but he's getting beat up by Steel a little bit. Steel does a deceptively large amount of damage.
Absolutely. He does clear all the minions, though, so Steel's going to start taking minion damage. Could open the opportunity for Kwang to fight him, but no, he just backs on out of there, keeping himself alive and healthy.
Got Muriel hanging out in mid lane. It was mentioned before that a good counter to Gadget Mines is Muriel Shields.
Absolutely. Definitely lots of opportunity still in this game for both of these teams. Kwang running away again, getting picked off of his own minions, but is able to farm a little bit from safety with that Q and right click.
Boomblast kind of wondering where's Muriel's at right now. And Decker just waiting to make something happen.
Sprint mode coming out of the Decker. Decker could walk forward and make something happen here, but they are also preparing for that Prime Spirit to spawn. Prime Underling still available, as well as Nitro is looking for it. Nitro drops a ward on that Prime Spirit, but they don't need to take it themselves. They just want to keep the pressure. They're trying to... Oh, the Soul Reaper actually jumps into the pit and is starting the Prime Underling. This is going to be Kwang and Soul Reaper on Rampage, pushing into this pit. Nitro,
now they know they're being seen. An immediate rotation from Mitch moment as they're trying to take this. This is the longest we've gone in a match for a while now without the mini Prime being taken.
Muriel ult is coming through, but the invulnerability of Sereth, but Sereth is just taking tons of damage, unable to make anything happen yet. In this Obliterate coming through, they do pick up the Prime Underling for Team DDP.
And that Muriel Global is what saved them right there.
Absolutely.
Because they were getting the worst of it until she came in. Grux was out there zoning, and as he was running away, Muriel hit him with that long range shield that kept him safe and let him escape. And they dropped that mini Prime directly on top of the tower, getting the most damage out of that thing as they possibly can.
Yeah, they pick up a kill, and they're going to pick up this tower, which will be fantastic for Team DDP. Keep them alive in this game, even though they are a kill down.
I mean, this is lather, rinse, repeat for DDP. Take orb, get some kills, and push a lane. Take the Prime, get some kills, push a lane.
Rinse, repeat gameplay from DDP here.
But Revenant taking the Roadhog on the right side, but Kwang comes through the portal. Is Revenant going to be able to escape? He gets knocked up, smacked down,
Revenant. Perfect. It gets that root
now
off
we have
because
no
of his
idea what's
ultimate.
going on.
Revenant is low on health, 300, 100, oh, 150. Muriel actually steals the kill. Trying to make sure that Revenant is stunned when he spawns out of that ultimate, and she actually takes the kill for herself. DDP evening it out at 3-3, and Earth Spirit going down very quickly. This will be the second Spirit for Team DDP as well.
The ally absorbed the energy of the spirits.
Nitro takes some jungle camps. The games have been very good, Dez. Very good. The last series we had was insane. And this series looks like it's shaping up to be another pretty damned good one.
Absolutely.
With a Rampage mid lane.
The allied tower is under attack.
It looks like Prime Spirit was just taken.
Yeah, there's not a lot on the map for Team Mitch Moment to be taking right now. The Gadget has not been able to put out a lot of pressure quite yet, but that still definitely is. There's opportunity for that. But Grux coming in. Gadget has no mana. Grux getting a pull off on Gadget. We're going to see an ultimate come out of Grux here, I'm sure, any moment.
Does she have a
there
blink?
it is. She has no blink, it looks like. She's getting pulled. Grux is getting the shield from Muriel. Muriel.
He doesn't care about those towers. Oh, there's the blink. She waited just in time to use that. Rampage diving in.
Oh, the rock going through and missing just barely. on that
So
gadget.
close.
And we saw Gadget
He
earlier
wanted
respecting
revenge
that
for that
rock.
Decker bomb that took him out early.
We saw that Gadget respecting the rock earlier, but that time she just got lucky.
We're evident waiting in the wings. It looks like they're going to be forcing a team fight. Nice. Decker Cage has Grux pinned up against the wall, but he just dive in, lands a big pull. We got damage coming out from everybody. Rampage lands a nice stun, and they're able to take out Decker. Now they're just continuing to fight through this while Rampage is ulted up. Another big smash and grab. Kwong proving his worth, proving that he is a good character after all. And Revenant goes down in that fight as well. Another long range rock. Oh, it hits the wall. It hits the wall.
Yeah, I mean, DDP is showing what we've seen in the last couple games from them, is that they will work together as a team. They are coordinating well. They are turning on these fights really well. As soon as something breaks out, they're the ones willing to be there and take place and really take control of these team fights, regardless of where they are.
See Decker running around. Sarah thinks more jungle camps. And the teams are kind of resetting once again. Now this is a best of 3, so we might see Mitch Moment is kind of getting beat down a little bit right now. We don't know what's going to happen for the rest of this game, but even if they do lose this game, you know, they need to warm up a little bit. This might be their warm-up match, and we might see some better gameplay coming out of it. Is Kwong going to take the portal? He does take the portal and just barely escapes.
And we saw earlier in that fight, actually, Steel was ready to take the portal away so Seraph and Kwong could continue their fight, but Steel was like, oh, okay, he's not taking the portal. I'll run around there. And of course, right as he runs around, Kwong jumps down and takes the portal out anyway. Seraph is just living inside of this Grux's jungle, but he's really not being put too far behind by that. If anything, he's ahead. He's able to take a kill. Rampage takes a solo kill against the Revenant on Team Mitch Moment. That's a very good target to be pulled out of this game, and we're probably going to see the mid lane tower now go down. That will be 3 towers for Team DDP.
And it goes down. And they're just going to charge forward. I mean, they've got nothing to be afraid of right now. That was a nice cage and a Decker Cage gadget combo. Will Grux finally go down? He does indeed. Decker picking up another kill.
Mitch Moment definitely taking this fight in stride. Mutant Poe going out on the Seraph. Unfortunately, she's not able to make it on that, but they do take out the Grux without losing any team members. Rampage now getting chased down in the jungle. Rampage rock does land on Revenant Seraph. Facing down Rampage. This could be a reinitiation of the fight here for Team DDP. They're coming back around
with the shield.
And a disengage.
And they are going to get away.
What we are seeing, though, is that momentarily, 15 seconds, the Prime Underling will respawn once more, creating a lot of opportunity
Prime Underling
for
before
these
it turns
teams.
into Major Prime. Looks like they're all heading in. Both teams heading in for it. They know what's up. Everybody knows what's up.
Absolutely. I mean, yes, there are 3 towers down, but in terms of kills, Mangoose, we're only 3 kills apart for both of these teams. A very low kill game so far, despite the amount of action that's taken place throughout it.
Rampage checking a bush with a rock. You never want to be revealed by a rock while you're in the bush.
Damage going out, but the Muriel able to shield that Rampage. They have started the Prime Underling. Prime Underling is under half health. Grux is already there. Steel now trying to throw the wall up to keep them from taking it, and they do. Team Mitch Moment actually steal the Prime Underling away from Team DDP. They can disengage this fight, or they can keep on going. They did spawn it already as well, letting it do damage. Revenant ulting the Grux away. The Decker, I believe, takes the portal across. She does. Team DDP are on the back foot. Revenant gets the kill on Grux. This Kwong running away, but they now are going to re-engage on this Rampage since he has no escape from these portals.
He can leap out. Does he have the leap? He has some mana. He's getting some shielding from Muriel.
Oh, misses the leap.
Misses the leap. Unfucking fortunate. He does go again to Decker. Is this an ADC Decker? Is she building magic damage? What's going on here? This Decker keeps getting kills, and the tower goes down in mid lane due to that prime, that mini prime. That's been a strategy we've seen quite a few times, is when you're in that fight and you do get the mini prime, just drop it immediately on top of the enemy team so it can deal a whole bunch of damage.
Yeah, absolutely. Deal a whole bunch of damage and push the towers while the team can't really stop it from doing so. Now that mid lane tower was basically full health when that thing was dropped. So it was able to take the whole tower, but not able to go and move on toward the inhib. That's a good tower for a Mitch Moment to be picking up, and they pick up 2 more kills throughout that fight as well. But brings them closer to this game, but they are still slightly behind compared to DDP.
They are indeed, and now the prime has spawned, the major prime.
The prime.
Exactly,
Prime Spirit
that's what I was
is
going
up
for.
as well. The Water Spirit. This has already been started by Team DDP, but it looks like Team Mitch Moment aren't going to let them take this one for free. They know that
they're
they
going to try
can't.
and fight it up once again.
Ooh,
But
Sarah
I think they're
barely
stuck at this
misses
stage.
her ascend. Will get the CC down on that Kwang, but Rampage jumping in as well. Grux now, this is going to turn into a full 5-man team fight. Decker Cage
There goes
coming
the
out there.
gadget ult. There goes the Decker Cage. They probably could have coordinated that together a little bit better. Nice steel ult slamming down into the middle
Aerial
of
ult
DDP.
coming through. The Grux is very low. Twin Blast goes down to the steel. Still lots of damage. Water Spirit half health. Lots of opportunity. Gadget goes down to Rampage. Rampage able to just run around the back part of this map. Sereth is going to struggle. She needs her team to help on this Rampage. Rampage going to take some more damage. Gets stunned out by the team. Rampage doing a lot of damage to Sereth. Sereth will go down to Rampage. Soul Reaper on this Rampage will get out free. Oh, the Revenant is able to ult the Rampage out and will take the kill, leaving Water Spirit up and available. Will they close it out or will they back off?
Looks like DDP's coming in to try and steal it, but it's to no avail. They did not get there in time.
Incredible team fight that evens up the kills to 9-9. Revenant is getting
Red
chased
Bay
around.
overstayed
Does
his
get
welcome.
pulled. He's going to get ulted by this Grux and will go down. Revenant overstayed. Mangoose is perfectly correct. Going to be detrimental.
And Steel tried to come back in to save that Revenant, and he might pay for it with his life.
Ooh,
Steel
the
is
pull
pretty
going
damn
through.
tanky, of course, but
A fantastic stun coming through from that Decker may let Steel walk out free.
and the slow bubble slows down Grux just enough the way that they are able to escape. Really good back and forth. Oh, Twin Blast working on the major prime. What's going on here? I did not expect this to be happening.
The whole enemy team
So
for Mitch Moment had to back, so they really had this moment to take the Prime Guardian. Sereth is coming around though on this Prime Guardian, but they are pulling it back. They have not backed off of this yet. This is 3 members to 1 member on Mitch Moment to DDP, or DDP to Mitch Moment. Sereth is going in now. She has Heresy up. She's activated it, going in for the damage. Can she get a Smite Steal away from them? And it looks like that she will not. DDP takes the Prime.
And a lot of damage. Gadget ult goes down. Grux with a nice dash away that saved him, but now we've got some other people. We got Kwang in trouble, but he's actually the one bringing the trouble. The Decker containment fence goes down. DDP's trying to disengage, and Rampage is just so healthy right now. He's getting these shields from Muriel. Muriel is Gadget finally gets a kill on the Twin Blast, but Muriel has been very, very effective in these fights with this shielding. Rock goes out, lands in Steel's face. Muriel steps up, does a little bit of damage, but it's Steel. It's not going to be that much. The main part of that story, though, is DDP been double stacking those smites, and I think we just saw that come into play as they took that Overprime. It got just a little bit low, and all of a sudden, just no health at all.
Yeah, they're not only double stacking, this time they have a triple stack. The Soul Reaper on Rampage running the smite, Unsteady on Grux running the smite, and Ferris on Kwang also running that. They were able to triple smite that away and take it from Team Mitch Moment.
I'm not surprised to see these smite strats coming out once again, coming into play in these tournaments, because the like we keep saying, the neutral objectives, the most important part of Overprime. Everybody calls it a death match. A little bit. It's TDM until you can get enough picks to rotate to a neutral objective. That's what it is.
We are 10-10 though, Mangoose. This is even up on kills, towers. Even though they did get that Prime Guardian, no inhibitors went down. So they really don't lose too much for losing that Prime Guardian, other than a little bit of inhibitor health, which is pretty flimsy as it is to begin with. So it's not a terrible loss for Team Mitch Moment at the moment. But this next Prime will be a very large one, dealing a ton of damage, taking probably all 3 of those inhibitors instantly, even if no other damage is applied to them, if DDP gets it.
That's a scary situation to be in. You almost want one of your inhibitors to be down right now. so that it can respawn in time to absorb that damage, so it doesn't go straight to your core and just wipe out all 3 inhibs all at once.
Xerath getting chased around her jungle. The full team of DDP focusing on getting their jungle camps for themselves. They wanted to deny as much as possible.
Now, the gadgets have been, you know, they've been effective, just not as effective as we would expect the top banned hero to be in these games. I think a lot of it is people just didn't expect her to ever get through drafts, so people just haven't been practicing with her, and they don't really know the nuances of gadget.
Yep, I completely agree with you, Mangoose. That we're looking like there's a push happening on the duo lane from Team DDP. They may want to take an inhibitor so that the damage from that next prime can go onto the core and also weaken that very, very quickly for them. Decker getting a good stun out on the Grux. Grux taking a mine from the gadget, but this team does not look like they want to fight too heavily right now. Grux getting a pick on this, I believe, Decker. Decker taking a lot of damage. Decker now mutant Pode herself to survive that fight a little bit. Rampage dealing a lot of damage, lots of health though as well. Nobody has gone down in this fight. Grux is very low. Muriel ult is coming through on Ferris. Nitro survives that. Grux is the only person to go down so far. Kwang going to teleport out using his sword. But Grux, the only person to fall in that team fight. It does go to Mitch Moment at the moment. Stun
but Decker
lands.
does land a good stun. Can they follow it up? Nope, they're not going to be able to follow that up. It's probably good that they don't chase through there. And just so you know, Kwang could not get through that wall any other way than teleporting in some way. You can't just walk through that red wall whenever you're on the blue team.
Yeah, absolutely. And Mangoose, the interesting thing about that fight is it wasn't under an inhibitor. It wasn't really around an objective that was already dealing damage. That was just a straight front-to-back team fight that went in favor of Team Mitch Moment. So we may be seeing this turn right now of that damage coming through from Team Mitch Moment.
They do have a bit of an advantage in these fights where it's just a solid straight corridor because they do have that Decker ult and they do have the gadget ult. They haven't coordinated the two well together, I think. Not quite yet, but
a really
Rampage
bad route
gets
on going into
absolutely
sprint
melted.
mode honestly cost him there. He probably should have just run it without sprint mode and would not have had any issue. Another spirit is up. Rampage being down for the next 40 seconds is going to be detrimental. Steel teleports across to try and push people off of this prime spirit and succeeds so far. But the entire team of Mitch Moment is rotating over for this earth spirit.
Yeah, and Steel just immediately started up on it. And DDP is going to have to just leave it.
DDP looks like they're coming around. They want to make this a fight, even though they're down the Rampage for another 15 seconds. There is also no
Steel maybe a little
teleport.
too early there.
Ferris taking
Will they be
a
able to
lot of
slide it
damage
away?
in this fight.
Oh, the gadget cage goes down. Do we see a
Gadget ultimate?
Gadget ultimate. There we do. I bet Decker cage not get. Why do we keep confusing those two? And they're still fighting over this Earth Spirit, and Mitch Moment is able to end up taking it.
That is a great pick. They picked off the Rampage, knowing that the main tank, main CC form for DDP is gone, and were able to just transfer onto that objective and know that they had control over it. I think they did a fantastic job there, controlling that objective, controlling the team fight, and forcing DDP to back off and respect the damage that was left.
Yeah, we're really starting to see these team fights swing in the direction of Mitch Moment as the game goes on. DDP's going to have to pull it together, rally up, and start winning some of these fights because they're looking for picks. They're not looking for entire team kills. It looks like Mitch Moment is looking for those entire team engagements.
Absolutely. And we're going to see another big team fight coming out here shortly, Mangoose, from both teams as the Prime Guardian, the second one, does spawn on the map. And we just talked about this not too long ago. This Prime Guardian will likely take all 3 inhibitors from Mitch Moment if DDP gets it. So this is a very important objective for Mitch Moment to fight over.
And it is, they have warded the absolute crap out of that entire area. It looks like Christmas right now in that in that prime pit.
All the red and blue green. Mangoose, the Rampage Rock goes through and goes wide, does not connect. They really are trying to push this right lane in so that they are losing something by fighting this battle on the Prime Guardian. Mitch Moment really has to pay attention to their lanes right now, whereas DDP is able to just kind of walk up and survive. Steel taking a little bit of damage there. Grux getting caught in the Decker cage. Grux taking half health, 3/4 of his health.
Ultimate.
Muriel's coming through.
in, but she's going to be in the middle of that team. They're going to have to come in and save their Muriel.
Grux portaling out. That is making this a 5v4 team fight. There's a lot going against DDP right now. Twin Blast taking a lot of damage. The ultimate gets blocked by the wall from the Steel. Over on this side of the map, Rampage being fought by 3 people and holding his own just fine. Kwang getting attacked by the Revenant and the Steel. No, lots of damage going out.
Back into this fight eventually. He went completely back, and he's coming back in. It looks like Rampage is going to go down, but Mitch Moment is incredibly low right now. Their entire team, they're going to have to back. Will DDP rotate over and make another shot at this prime? I think not. I think that would be a throw for them.
Yeah, it's absolutely incredible. Mitch Moment also picks up another kill without losing a single member. And once again, it's Soul Reaper's Rampage. Yes, he is absolutely doing an incredible job keeping the team away from the rest of his team, but not to the point that it's actually succeeding and benefiting him. That is the 3rd time we've seen him die like that. And it's not getting anything for Team DDP.
Might need to see some better focus in the damage. The Decker Cage Gadget ultimate combo has really been coming into play. Finally, I was hoping to see that happen. It looks like Mitch Moment is going to rotate over and start up on this prime. This is very dangerous for them, seeing as how DDP has 3 smites on their team.
Yeah, absolutely. It's only half health. Rampage is back up on the field. They really need to be careful with this engagement. Grux is trying to come around. Steel's playing proxy on that side of the bush, but it's really with 3 smites, like you said, Mangoose, it doesn't matter who gets through. It just matters that someone gets through.
Yeah, they just need to charge through is what they need to do.
Now they have 2 smites available. Grux is taking a lot of damage. Gadget ultimate goes down. Grux will go down here. 3,000 health on this Prime Guardian. Who will have the smite ready? Who goes it to? It goes to Team DDP. They get the Prime Guardian. They don't take all 3 inhibitors by chance, but they take out 3 members of Team Mitch Moment. Mitch Moment starting that was an absolute questionable play, and unfortunately costing them a lot of pressure in this game.
The rock hits Gadget, and Twin Blast finishes up the kill. You kind of wonder, are they paying attention to the enemy's items? Like, you gotta see that DDP has 3 smites. You gotta see that on your.
Yeah, absolutely.
Doesn't even give
Mitch Moment starting that was really questionable because they knew Rampage was respawning soon. They knew Rampage was going to be a part of that fight. The 3 inhibitors are now just going to go down. They are low enough. They are paper thin. 1 pip of health, and all 3 inhibitors are down.
Yeah,
this is going to be.
Do it, but they were able to do it on their own.
This is absolutely going to be very, very hard for Mitch Moment to get back into.
Now, if they're able to take in a timely manner the next Prime Orb, but then DDP will just win the game flat out. Well, not win the game flat out, but it'll do heavy core damage.
Yep, absolutely. And so looking at this, we do have 3 smites on the team of GDP, but we do have 2 on Seraph and Steel for Team Mitch Moment. So they did have an opportunity there to counter smite that, but unfortunately, we're just not able to make up the difference.
I mean, we see the kind of the negative effects of everybody stacking that smite is they don't really have an escape. We've seen the Rampage could have escaped a couple times if he would have had a blink item. We've seen Kwang could have escaped a couple times if he would have had a blink item. But they're sacrificing a couple of deaths throughout this game to secure major objectives.
Absolutely. And the Water Prime Spirit has spawned. Team Mitch Moment know that they can't really leave their base right now, so Water Spirit will go directly over to Team DDP.
Absorbs the energy of the spirits.
Water Spirit is taken. That's going to be mana regen and health regen.
This is going to be very hard for Mitch Moment. They're getting pressured on all 3 lanes. All 3 lanes pushed up basically to the inhibitors that are down. Inhibitors not going to respawn for another 3 minutes in this game. And when they do, they're going to be paper thin, even more so after the fact. So it's going to be a very difficult way for Mitch Moment back into this game. It's going to come down to that next Prime fight, I think, Mangoose, if something doesn't happen here in Mitch Moment's favor.
I hate that sprint animation for Rampage. I thought he was ulting up just now, but no, he was just going into sprint. Decker Cage comes down. Did we see the gadget?
Grug's taking a lot of damage. Kwang teleported under the core, taking a lot of damage. Rampage now. Gadget ultimate coming down. Decker
cutting
instantly cut off and killed by that Twin Blast. Lots of damage still going out by this core, but Soul Reaper just tanks on through it. Revenant ulting, I believe it was Kwong in his ult. No, it's not. Who is that? It was Grux. But there's still a lot of damage going out onto this core. 40% of the
They're
damage.
going to need to retreat now, though. Rampage needs to kind of, I think, stick ahead of his team so he can absorb some of that damage if it comes out, but it does not. Mitch Moment just in a bad situation right here where they just need to keep defending against these minions because they have so much damage on their core. Now, definitely, if a prime is taken before these inhibitors respawn for Mitch Moment, it will definitely just flat out kill the core.
Yep, absolutely. It's going to be a very, very close game, and Mitch Moment needs to play everything perfectly in order to stay in game 1 of this finals match, Mangoose.
And if they do lose, I want to see them, take notice of that smite strategy.
Ooh, random rock coming from Rampage downtown.
The disrespect rock, goodness.
Absolutely. I mean, 60%. It's going to be a very hard time. All 3 lanes still pushing in about a minute before those inhibitors are going to respawn. About 2 minutes before the next Prime Guardian respawns. So these inhibitors will be back up, but if they don't make something out of that Prime Guardian play, they're going to struggle.
Another rock comes out of freaking nowhere. That one misses, though.
Fight breaking out. Grux is picking a fight with this steel. Twin Blast can't shoot the steels through this steel shield. Rampage Rock goes through, misses somebody. Yeah, they know that this is their win condition. Keep the inhibitors down 1 minute on the Prime Guardian. Even if these inhibitors respawn, all they need to do is quickly burst them down again and then go for the Prime Guardian, and it's going to be very difficult for Mitch Moment to contest that Prime Guardian.
Rampage is like a 155 houser out there, just lobbing rounds into this enemy team. Sometimes they hit, sometimes they don't. Fire for effect is all he's doing.
These inhibitors are about to respawn. They need to make sure that they don't
They're setting up a party bush. Steel might walk into it. Almost.
Able to walk on out.
No.
All 3 inhibitors respawning now. They have respawned minion waves. Need to get pushed up very quickly before this Prime Guardian spawns. It's going to be a very hard fought return. All 3 inhibitors back. Paper thin. You guys see in the chat that they only have 3.5 pips now. They have half their health when they respawn in this game. 10 seconds and boom. Prime Guardian spawn.
Immediately onto the Prime Guardian.
Already on it. Mitch Moment needs to get closer to this Prime Guardian. They know they have 3 members fighting off against Mitch Moment. Half health on the Prime Guardian. This is going to be a very rough sell. Decker Cage going through. Team walking in. Muriel ult comes through. But Mitch Moment steals the Prime Guardian away. Get 2 kills. They are able to steal the Prime Guardian away. They get 2 kills with it. They pick off another Twin Blast kill. That is 3 members of Team DDP dead. Ferris able to ult out of there, going towards that mid lane. The inhibitor takes a lot of damage in this mid lane. Very low, less than 1 pip of health. And they took down the 2 side lane towers. Mitch Moment needed their time to get back into this game, and they just found it.
And they could push through for a victory right here.
4 members dead. Steel is just going to walk up and tank.
They're going to run it down.
This is going to be very close, Mangoose. The respawns are coming out in 10 seconds from the Muriel. 60% on the core. It's going to be very difficult. They need minions in this wave. 50% onto the core. They're pushing through. 40%, Mangoose. 30%.
They're back up.
25%. They may be able to close this out, Mangoose. 15%. All they needed was the Prime Steel. 12%. They are in this game. 5%. All they need is the damage. Can the Decker do it? Can the Deckers and Steel put out enough? Point 2. They steal the win.
Got it.
Mitch Moment.
Crap.
Oh,
what a turnaround.
My
what a turnaround.
goodness. Mitch Moment taking game 1 with a Prime Guardian Steel, showing DDP exactly how it feels to end a game off of that Steel.
Yeah, he did it earlier. Mitch Moment reversed the cards on him. I want to see, did Mitch Moment trade in for a smite? How did they steal
Mitch
that?
Moment put a smite on the Decker, and the Decker is claiming in the chat that she is the one that smote the Prime Guardian.
That
absolutely
amazing.
Incredible steal from Mitch Moment on that Prime Guardian.
Look at all these kills on Decker. What's going on here?
I can't believe Mangoose, with no minions either, they were able to take 100-0 on that core. Incredible gameplay from Mitch Moment and a credible comeback from them as well. Now, let's take a look while they're gearing up for that second match at these damage charts. And who are we not surprised to see at the top of them? 38,000 damage by the Gadget in this game.
Once they started coordinating the Decker Cage and the Gadget Ultimate together just a little bit better, that really increased Gadget's efficacy in these team fights.
Yep,
Because
absolutely.
she got run over early game by Rampage.
Absolutely incredible. You know what I'm very curious that I see on this chat, that I see on this chart, Mangoose? Third highest damage in the game by a Rampage mid.
That's
31,500 damage, just barely behind the Revenant, 6,000 behind the Gadget, but he is the most damage on his team and the third highest in the game. Yeah, I mean, people are saying it in the chat. How can Soul Reaper just be highest damage on any champ he plays in Paragon the Overprime?
Oh, that's insane. Let's take a look at damage received. Let's see how much damage got received.
And once again, Soul Reaper topping the charts.
Yeah, that's no surprise. He was kind of
45,000.
fucking Leroy Jenkins his way into the enemy team. It did not work out so well for him.
Absolutely. I mean, even Steel was only almost half the damage received as that Rampage. Grux, 3 members of Team DDP took more damage than every single member on Team Mitch Moment.
That is nuts. The crazy win right there. Holy crap. That was awesome. That was awesome.
Yeah, absolutely incredible. Damage reduced here, I want to see as well with these tank items coming through. 82,000, 63,000, 58,000. Incredible gameplay from all of these teams. I can't believe that we saw that happen, Mangoose. The steal of a Prime Guardian, the third one no less, and a turnaround into a win with no minions under the core.
That was insane. I didn't think they were going to be able to pull it off. I thought DDP was going to push them off of that there at the very end.
Yeah,
Kwong just wasn't enough.
I was 100% sure that was going to happen as well, but Steel and Decker did enough damage to the core that they were able to close it out. But everybody in chat, we're going on to game 2. We're going to take a quick technical break, make sure everybody can get some water, all that good stuff, and we'll be back with game 2 of the Paragon the Overprime finals in the Gate Through Gaming tournament. everybody to we're getting ready for game 2 of the finals for the Get Through Gaming tournament. But real quick, I've seen chat go over this several times. I do want to address it again. There were disqualifications in the game earlier today. Part of that disqualification was due to abusal of game mechanics that were determined to be illegal as of this tournament's ruling. So they were disqualified for that. They were also disqualified for toxicity toward the other team and toxicity toward tournament organizers, which is completely and totally unnecessary. There is no reason that you need to be smack talking and shit talking the enemy team before you've even played your game. So they were disqualified for both of their reasons. This was not just a cheating issue and not just a toxicity issue. It was a mix of both. This is not a team that should be whining in the chat about how they were unfairly removed from this game. They knew the rules going in, they knew the rules about toxicity, and they still decided to do these things. They were removed for a reason. There is no reason that we are arguing about this in the chat. The ruling has been given, a press release was released. I will post it in the chat under a Google Drive link. That is all the reasoning that we should need. There is no reason to argue back and forth, and that team coming into the chat and arguing about how they shouldn't have been removed, they knew the rules. They absolutely broke the rules that they were given, that everyone was given, and the other teams were willing to follow, and they were not. Going into this next game, though, Mangoose, after game 1, what are you expecting to see from these teams?
We saw DDP kind of run rampant through Mitch moment until the very end where Decker was able to secure that prime steal, and then they just kind of ran up to the core and took it. I'm expecting DDP to be a lot more cautious about their neutral objectives, especially that late into the game. Maybe they'll take a cue from Mitch moment, and just, if they have all the inhibitors, they'll just run up on the core like they did. I don't know, man. DDP seemed to have that match in the bag, and Mitch moment kind of stole it away from them. We're going to have to see what happens this time.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. We did see Mitch moment start a prime unnecessarily though earlier as well, and it get taken by DDP. So this was kind of that back and forth as well from each of these teams, that when they start it unnecessarily or make a risky play, it clearly did not benefit them at the end of the game. But we're looking into the second draft here, and of course we're going to see Rampage and Gadget banned away from these teams as these first bans go through. I think those are perfect bans. Rampage clearly showed what he can do in that mid lane, or any lane for that matter, and even Gadget, same kind of thing, was able to put out her ultimate and do a lot of damage in those team fights there in the late game.
So Rampage and Gadget, the two highest valued mid laners in this tournament, have been banned out. Oh, that's funny. Not surprised to see Gadget. Definitely not surprised to see Rampage banned out. Again, Rampage and Grux have been 100% either participation or banned out in this tournament so far. Still haven't seen a Grux banned, though. I've seen Grux in every single game. I've never seen him banned.
So it's great that you just said that, Mangoose, because the second round of bans have come through, and it's Howitzer and Grux banned from these games.
Son of a bitch.
So we got Gadget banned, Howitzer banned in the mid lane. Grux is now banned. We're not going to see a mid lane Grux. Rampage is out. We're not going to see a mid lane Rampage. These mid laners are going to have a hard time in their picks going through here.
I wonder if we're going to see another Gideon come out of DDP. That was a huge surprise to see Gideon played at all in this tournament. We've seen him once in the EU side of things, and he got pooped on. I don't know, man.
Yeah, but
I don't know who we're going to see in the mid lane now.
The big thing is that leaves all of the carries open. That leaves FaZe open. That leaves Wraith open. That leaves Sevarog open, which has been a priority ban a lot of these games, it seems like. Right? There's a lot of opportunity still. We're going to also not see a Grux for, I think, the first time all day today. And even in the EU tournament, he was in pretty much every game if he wasn't banned. So this is a lot of opportunity for these teams to switch things up and make a little bit of a different game come out of this.
And as Chad has said several times, the ADC ADCs have been going through. This isn't an ADC game. This is a tank game. The tanks have made all the difference throughout both of these tournaments.
Yep, absolutely. I mean, that Rampage we saw last game, highest damage on the team, highest damage received on the team, and was just throwing rocks and creating so much pressure for himself throughout these games. Looks like where everyone is getting ready. The final picks have come through. Teams are going out, and we're going to see these teams. They're actually going to be switching sides. So we're going to see team.
God damn it.
DDP on the red side and Mitch Moment on the blue side.
Why do they do this to me, Jelly? Why do they do this to me?
ADCs carry solo queue. I mean, I agree with you. They've shown in solo queue to be very valuable, but in this game, in the coordinated fights, then it makes it a little more difficult for these ADCs to get in and do a lot of damage.
Let's see. I'm very curious to see what's going to be played in the mid lane now, with Howitzer and Gadget banned out. Those have been the two probably most popular either pick bans for the mid lane. And we've seen some odd mid laners come through though, like Grux and Rampage.
Yep, absolutely. I mean, so I haven't said it. I didn't say it last game, Mangoose, but the picks this game are exciting so far, and I'm excited to get into this and see where we're going with this game.
Are we going to see another Seraph? Is that what we're going to see, or will we see another Seraph? That's the first time I've seen her show up in the tournament at all. Look like we're waiting for Soul Reaper to ready up. Nitro's getting impatient.
Nitro wants to get going. He wants to show his dominance in this game. Here we go. The match is starting.
A hot Revenant action.
Here we go. We're going to see these picks coming through. And I can't wait, Mangoose, for some of these gameplay. A lot of the mid laners have been taken off the priority list. ADCs are going to be making it through. Nitro, interesting enough, played jungle last game, but is showing support in his lane preference this game.
I don't think it really matters what they show for their lane preference.
I don't think either, but it's just very interesting that Egro was support last time, but it is going to be Nitro in the jungle. And here we go. FaZe in the mid lane picked for Team Mitch Moment. Kwang is coming back on Team DDP. Chimera in the jungle. Chimera has not done well in jungle today.
Yeah, I don't know if I like that.
Steel is the support. Murdoch and Twin Blast both picked for Team DDP, but the Feng Mao going over to Team Mitch Moment. This is going to be a very interesting game.
Very powerful heroes.
And if Mitch Moment wins, they will win the finals for the Get Through Gaming tournament. And if DDP wins, that will take us into game 3 of this final set.
Now, do you think this is going to be a jungle Sevarog? Do you think we're going to see a repeat of what we had in game 3 of
I do believe Nitro played the jungle Seraph last game, so I do believe we're going to see a Sevarog jungle in this game, Mangoose, and could potentially be detrimental for them. Let's see what happens, though, in both of these games.
Yeah, that Sevarog jungle was just so slow to get off the ground in game 3 of the semifinals. I'm sure it could be done well. If anybody can do it well, it's going to be Nitro.
Yeah, I completely agree with you, Mangoose. And I think the biggest thing as well to take note of is that also Sevarog was so far behind after a level 1 invasion that got him and the Decker killed on his team. Now we're seeing another level 1 invade. 4 members of Team DDP coming around here, but nobody is out and poked out, and they are revealed on a ward actually for Team DDP, or for Team Mitch Moment. So it's going to be very important. The ward now coming out for Team DDP to try and get something out there. They don't have anyone revealed, but everybody knows that something is going on in this jungle.
And FaZe just hanging out in the mid lane.
We are seeing Sevarog move over to that blue buff instead, with minions spawning in 5 seconds in the jungle. It looks like Nitro will be starting that blue buff. But everybody, vote in chat for your team that you want to win or who you think is going to win based off of the draft so far and based off of game 1. And we will see what the preference is. Sealing the red buff away from the Sevarog, not a terrible thing. Sevarog doesn't really need red buff as much as he needs the blue buff in order to get something done. But an early fight coming out, Decker and Sparrow poking out Murdoch.
They got picked up on wards. Murdoch's got to take the long way around.
Incredible play. This lets Sparrow get a little bit of priority in that lane, but the mid lane as well is causing problems. Chimera already running through FaZe, just going to let him run through there without any qualms. No problems at all.
So who do we got in the mid lane here? It's FaZe versus what? Twin Blast?
Twin Blast.
Okay.
Should be an interesting mid lane pick here. Soul Reaper on Twin Blast, which is not something we've seen him on all day today. He's actually been playing a lot of the casters. The triple grenade going out though. Lots of damage coming out from the FaZe. FaZe does win that trade a little bit against Twin Blast so far.
And he was able to break the link with his dash back, but that's all he has to break that link. And with her being able to blind him, that's going to shut down a lot of Twin Blast's effectiveness. I expect FaZe to win this lane.
Yeah, I'm right there with you, Mangoose. I think FaZe is definitely going to have the priority, especially with the blind. If she's able to blind him, even if she can't get the kill or can't get the pull, she's going to have a lot of priority because he can't do damage to her while he's blinded, at least not very easily. Here we go with the pull coming in, Subjugate coming in from the Sevarog. Sevarog doing a lot of damage with his Siphon and Subjugate. FaZe Lance coming through, rooting down the Soul Reaper, and he dashed, but actually was not able to make it through. Sevarog's big head stood in the way.
Soul Reaper had to blink to get out.
Soul Reaper forced to blink. That is insane play from Sevarog and FaZe there. Great coordination on these teams. Sevarog asserting a little bit of dominance here. Let's look at Sevarog versus Chimera here. 6 minions to 5 minions on the Chimera. Chimera actually slightly behind the Sevarog there. Potentially he picked up 1 or 2 with a Siphon in that mid lane though. Sevarog is revealed on that ward by Team DDP as well though, so they do have some idea of where he is. Now we have this Kwang off lane with Feng Mao. Ferris has shown his capability to play Kwang at a very high level in these games so far. Kwang, though, is going against a Feng Mao. Feng Mao, known to be one of the stronger heroes in the game right now, and has asserted his dominance in almost every game he's been in as well.
The allied tower is under attack.
And as for
Interesting pick up of the Sparrow. Sparrow I've seen Sparrow do way better in this tournament setting than I've yet to see her do in an uncoordinated quick match or competitive environment.
Yeah, I completely agree with you, Mangoose. And the interesting thing about this Sparrow actually is that Sparrow is running the tank starter item. She gets that passive shield as she is out of combat, which is a very interesting play. Doesn't want the damage, wants the escape potential of the blink, but wants the shielding potential of that item as well against a Steel and Murdoch, which I think is a good pick for her actually.
And I like that coordination between the FaZe and the Sevarog early. I was about to comment that FaZe pulled too early, but she did pull him straight into that Sevarog. Look at all the damage coming out of this FaZe.
And she lands it,
Twin Blast can't do
wow.
anything about it. Twin Blast can't do anything about it. And it's healing her at the same time. This is why FaZe is considered a very, very bannable mid laner. And that her blind does so much damage, it makes for great wave clear. I've seen a lot of people say that FaZe has no wave clear. Her energy lance does barely jack shit to the minions, but her Q, her blind, actually does quite a bit of AoE damage.
Yeah, Nitro so far proving us wrong on this Sevarog jungle, able to get a very early Satrita mask and doing damage in that AoE around him, which will help with his jungle clear immensely while he's trying to stack up that Q. Back in the mid lane, we see that this Twin Blast backed and was able to come back to lane before FaZe did, which will put FaZe at a slight disadvantage. We're going to have to see what's going to happen between these two teams in this mid lane. Level 6 coming out of that Twin Blast. FaZe is not level 6 yet. Twin Blast now rotating across, running through the enemy jungle. Could get caught out here if he doesn't.
Bold move,
careful.
Cotton.
Bold move, Cotton. Exactly, Mangoose. The ward, though, comes out so they can keep track of that Sevarog. Great ward by Soul Reaper in this mid lane. Sevarog, though, hanging out on the side. Nitro's ready to go. Chimera here as well. Level 6 on the phases here. This is going to be a very interesting fight. One level down, the Nitro on Sevarog does not have Colossal Blow yet, so it's a very hard fight for him. But now they're walking into the jungle, trying to deny some of this jungle camp, these jungle camps from that Sevarog.
This is an interesting pick up on the Sparrow to just be a little bit safer with this green gem. I did not expect that to see that happen at all. You always see carries go all damage all day, all the time.
Yeah, absolutely. But not only Sparrow has it, but if we look at the FaZe, FaZe is also running that starter item. We see Feng Mao running that starter item. These are very great starting items, safe starting items from Team Mitch Moment. Whereas on the other side, we see 2 damage, 1 tank, and then the support in jungle, of course. Ooh, Phase Lance coming out. Subjugate does miss on that Twin Blast. Twin Blast is getting rooted by the Phase Lance, though. He'll take a lot of damage. Might go down here. It's very close.
He does not have his blink.
Chimera now showing up on the Phase, getting a stun off the ultimate.
Oh, nice stun with the
coming
Phase,
through.
but she does
Phase
blink
able
away.
to blink out. Maybe able to get out of their Subjugate coming down on the steel. Phase will walk out of here free. Wow. Amazing coordination from these
close
teams.
to death on both their parts.
Phase,
Just a little bit more damage on either one of them. That would have been some kills.
Yeah, Phase is sitting at 80 health on the way back to the base. Absolutely scared for her life that was going to go down. Chimera now coming across, though, onto this Feng Mao. Feng Mao does notice him on the ward, will be able to back out slightly, but pushing back up on these minion waves. The ward has now been revealed by Kwang, who counter-warded, but Feng Mao's just going to walk on down and clear that ward out.
And I think Chimera is pretty much free to take that jungle camp. Feng Mao, very powerful hero. I don't think he wants to take on Chimera and Kwang at the same time. Decker coming in just kind of...
Ooh, a big blind, a big pull from that.
And the pull back. Is she going to... Yep, there comes the E. Phase is so hard to deal with. So difficult, especially in early game. Late game, maybe not so much. She ends up being pretty squishy, and you can kind of take her out fairly easily because she doesn't have much of an escape other than her ultimate that knocks people back. But yeah, early game Phase is just straight up oppressive.
Absolutely, Mangoose. And we're now 8 minutes into this game. No kills going across, but we're going to catch the Twin Blast out with everything from 3 members of Team Mitch Moment. Twin Blast is forced to get out of there, but the Link still holding on. Will pull him back in and will take first blood for Team Mitch Moment.
And that is the latest first blood we've seen in a long time.
Severog getting stunned out now, actually. 4 members of the team. Severog, Colossal Blow coming through with Feng Mao. Everybody trying to catch up and trying to deal more damage on through Chimera, taking a lot of damage. Phase Lance coming through. Ultimate coming out of Feng Mao and does get the execute on Chimera. We see that this Phase is struggling. Will go down to the Kwang as well. Feng Mao and Kwang now going to duke it out in the jungle with Decker sort of nearby. But let's see what happens. Feng Mao trying to get out of there. A stun from Decker a mile away.
Cheeky stun around the corner
from taking out the
and
Feng
that still almost saved him. That he almost interrupted that Feng Mao ultimate, but it just wasn't enough. And poor Feng Mao, or I shouldn't say poor Feng Mao. Feng Mao got the kill.
And we went from no kills in this game at 8 minutes to 4 kills in this game at 9 minutes, Mangoose. Absolutely incredible gameplay from these teams. Pushing into
no
mid
moves
lane.
being made on Mini Prime yet. Neither team has priority to take that thing. I think they're both a little scared to go in there and try and hook it up right now.
Yeah,
maybe
absolutely.
Prime Spirit still is walking over towards it, but I don't think he's going to be trying to take it. He walks around it. Spirit gets poked out and has the piece out. It looks like DDP is going to go ahead and take this neutral objective of the Prime Spirit, which is a red one, gives them attack damage and ability damage bonus, basic and ability damage, I believe,
we're seeing from here, they are going to take the Prime Spirit, but we're going to see that Team Mitch Moment is also straight over onto the Prime Underling. So they're going to trade objective for objective here, or at least put a fight out. Half health on this Prime Underling. Phase is just trying to keep the DDP mid laner and Soul Reaper away. Phase getting a ton of damage out on him. He's not going to be able to contest that. This will be a free Prime Underling for Team Mitch Moment.
And that's going to equal a tower down almost 100%.
Ferris was trying to make his way over there, but it was just not fast enough. Chimera coming in on this Phase. Phase getting ultimate by the Chimera. Does blind everybody, does get an ultimate out, but will she survive? She will not. Twin Blast gets a kill in the mid lane.
They're trading up kills, but we're seeing a very different Mitch Moment come out in this game than we saw in the last one. They've been a little more coordinated, and DDP kind of ran away with the game last time. I wouldn't say either team is running away with it this time, but Mitch Moment is
whoa, a blink comes out of Ferris for some reason.
Ooh,
I'm not quite sure why that happened. Maybe
a button press.
Yeah, a fat finger coming out of Ferris. That's a bad cooldown to lose, but at least he is on Kwang, who has the potential to escape. Soul Reaper backing in the mid lane. Back in the duo lane, though, we've got Sparrow in a 1v2 versus this Steel. Steel looks like he's hoping for Sparrow to walk up a little bit. Sparrow does not know Steel is hiding in that bush. We have seen right now, if we're looking at the Murdoch, 90 minions on the Murdoch, 82 on the Sparrow. Murdoch has a full item. Sparrow does not quite yet. So there is a slight item advantage. Now
Oh,
the ward is
Decker, you're walking
revealing
into a steal.
the steal. Decker is able to force steal out of that bush.
I really want to see what happens with this phase. I think that's a lot of this game is going to come down to this phase because, like I said, she is very oppressive early, but late game, she can be almost a detriment to your team because you don't. They're going to have the DDP is going to have an ADC. They're going to have a very squishy phase. We're going to see how that plays out, and as you can see, Twin Blast is starting to deal a little more and more damage to her as this game goes on.
Yep, Sevarog now coming in behind, has the Subjugate ready to go, but lands it on the Chimera and the Murdoch. Actually, Murdoch is forced to blink out. We're going to see an ultimate come out of here. The Prime Underling is dropped on the tower.
Away.
Let's see this Chimera. The portal is not up. Chimera has 46 seconds. He has to survive if he wants to take this portal out. He will not. Sevarog takes the kill.
That was a very nice Subjugate landed by Sevarog, and then the mini Prime goes down, takes out this tower.
Takes out the Murdoch at the same time. Feng Mao ults the Murdoch to get the execute out on him. Ferris now fighting off this phase. Phase is going to go down too. Phase does not go down. Phase blinks out, manages to survive once again. 80 health or something similar. Ferris is very, very low. 6. Wow. Wow. Absolutely incredible team play.
Sevarog's getting those stacks right now. He's getting those stacks. He's going to get big. He's going to get big, boys.
Absolutely 2, 1, and 3 on this Sevarog. 24 minions, but with those kills and assists, he's definitely building up those stacks. I believe it is 10 stacks for Sevarog on a kill and 5 for an assist. Doing a very good job of staying in this game. FaZe manages to survive. Twin Blast very low on health and mana here. FaZe is going to pull him.
All that damage.
FaZe will not get the root off here, but we've got the Chimera and the Steel coming in to try and fight this FaZe. FaZe needs to be very careful. Decker coming in from the left side, revealing that the Steel is there, but still it is a 3v2. Sevarog now coming in, trying to help this Decker, keep them alive, and keep this game going. Mitch Moment ahead right now with 2 kills and a tower over DDP.
Sevarog getting big. His shoulders are already growing.
Chimera with a random jump in there.
His balls are bigger than his brains for sure.
They do a lot of damage, but they don't pick up anything for it. But Sparrow over in the dual lane picks up a kill on the Murdoch.
Yeah, she was behind on him, but looks like that's going to work. Looks like that's
Chimera played a very risky game. All he needed to have was a colossal blow from Sevarog, and he would have been pushed so far out of position, his team would not have been able to assist him very much. Over in the offlane, we see a fight breaking out between Ferris and this Feng Mao. Feng Mao 1 level up on Ferris, and also, let's see, 98 to 75, about 20 minions over Ferris on this duo lane as well. 2-0 and 2 with those executes he was able to pick up in the duo lane.
Looks like they're collapsing mid. FaZe, you got to watch out. She's got Decker to back her up. It's so weird if you're a Paragon player to see a FaZe mid lane and Decker coming to back her up as her support.
See, we got 3 members. They don't know that they're on a ward, even though they should. There we go. They are revealed on the ward now, are backing out a little bit there, walking up into the mid lane, trying to get back and clear these minions. Soul Reaper trying to stay in this game. Right now, it's 90 minions on FaZe to 116 on Soul Reaper. Soul Reaper doing a very good job of keeping up in the minion farm. But Decker, Decker tries to throw out a good stun, doesn't manage to hang on to it, but a Subjugate lands from the Twin Blast. Oh no, the coordination wasn't there. Decker cage gets knocked out.
Damage coming out of FaZe.
Damage coming out of FaZe.
Deleted that steal. And Twin Blast, is he going to get away?
A Subjugate lands on the Twin Blast.
And he goes down as well. Mitch Moment is dominating this game. They got dominated early game. They ended up kind of eking out a win in that first one, but this time they are just laying it down. And that Sevarog somehow jumped up into.
That's what I was just about to
dash to that ledge.
point out.
I didn't know you could do that.
He jumped off of the buff stairs and then right-clicked mid-jump in order to make it in here. But we're going to see another team fight come out. FaZe has that Ferris linked, and she's going to just yoink him right back, or they'll just take the kill from Sparrow, as it is Fire Spirit now going to team Mitch Moment, unless Chimera and Murdoch can make something happen. Chimera is coming in there, but does get rooted, does take a lot of damage. Stun after stun. Chimera teleports out of there. I think by complete accident. He was not facing that portal.
I didn't think the portal. I thought
Steel
the portal was
comes through,
cooldown.
able to actually execute with Nitro, or with the Murdoch on Sevarog there, but the Prime Spirit still goes over to Mitch Moment. And the big thing, Mangoose, is that we see DDP already setting up for this second Prime Underling here. They're pushing that right wave up. They have the team members walking that direction. They have 4 members walking towards this Prime Spirit or nearby this Prime Spirit. Nitro is the Sevarog for Team Mitch Moment. This is already going down half health. Feng Mao is nearby. He might just go in and try for some cheeky steal here, and he gets it! Feng Mao steals the Prime Underling away from Mitch Moment, spawns it immediately, knocking everybody back. Mitch Moment going in, Feng Mao trying to keep Soul Reaper at bay. Soul Reaper will go down to the Sparrow. Steel now taking a lot of damage. Steel will also look like, oh, Steel may be able to get out of here. A stun coming through, potentially from Decker. Let's see.
He went right, he weaved right, everybody else weaved left, and he does get taken down. And this tower is the tower shots are going into mini prime, so Feng Mao was perfectly safe to walk under it just now.
Absolutely, and mini prime is still very healthy, just under 4,000 HP, now able to walk under that second tower. Now the weakness of the Prime Spirit is also benefiting Team Mitch Moment here. They may be able to take a inhibitor with this Prime Spirit or Prime Underling. A great containment fence comes out from the Decker. Feng Mao doing a lot of damage to this to Ferrex on Huang. The Chimera does get a good ultimate.
Still beat this inhib. They are not prioritizing damage onto this Prime Guardian. It's going to take their inhib.
Oh, the Prime Guardian does take the inhib away from them. They are getting engaged upon now. Full enemy team. They may cost their Sevarog for an escape here, which will be worth it on an inhib, honestly. Decker will go down. Nitro and Sevarog will go down. But a tower and an inhib for 2 deaths after they picked up 3 is absolutely incredible for Team Mitch Moment.
Great play. Unfortunate that DDP did not target that Prime Guardian at all. I guess they assumed that the tower was going to take it out. I don't think they they probably just kind of forgot that the Prime Spirit had been taken. That tower wasn't dealing as much damage and was taking way more damage from the Prime Guardian.
Yeah, absolutely. Incredible pickup by Team Mitch Moment there. Gives a lot of pressure. We saw, I mean, in this game and in previous games today, Mangoose, that first inhibitor is sometimes all you need to keep your momentum going forward in these games. And they just opened that inhibitor with the second Prime Underling.
Reaper's using the gray-haired Mangoose Twin Blast skin.
Soul Reaper is on a ward clearing mission right now, running through there, just taking it over.
Oh, you want to take our inhibitors? Well, guess what? Fuck your wards.
Sevarog, we've seen Sevarog now is at 2,200 health with only 1 item. This Sevarog is going to get very big, very fast.
He's already having a massive effect in these team fights, landing excellent subjugates and getting a lot of kills, securing a lot of kills with his Q, with his Soul Siphon, which is giving him those stacks.
Yeah, absolutely. And from what we've seen
they
so far,
chase.
no,
Chimera's
getting stuck again. The stun comes through.
We can see. Is he going to blink through? No, he does not. They're going to link. Oh, the link almost. She almost linked him through the fog wall and pulled him back through. That would have been unfortunate for him.
Yeah, I mean, they're creating that pressure still in this right lane. The large Prime Guardian is about to spawn. Steel ulting with nobody on his team anywhere nearby. Subjugate landing on the backside of his team. Steel will just die for nothing on that team. The coordination was not on DDP's favor there. Steel being down for 22 seconds could open up a Prime take for this team if they decide to, but it looks like they're going to back.
Probably a smart decision. We've seen how the Prime pit has gone throughout this series.
Yeah, absolutely. Take the kill, take the lead that you have with 6 kills and an inhibitor down, and just use that to keep pushing these other side lanes and push your advantage without forcing anything on that Prime pit.
And you saw the FaZe just walk up to that lane, hit her Q once, and all of the range minions were dead.
FaZe, with a ward, I think, on that Chimera, tried to right-click and steal the jungle camp away from him. Brilliant BM play there, but did not quite land it. Ward has revealed that Twin Blast was on this Prime pit, so they do have some information about where he is. The Feng Mao just absolutely cruising through this map, doing a great job of controlling it. 2 tank items on Feng Mao in Jima's Toy and Zinc's Claw Barrier. So he's not only doing damage around him while he stands there, he's also going to reflect damage dealt to him. And that's damage from abilities, damage from basic attacks, damage from anything under the sun. He reflects 20% of it back on the person that casts it. It looks like Flick is waiting for exactly that. He wants to set up for this Prime Spirit that's respawning very shortly here. 20 seconds on that Prime Spirit. If he takes that portal over, it's on cooldown for 60 seconds, meaning they have 40 seconds where nobody can portal in or out from that side, which means a team fight, Chimera can't go through that portal one more time to escape from certain death.
It looks like the team swapped. It looks like two totally different teams. Mitch Moment totally different, but in a good way. DDP totally different, but in a bad way.
Yeah, absolutely.
We definitely don't want to see Mitch Moment get a little too arrogant, a little too cocky. We saw that. We've seen that happen so many times because DDP can pull it together. They can coordinate, and they can take this game back for themselves.
Yep, absolutely. Mitch Moment is keeping a great job of pushing enemy DDP away from this Wind Spirit. They can't come up and contest. This will be a free Wind Spirit for DDP, which is attack speed. Great stat for them to get. Movement speed and cooldown reduction. All three incredible stats for Mitch Moment to be picking up while they're already ahead.
This middle tower, I'm surprised. It's kind of surprised it's still up.
It looks like DDP is also waiting for their right inhibitor to come back up, which should be in the next 30 seconds here. They do know that all it takes for Mitch Moment to push an end is one tower or one inhibitor down. They'll push through the core. They don't care. And they have a tankier character now this time around with this Sevarog, but Sparrow
Goes down Twin
picked
Blast
off in the dual lane, even with her tower up. Unfortunately, the portal goes down from Steel. Steel is backing into the base. Twin Blast heading back into the dual lane as well, but we're going to see this mid lane tower fall. Ferris is getting walked up upon right now, walking back into the jungle. Doesn't look like he's been seen quite yet. He does not. He will make a free escape out of there. Now, Mitch Moment still does have a ward on this Prime Pit, so if DDP decide to start it, they will know and will be able to rotate across. Twin Blast still in the dual lane means they probably won't start this pit because they're at a disadvantage 5v4 if it should come down to it.
DDP has that inhib up, but it is half health. It's not going to be that big of a problem to take back down.
Absolutely not. Feng Mao's tankiness can by himself go under the tower, no minions, and take down one of those inhibs. Yeah, Viking Jedi in chat brings up a great point, is that Mitch Moment was able to sit and watch all of DDP's games throughout the earlier semifinals. They're able to see, where does this team strive? Where are their strengths? Where are their weaknesses? How can we play against them? And one of the things they know is that if you get a lead on DDP, you need to push that lead as far as possible. Steel now going in there. This is a bad fight for Team Mitch Moment, but a Decker containment defense comes out and says the fight is now over. Thank you very much for coming. We're going to get you out of here. But Ferrix actually in the background trying to keep this fight alive, but FaZe just keeping him linked, and no sir. Ooh, actually Sevarog is going to get caught out there. Some miscommunication comes out from Ferrix in this team, or from Team Mitch Moment, as Ferrix is trying to get away, but a root hits him in the travel mode.
And now he's the one that's in trouble, and Sevarog's coming back into the fight, lands the root, and she's got backup, and that was an unfortunate chase from him. I don't know why he was trying to chase the Sevarog that far into the enemy just now.
Absolutely. It was a really greedy chase off him for nothing. It ended up actually hurting his team by going for it. Sparrow 414, the Feng Mao 504, Sevarog 237. Lots of stacks coming out of this Sevarog. His health now at 2,700. Stopping the back of Chimera. Chimera has no escape out of this bush. Will get subjugated down. Takes a lot of damage from this. Sparrow and Will also go down to Sparrow, giving Sparrow a further lead in this game.
I believe it's called Hollow Breath in Overprime, the subjugate, but I can't bring myself to use the Overprime ability names. I'm going to be perfectly honest with you.
What, Howitzer super powerful missile is not good enough for you?
SR-2000 rocket, it will be in my heart forever.
Looks like they're going to try and push down. 23 seconds on this Chimera. Twin Blast not in the lane. Steel not in the lane to defend this inhibitor. Lots of damage going out on the inhib. Ferris trying to bring something out. Half health on this inhibitor. We're going to see a lot coming through here. Murdoch forced off of the tower. Inhibitor looks like it will be going down without any question. Nitro, though, does go down on this Sevarog. Steel still has his ultimate in order to contest. Containment fence going out. Stuns going out. Twin Blast now on the right side.
Get linked.
Mitch Moment has now taken another inhibitor. They have the potential to just disengage here. Will they? Yep, Decker using her active item to give them all movement speed out of this fight, getting them back to the safety of their mid lane tower.
So again, inhibitor down the middle. That right lane inhibitor is going to be very weak. Mid lane inhibitor, even if it respawns, going to be very weak. But DDP looks like that we're going to start working on Prime.
Chimera started up this Prime Guardian, took half health from it, but is continuing to stay on there. His health regen will help him. They're just under a quarter of the health taken. They disengaged. Chimera took way too much damage. Ferrex taking a lot of damage, it seems like, from this Decker of all things. But we saw Decker last game getting that steal on the Prime Guardian. Shows that Decker is no joke. She can put out as much pressure as she needs to.
Now we're seeing DDP on the back foot here. Let's see if they can rally forth and bring something together. The steal needs to stop ulting into the enemy team whenever he sees a whole bunch of them. Just because you see 4 people stacked together doesn't mean you steal ult immediately.
His mind's telling him no, Mangoose, but his body is telling him yes. He sees multiple people grouped up and his R finger just gets a little itchy and he's got to go in for that. We see Feng Mao pressuring these guys in this right lane. The mid inhibitor is down. They have a lot of pressure there, but is absolutely controlling this map, pushing in that right lane. We may see Mitch Moment back off here and go for a Prime Guardian, or just keep the pressure up in the mid lane. We see Feng Mao looking for this Murdoch. Murdoch does not want to take this fight. Feng Mao will win here 9 times out of 10. Prime Spirit also coming up. We may see a Prime Spirit take from these teams as well.
It looks like Mitch Moment is just, they know that inhibitor is going to be weak, and it looks like they just want it. They want that inhibitor down. It looks like they're pushing minions under it. I don't know why Sevrog is just taking tower shots here. He is up against the entire enemy team, though.
Yeah, absolutely. And we see the same 2 items on Sevrog that we saw on Feng Mao in Jimma's Toy and Zink's Claw Barrier. So between the 2 things, the damage reflection and damage negation is going to be very high. Ferris goes in, getting a very large knockup with his 3rd basic attack in there. Like, containment defense comes out, locking 2 members behind it. Root, or the Link coming from base. Double execution from the Feng Mao. Big plays here. This is going to be a very hard fight for them to win. The inhibitor will go down. The Root landing on the Wind Blast. Wind Blast lower than half health. Murdoch now stuck between the whole team. Murdoch will go down here.
But it's not going to be enough.
Chimera going in on that is 1v5. That is another death. They can disengage this fight. They've taken the inhibitor. They have the minions, though. They may try to end the game. 10 seconds on the steal. 20 seconds.
They like to end when they can.
20 seconds on the Feng Mao, or on the Klong. I apologize. Lots of damage going on the score. 60% coming out.
This might be Mitch Moment's game. This might be Mitch Moment's series right here, right now.
Mitch Moment not doing a lot of damage anymore. They have no more minions. Flick taking a lot of damage from this core. They are not going to be able to end the game here. They're actually going to lose several members, 4 members down, but 25% left on that core. That means, Mangoose, the next Prime Guardian for Mitch Moment ends this game.
If they can take it. I mean, from what we've seen, what's going to happen is they're going to go for it. If the DDP's going to steal it back and then somehow win. That's what we're going to see.
I mean, we're
DDP starting it up, too.
DDP knows that this is their only moment. They have no towers in this game so far, which means they need this Prime Guardian to stay alive. This is a 5-minute delay of game if DDP is able to clutch it out. But we see Nitro
come in for
is
the
just
steal.
standing by. He knows his moment is coming. If he can pick this up, he will win the game for his team. Does he do it?
Tries to bat him away.
He does not. DDP gets the Prime Guardian, secures it for themselves, taking the duo lane tower, but nothing else.
I mean, that was more of a defensive Prime take than anything, because like you said, if Mitch Moment were to take the Prime right now, they would just win the game. They're very fortunate Sevrog didn't somehow get the steal away with a smite.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, they're running both 2 smites on each team, so DDP did have a slight advantage going into that. But we see a Prime Spirit being taken over here on the side of Mitch Moment. Not a lot that DDP is going to be able to do. This is going to be the 3rd Prime Spirit. This is the 1st Water Spirit, however. So health and mana regen are going to be on their side. Ferris is trying to come in there, but does not make it in time, getting out of that lane. But yeah, Mangoose, I mean, going back to that Prime Guardian, the only benefit that they have from getting that Prime Guardian is taking this dual lane tower, which still stood prior to that. The mid lane tower and the right lane tower in the off lane are still both standing for Team Mitch Moment.
And it looks like they're just going to reset right now and then start looking for team fights.
Yeah, absolutely. Feng Mao in the mid lane trying to keep this pushed up. They know that mid inhibitor has come back up, so they want to take it back down. As we saw before, it's paper thin, and they have a lot of pressure in this game. Kwang is able to back. This will be a full 5v5 team fight, it looks like. Mitch Moment does need to be careful here because, yes, even though they have towers up, we saw last game that towers don't necessarily mean anything if you can stand under the core and just 100-0 that thing. So
Yeah.
all they need is one bad team fight, and they could go down here.
We got to keep it together under pressure.
I mean, like I said, we're on a 5-minute timer for the respawn of that Prime Guardian before another fight breaks out. And like I said, Mitch Moment has to put pressure on that Prime. They know that if they get it, they win the game, which means DDP also have to put pressure on that Prime because they cannot.
Are they going to go for this inhib?
It.
Steel's got the shield up. That was a good shield from Steel to prevent them from quickly taking that inhib.
Varus got pulled in by the phase, does not take too much damage for it, however, because he has so many escapes. It's a little ridiculous, but we're going to still see a lot of damage coming out on this inhibitor. No, they're going to back out. It seems like Steel Wall is dissuading them a little bit. That right lane is pushing in with minions, however, so Twin Blast does have to go over and answer fairly soon. If he wants to do it,
maybe that's what they're waiting for. Somebody have to answer right lane so they can push into this mid lane and just take it. Looks like they are just going to push forward.
Subjugate comes through and inhibitor goes down. It's a big ultimate coming out of the Chimera. Chimera is able to get on the Sparrow, but not able to deal any more damage. Sparrow is backing up. The team is backing up. Feng Mao out of there. The Murdoch is able to snipe away the phase from getting out of that fight. Feng Mao still trying to run out of there, might go down to Team DDP. But they take that inhibitor, and minions are actually on the core. Minions are attacking DDP's core right now. They died basically instantly, though, so it didn't do too much for them. But there's nothing on the map for DDP to take. That was a great fight to bring DDP back into it. They're only down by 3 kills now. However, they are down 2 inhibitors and 5 objectives overall in these towers. We might be seeing a mid lane push here come from the Chimera. Chimera did a great job that fight of pushing into Sparrow and ulting her by keeping her a damage out of that fight initially, but he did get pushed off with that containment fence as well.
Now we're back to square one as they're going to be jockeying for position once more. Couple paper thin inhibitors is all that's standing in the way of Mitch Moments taking this entire series.
Yeah, absolutely incredible game so far. And that's the other thing, Mangoose. Mitch Moment needs to win this game to win the series. But if they lose, they still have another game to make up for it. It's not going to be the end for them if they lose this game. So that has to be a little bit of a release of some pressure on their shoulders, knowing like, okay, even if we don't get it, we still have one more, right? Whereas DDP, this is it. They have this game, and if they lose, that's the end. The pressure's got to be increased for them for sure.
So one reason I'm a little surprised by the Chimera pick. Do you really want to hinge the series on a Chimera?
Yeah, I mean, from the other picks that we've seen being influential, but Rampage was banned this game. Grux was banned this game. Sevarog was already picked up, theoretically, by Team MM. And so from there, it's what jungle picks do you have left? Kalari. But Kalari's just going to get burst down in all of these team fights, and we've seen how strong tanks can be. And Steel, once again, Steel says, I see multiple people, I'm going in. And what does it happen? Decker Cage comes through,
he's going to survive this,
and he's going to take a ton of damage and go down, creating a 5v4 on this right inhibitor respawn. The mid minions are also pushing up to that core very carefully. That right inhibitor will go down. Varus getting caught out now, stuck underneath Varus to go down 5v3 in this team fight. They have minions pushing up from 2 minion waves, 22% on the core. We saw that with no minions, they were able to get 80%. I imagine we'll see Mitch Moment here push for the end of the game.
What was this jump in?
Chimera has done that multiple times today as well in this game, taking a lot of damage. They're focusing on damaging the enemies instead of damaging the core. 17%. This could be beneficial for them.
Trying to get in the back line and make something happen, and he does take out the Sparrow, but he gets taken out himself.
Yeah, the phase is able to pick up the kill. 16% on those minions. If they fought under that core, however, they would have been able to do a lot more. Flick just going in. Here we go. 10% on the core, 8% on the core, 5% on the core, 3 members still alive, 2%, 1%. That will be the game for Mitch Moment. Congratulations.
Mitch Moment takes it in style. They take it in a traditional manner. They didn't have to use no prime. They didn't have to use any of that craziness. They just pushed down the inhibitors and then pushed for the core. That's the way I wanted to see this particular tournament end.
absolutely incredible gameplay from Mitch Moment throughout this entire game. And even this series, we see 4 smites coming out. It did not come down to a prime, which is very different from what we've seen for DDP Mangoose. Usually prime was the thing that either won or lost the game on either side. But both games, Mitch Moment was able to keep some pressure on. Yes, the first game ended in a prime smite off, but the second game, they didn't need prime. They just pushed it forward and ended the game that way.
And we will be doing some post-game interviews. I'm not sure who it's going to be. We don't really get to choose that. They just kind of set them up for us.
Absolutely incredible gameplay from all of these teams. DDP had been playing for effectively 7 hours straight with a few breaks in between. They did a fantastic job. DDP, congratulations on second place. Mitch Moment, though, on first place, did an incredible job.
Like, we got some staff coming in, so we should be getting set up for these post-game interviews.
Yeah, absolutely incredible. I mean, Mangoose, so let's revisit some of these picks that we saw that we were a little bit worried about, like Nitro on Sevarog. He did not make it look like Sevarog struggled in the jungle at all. And in fact, maybe proved us wrong. 14 assists, 2 kills, only 6 deaths. He was able to do a lot of work there.
He was indeed. Total night and day difference from the other Sevarog jungle that we saw in this tournament.
Yep, absolutely.
Still not going to convince me to try it, but it's because I know my skill limits.
Absolutely. But congratulations again to Mitch Moment doing an incredible job. Let's take a look at these graphs while we're here, Mangoose. The damage charts. Wow. FaZe, 24,000 damage. Feng Mao, 24,000 damage. Sparrow, 25,000 damage. Even Twin Blast, 25,000 damage. Incredible work. Oh, I already see the person that I want to talk to about game 1. E-Girl, welcome. Congratulations on your win. Congratulations to your whole team, and we're excited to talk to you. So talk to us, E-Girl, about that grand smite at the end of game 1.
Let me tell you. We knew they were going for it, right? So I backed right before, like as they started to run to it, I backed and bought smite because I was like, my jungler can't secure an objective, so I have to do it myself. And we just sprinted there. And I remember I dropped in the pit, and it's at 3K. And I know they have 3 smites. And I'm like, they're going to smite from 3K. So I saw it. And you can ask Rennie. I screamed. I was like, just smite it. And I saw the 900 Trina pop up, and I saw the gold. And I literally screamed. I was like, I got it! To the top of my lungs. And everybody in the call is popping off. And I just saw them wipe. And it was amazing.
Yeah, that was a hell of a call too, to just go straight for the core. You saw that they were all down, but you guys just went after it. You lost a few people there at the end, but I was a little surprised that you guys were able to just no minions bum rush the core and take it down like that.
Yeah, no, it came down so close. I was literally just, like, if you watch, I'm literally sitting, like, on the far right side while the tanks are hitting it, and they're jumping on the tanks, and I'm just popping it with my tiny little Decker autos for, like, 100 damage, just thinking, if we don't win here, we instantly lose the game, and this is going to be the biggest roller coaster of emotions I have ever felt.
Well, you were able to pull out the win. Very close game in that first game. And what were you guys thinking, like, throughout that game? It was very back and forth. You had lost 2 Prime Guardians already, had multiple inhibitors down. What was the feeling like in the middle of that game? How were comms? Could you feel the tension in there? What were you guys like?
There were a couple tense moments, I won't lie, where, like, there were some plays where I took a shutdown on the Rampage at one point for my ADC on accident. And, so, like, there was definitely some tense moments. But for the most part, we knew that we had Gadget Decker, so they just couldn't walk in and end because they just infinitely wipe. Or, like, it's not even a contest. They're all dead. So we always knew, we were like, okay, this game's just going to come down to a prime flip. And so pretty much it's just a 50-50 on whoever smites it. So, I mean, it was never like, oh, like it's doomed, we don't win. We always knew we had at least a 50% chance to win the game at that point. So yeah, it was pretty cool throughout.
Yeah, and you
guys looked like a completely different team that second game. That the first game, you guys were getting a little bit rolled at the first part of that game. But you did stick to your guns and everything. What was the conversation like? What brought you guys back into it? Because when you guys came out in that second game, you just dominated from start to finish.
Oh,
I mean,
so
I guess.
me and Flick, we were talking about drafts before game, and game two we went into it, and their first ban that gave us Fang Mao, we literally said, all right, GG, game's over. Like they gave us the exact draft that we wanted, like for the entire time. Like we planned for first pick side because everybody won second pick because they're like, oh, OP ADCs, OP tanks, like we get 2 picks. But we were planning for first pick the entire time, and so if we got it, we knew we just won because we were gonna get our draft guaranteed, which we did. Like we literally got to like the last pick, and they picked Chimera, and we're like, yeah, GG, this game's over.
Yeah, I mean that
confused by that Chimera pick ourselves. I'm gonna tell you that right now.
absolutely. So what I do want to talk to you about the pick on Nitro in the Sevarog. With Sevarog jungle, we know is a very slower start. Did you guys plan on playing a little bit more of a late game oriented game and get lucky with the amount of kills and assists he was getting, or what was the thought process of the Sevarog jungle?
So Nitro plays a lot of Sevarog jungle in ranked. Like, I don't know if you see him in any ranked game, he's like dropping like 20 kills like plus on it. But the main reason is just if you like run double tank into ADCs, they just can't play the game. So it's like even if he doesn't start off with a lot of kills, it doesn't really matter because like we're playing a tank, he builds 2 tank items, and then it's just done. Like he just runs at them. Like you can even see like towards the end of that game, he was like literally 5 levels down as opposed to the Twin Blast, and he's still just sprinting at him, like doing what he does. So it's like it's not even a big deal.
Yeah, I mean the subjugates also were landing consistently every time he walked in there. Subjugate after subjugate after subjugate. Incredible work there. So there is one moment I want to talk to you guys about your feeling and what the call was. You could just take the right inhibitor. You see that you're killing the enemy team. You've got 3 or 4 other members down, and instead of going for the Prime Guardian, you went for the core and didn't get it. What was the thought process going into that?
Yeah, so
he can tell you. He can tell you.
I'm sure you kind of noticed from game 1 and our like scrims leading up to this, Nitro might be the worst player at smiting objectives I've ever played with.
He is.
So we unironically probably have a 10% prime, like I guess obtaining. Like we do not secure them at all. So we decided that we could just get the safe 80% right there on the core, and we had 2 inhibs down, so even if we die there, the only thing they can do is they can rush prime themselves, and Nitro didn't get to steal it, but they kind of have to flip the entire game on Nitro stealing that because it'll do 30% and it just wipes their entire core right there, so they have to flip the game right there. And even if they, I guess, win that flip, and they did, I just pressure lanes, and they can't leave their base because we have double inhibs, so we just go grab Prime Spirit, we just pressure lanes and just choke them out slowly.
Yeah. I mean, I think despite the eventual, like, that you guys died for that and didn't quite get the core, I think it was a safer play for you guys. You didn't have to 50-50 it like you're saying, especially if you know that your teammate's weak in smiting objectives. It's definitely an important thing to have. And they did. They killed you guys, immediately flipped that Prime onto their favor, and they got the duo lane tower. I mean, you guys could not have asked for a more perfect loss of a major objective in the game by losing a single tier 1 tower on the map for it.
Oh yeah, when that happened, like before that, when we went for the game, like we didn't get it, but we got it at 22%, and we looked up and we saw, like, literally the call was, all right, cool, we damaged their core, like it doesn't matter, because we saw all turrets are up, like we get prime, like they get prime, they literally get nothing for it. They clear 1 tower off the map, they don't damage our inhibs at all, and their core is now down 80%. Like what you saw, like for the next like 5 to 10 minutes after that, we just kept pressuring their towers over and over to make sure their core never healed. So they made one mistake, and we literally instantly win the game off of it because of how much damage we got on their core.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, any primes then thereafter that you guys pick up are an instant ending of the game as well. So it's a really hard position for DDP to have been put in by you guys. An excellent play by you guys for sure in that second game and even the first game.
It was a very exciting match, match all around. Very fun to watch. Congratulations, guys, on your win.
Thank you.
Yeah, huge congratulations across the board. Thank you guys for taking the time to talk to us afterwards too.
Yep, thank you.
Meow.
Let's try to bring BBP now.
All right, looks like we're going to talk to DDP in just a moment here, chat. Absolutely incredible gameplay from Team Mitch Moment. Even despite them having a little bit of rest, not being warmed up going into that, they showed their dominance in this game. And I mean, it shows even the number 3 player in NA can miss smites. If he can miss smites, anybody can. Oh, the man of the hour that people want to talk to. Soul Reaper, and Team DDP. Thank you guys for coming to talk to us. We can't wait to talk to you. Congratulations on your second place position in the Get Through Gaming NA tournament. You guys had a hard fought tournament, playing every game all the way through, had a really good best of 3 in the semifinals, then going into your finals games. Talk to us a little bit about how you felt going into that finals match, coming out of your best of 3 just before.
Very tired. Very tired.
I was going to ask, do you think that that a little bit of fatigue may have played a factor in your gameplay there towards the end? Because we've followed you guys all day as you've been playing.
For sure. Definitely after, like, we lost the third prime in the first game. The second game, we're all kind of too tired.
Unfortunate. You guys played it really well, especially the first game. You guys were absolutely dominating throughout that entire first match. It's just a little unfortunate you got the prime stolen away from you guys. So one of the strategies that's been discussed quite a bit is you guys went with either a double or triple smite strategy throughout this tournament. You are giving up a little bit with going with those smites, but you do seem to gain quite a bit. Is that something you guys think you would do if you had it all to do over again, or do you think you would go with more blink items and such?
I think it just gives you too much pressure being able to invade like reds and blues without really getting contested, and you just have really good secure as long as your like communications really well and you are smiting all at the same time and things like that.
Yeah, absolutely. And Soul Reaper, I mean, even chat has been popping off about you for hours at this point, because we're almost 7-8 hours into this stream. Every game that you've been in, you've been top of the damage charts. Rampage, still top of the damage charts in the mid lane. Talk to us about your mid lane journey. I know you and I have played several games throughout this final beta test, and you've been playing a lot of mid lane. How did you feel going into this tournament as a whole with your roster?
Pretty confident, although we did have a sub for like a lot of the tournament, so like that was pretty unexpected. We also haven't really scrimmed at all. We just kind of started just wing it on game day, you know.
Yeah, and I mean, even that Gideon pick earlier on in your previous best of 3, right? Mangoose and I are sitting here like, well, he's picked probably one of the worst characters in the game, still top of the damage charts on top of everything. You had some fantastic ultimates in there as well, which, so huge props to you for the constant output and pressure that you put into these games.
And Fairs, that was probably the best Kwong play I've seen of this entire tournament. Yeah, I didn't see a lot of Kwong played, but what do you think of his new Overprime kit as opposed to his old kit?
I love Kwong. His kit is like really fun, but it has some tweaks that it needs to be done. It's a little buggy with the autos and the dash. But other than that, I think his new kit is much more fun than what it was previously.
And I mean, I think, Ferris, we got to go back to the previous best of 3 you played in the semifinals. On your first Kwong game of the day, or at least that we were seeing, you stole that Prime Guardian. How did that feel on Kwong to get in there, steal that Prime Guardian away from the enemy team?
Felt great. I loved it. I love the smite mechanic. It does leave the game up to being 50-50 sometimes, but it's fun.
Yeah, I mean, it was incredible to see you on Kwong. I was even talking about, before you made Kwong your pick in that semifinals match, telling Mangoose in the chat and everyone in the chat, Kwong is really strong. You just got to find a player that knows how to do it. And every time you were on Kwong, you showed that you know how to use the Q, use the right click, use the dash, manipulate those autos to work in your favor. And it was just really, really great to see.
And I'm still just 100% blown away, Soul Reaper, by your mid lane rampage. That was insane. Into a gadget, and you were dominating.
Can't really fight you when you're rampage. You just kind of ignore the damage a lot of the time.
Yep, absolutely. Well, guys, again, congratulations on your second place win. You guys had a huge fight and uphill climb throughout this whole roster and throughout this whole day. Go get some rest, please. But congratulations again, and thanks for coming to talk to us.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, everyone. Well, thank you all for hanging out with us all day. I mean, we're going on 7 hours and 20 minutes of this stream. It's been absolutely incredible to have everyone in chat hanging out with us throughout the long games today. The best of 3 in the semifinals and the 2 games in the finals, and everyone exciting for excited for every single game and every single play. Mangoose, any final words for everyone in the chat?
Oh, no, it was a great day. It was a lot of fun. The games got better and better and better as we gone along. We had some real nail biters, some real roller coaster rides, but it was such a good time. It was such a good time. I hope you guys had a good time. It was just, a great tournament all around. The EU tournament was also a lot of fun. Just a big shout out to Get Through Gaming for organizing these tournaments and doing such a great job of keeping the organization up and herding the cats, because there's a lot of cat herding done.
Absolutely. Yeah. Thank you guys. Thank you, Lixillian and Anareth. I know you two are the ones we've mainly communicated with throughout all of this. Thank you for helping get us involved and for hosting this whole tournament. It's been super fun for both EU and NA, and a great way to close out this final beta test for Paragon the Overprime. If you guys haven't already, make sure you join their Discord down below in the Twitch description. You'll be able to click that link, takes you to the Discord, so you can join in on future events and tournaments that they do and host through Get Through Gaming. And do you guys have any final words you want for the chat or for us while we're still live?
Yes, Luxilian's voice is currently dead, so I can. Thank you everyone for partaking, and by the way, and thank you everyone for making sure that everything went along smoothly. Of course, it was a little rough at first for this American tournament, but I think that it worked out in the end. Thank you once again for partaking, and everyone has been wonderful. The American community, the Russian community, you all have been very great to hang around with and very great to talk to. I hope that we could do this again when Overprime finally is released.
Yeah,
Oh,
absolutely.
I'm looking forward to play with everybody here when the game comes out.
Awesome.
All right.
Well, thank you, Anareth. Thank you again, Lixillian. Appreciate you guys both for putting this together. Make sure you guys go join their Discord. But that is it for the stream today and the NA tournament. Congratulations again to Mitch Moment for their first place win. And we will see you all next time.